3 iterations of this clan, multiple teams being brought to the table. But this first match, it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, we have Golden X Foxtrot versus another One Hive. And Varum, who do you think is going to bring this one home? What's your prediction?
Oh, man. I mean, we've got so many great teams. Obviously, to make it here, you've got to be the best. But One Hive competed on these stages before, and obviously now they've got the veteran experience, and they do have a few different rosters coming in here, so they can just share that experience with these other players and really just sort of evolve. And, there's been a few months now to play around with Town Hall 13, these new strategies as we get into our very first attack of our first war. We'll see who can execute on them. Echo, I know that there are a few strategies that you're really looking for here over the course of these playoffs, and this is probably one of them.
Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these Yeti attacks. Sometimes they have bowlers, sometimes they have P.E.K.K.A, but always have the Yeti. And we're going to call them some Yeti smash variations. We're going to be starting out right here with the Grand Warden Walk. That's something I think we're going to be seeing a lot of today, as well as an Electro Dragon funnel happening over in the eastern side of the base. We're going to wait a few minutes, let that establish, because you don't want to rush your funnel. If you do, troops will sometimes go around the base.
Oh, we've seen it happen so many times where a funnel is just a little bit rushed and the time starts ticking down and you feel the pressure and you go, it's fine, I'll just drop them in, it'll be okay. And then everybody goes somewhere, well, you don't want them to go.
Yeah, now we have the Siege Barrack being dropped in. The great thing that I love about the Siege Barrack are the extra troops that you get. 72 extra camp space worth of troops, starting with the P.E.K.K.A, followed with the Wizards behind. Now look at all these troops bunched together. A couple of them in Varum, they're being pulled to the left side because of that. Yeah.
Okay, well, this is a little bit less optimal because ideally, you got the Quad Quake. You want to bust into the middle of this base. You want to take down the Town Hall. Obviously, now in Town Hall 13, you do have that Giga Inferno. You are seeing the Eternal Tome from the Grand Warden, that 8 seconds of invulnerability, doing a little bit of work here. But unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. They need to take down this Town Hall. They need to get that first star.
Yeah, and the Town Hall is going to go down, which it does, which is nice. The Hog Riders came out of the Siege Barracks as well. I love the Hogs in the Siege because you can heal them up along the way, and they take out primarily defenses, actually only defenses, so they can clear the way for the rest of your kill squad that was going through the core of the base. What I don't like are these healers being eaten up by that Inferno Tower.
Yeah, I mean, just the positioning of that Inferno Tower is solid. I mean, it almost for a second I thought it might work out a little bit better because, having the Queen, having these heroes go around the left side like that. But instead, it's just going to get slowly chunked down because, yeah, what is that right in the middle there? That Eagle artillery. We've talked about this so many times. If you don't take down the Eagle, these attacks have a very low chance of 3-star success.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see attackers go in and start going after the Eagle artillery first, just to make sure that it's not raining down on your troops for the entire attack. And I have to say, for a funnel that went bad, the base got taken down pretty well. We're sitting at a 75% 2-star on the first hit.
And here's the thing, we've now got a good amount of competitive Clash of Clans experience under our belts. We've seen these attacks, and we started off in Season 1, I said, look, 2-star, 75%, that's a good place to be. But the bar has been raised, Echo. We have seen consistent improvement with the changes that were made to damage over the course of the last year. Now with Town Hall 13, 85% was the number at the end of Season 3. We raised an average of 10% over the course of the year with these attacks, and I expect it to only continue getting higher this year.
Yeah, I feel like you can only feel confident if you're pulling in 3 stars. That's what you really have to shoot for. The competition is legit this year.
Oh, it absolutely is. And again, we talked about the idea, 2 stars win wars, ha ha ha. That was sort of the meme last year, or it kind of became one. But no, you've got to just step up, try for 3s every single time, high risk, high reward, because if we go one of these wars without seeing at least 2 3-stars, I'll probably be surprised.
Yeah, you really want to be able to pull in 2. Pulling in 2, I think you can feel semi-confident that you're going to be able to bring in the war. But
oh, yeah.
Let's see what we find today. And on this attack, notice we have the Quad Quake again. That's a second attack strategy utilizing the Quad Quake. It's pretty popular right now just because of how much it opens the base, but also damages the defenses. Look at the damage taken by those defenses, which means it takes less time for the kill squad to take them down as they push towards the Eagle artillery, which again, it's kind of mean, the town hall is the heart of the base, but
It
that
is.
eagle, you can't forget about it. It's important.
Oh, it is so crucial to take that down. I love we used to see a lot of jump spells. We are seeing one here to sort of continue to augment that push into the core. But the reason, we love these quad quakes so much is because you take down the walls, but you butter up those structures so easily. Just make it so your kill squad can roll right on through. And the bowlers, of course, with the splash damage, can be making, I was going to say short work of this, but the defensive Ice Cold and Freeze there are going to be slowing it down just a touch. But really nice timing there on that Eternal Tome, denying the barrage, the volley from that Eagle Artillery. It is going to get one more off, though, which is not super ideal, but that's the last one it got down, and not going to be doing a ton of damage over the course of this attack. But they still have to worry about a tornado trap up there trying to take down this town hall.
Yeah, but we have the Battle Blimp coming in, and that's a secure way to get ourselves the 2-star to pull in the town hall. Most of the time, that Yeti bomb will work, but it looks like it was actually blown away from the town hall. And it still stands, being protected by the defensive champion as well.
That's not ideal. That's not a situation. What went wrong there, Echo?
Well, it's that tornado trap, and sometimes the sweepers will blow them out of the way, but we do have our royal champion, and I'm wondering if they're going to send her in to try and pull down the town hall. They always have. These attackers always have a second and sometimes even a third outlet. Was the royal champion thrown in? Is she with our kill squad? No, I don't believe she was.
I don't see her. There she is. You called it.
Yep.
Yeah, got that instinct right where exactly it needs to be. She, of course, can jump over those walls, get exactly where she needs to be.
She's taking a lot of fire, though. Her ability is going to be popped. It's going to hit the town hall, but will she have enough?
That is the big question mark.
This is
Taking
close.
some damage from the oh, no.
All right, so that one's going to be a 1-star start. The Yeti bomb didn't work out that time. It was, I believe it was the tornado trap, pulling it out of range of the town hall.
At the very last second, and of course, great or not great thing about those Yetis, depending on how you look at it, is they'll just attack what's closest. So in that situation, if they're blown off course, they're not going to go in for that town hall. So that was a little bit of disaster. Or the other way to look at it, great base building.
I was
great
just gonna
defense on the other side, predicting that would be the case and intentionally. So the great thing about Clash of Clans when you build these bases is you basically pose a series of questions to your opponent. Now, what are you going to do? If you separate, especially if you separate your Town Hall and your Eagle, there's a lot of instinct to try and bunch up all your defenses at once, but also when you separate them and you make them say, what are you going to deal with first? How are you going to deal with this? The more questions you pose, the more chances you have that your opponent's going to slip up.
Yeah, and the defensive strategies now, people are expecting the Yeti bomb. They're expecting that blimp, so if you could pull it off course, make it target another defense that's close by, it's a great defensive strategy.
And it worked really well here, which means that if we're looking at this, man, there's now you're at a deficit off the bat. Not only are you down in terms of percentage, you're down in terms of stars already, which is not a great situation to be in here. As we're seeing Big Chris stepping up to the plate right now, going in with that Yeti bomb like you talked about.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the Yeti bomb today, and this time the battle blimp does go down. It does crash into the town hall, but the Yeti did not start targeting it. We're hoping that the Yeti might coming out of the back do, and that exactly happened there. Now we have the Queen Walk happening as well. Let's see if it gets charged into the base or just takes out a bunch of this stuff on the outside. Either way, you're going to get huge value out of a Queen Walk. That's one thing that hasn't changed from last season to this season. The Queen Charge, Queen Walk is still so strong in the meta.
And I've said this before, I'm a big proponent of the Queen Walk. I think it looks flashy. I think it looks cool. There's a lot of skill when it comes to executing it well, so I'm a big fan. But you are going into the base of SGA Net, who I do have a memory, and it's coming back to me now, of sitting on a stage many moons ago and watching SGA Net pull off back-to-back triples. So this guy knows how to attack. This guy knows how to defend. So this base, I already can tell you, is not going to be easy to beat.
Well, I think you went in the right way with the Queen. That's where I would expect the Queen to go in, with all those outside structures to be cleaned up. Now we're having that King come in from the top of the base, going to set a funnel down here and allow those Miners and Hog Riders to push straight on in to the core of the base for that Eagle Artillery. Let's see how deep they can get in with the Warden's help, with that Grand Warden's Eternal Tome ability being used. So far, it's looking pretty good. The Queen, though, that Inferno Tower locking onto our Queen, takes her down.
That is not an ideal situation. Really good use, though, of chaining up the heal spells off the back of that Eternal Tome, just trying to keep them as healthy as long as possible. Working through the core of this base and doing a very good job doing so. These hybrid strategies right now, we saw them sort of start towards the end of last year, but these Miner Hog attacks can be so impactful if executed correctly. The Miners, so much utility as a unit, especially when it comes to taking down Town Halls in particular. In this case, just solid defenses. But that last multi-target Inferno is doing some work.
Yeah, it is. But the cool thing about this strategy, if the queen goes down like we saw happen in this attack, the healers, they can then jump on top of the other troops that are going through the base. They can jump on top of the miners and the hog riders, so the value isn't lost. With that being said, that
Gotta target the
Inferno
right
tower,
structure. You gotta target the right structure, though.
I know. Well,
Grand Warden, I believed in you. You're letting your healers go. What? Oh, man.
he's on his own right now. He's not doing any support. He's just YOLOing it and getting a little bit more value. It's going to be ending in a 2-star, but trying to pick up that percentage, we have Big Chris.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be over 80% here, I would imagine. Oh, well, maybe not. The last healer there, just not quite enough to keep that Grand Warden alive, and that's going to be the end of that. All right, well,
catches it.
Oh, man, just a kind of unfortunate series of events there going into that base, not quite able to take down that multi-target Inferno, which got so much value, and around 80%. It looks like it's going to be the number 78, so still looking pretty solid for the second attack overall.
Yeah, your prediction was close. Only 2% off. We'll give you that. That wasn't a bad
I'm a little
attack.
rusty. It's the first day back in 2020, okay? Yeah, I'll get there. That'll be okay.
New metas, new strategies, things to get used to.
Yeah, this is true, and another thing I can't believe I'm getting used to is the idea that One Hive, with its reputation, with its history, with its experience, started off with a 1-star. That's still just a little bit odd. You know, I think it's maybe some of the, I don't even want to say it's jitters at this point. I think it's just maybe a little comedy of error in that situation and some great base building from Golden X. But here's the chance now for them to turn this thing around. And it's kind of it's a good and a bad thing when you start off with a 1-star. Bad thing because it means that you're spending the whole war trying to not only recover from that, but then exceed it. But at least you know what you have to do. At least it doesn't happen on the last one and you feel like you're through it. So,
well, a 3-star right here would put them right back in it. Let's see if they
exactly
can get that done.
what are they going to try and do it with? We're seeing a lot. Well, they're throwing everything at this one.
Yeah, well, we added an ice golem to the. I'm saying we, but it's not
the collective we. It's
Yes,
the collective we.
They added an ice golem to the composition, and right here we're going to have the battle blimp coming early on top of the Inferno compartment this time around. It's going to clean that out with the Yeti bomb, and then the Warden walk. Notice we have that balloon coming in to make sure there's no air traps in the way as the healers, which have so much more value than that one balloon. So they can kind of soar through and protect that Grand Warden as the Warden walk establishes itself. And look at this, we do have that clan castle with the Lava Hound. Still a popular clan castle composition.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing, we saw more of it when we were seeing more consistent error attacks before. I like the use of including the poison, though, just to deal with everything coming out of the CC. But this Grand Warden is going to take his dear, sweet time trying to chip through this one. And even when the pups come out, it's going to take a while. But before we'd often see it just slow all this stuff down. He actually didn't, in a lot of cases, want to actually pop the Lava Hound because it would slow up the Queen so much just pushing through and you're losing valuable time. Already a minute of this attack has gone through and this funnel has barely begun.
It has barely begun, but sometimes it takes time to establish something beautiful.
That's true. So poetic.
Yeah, I know. But we have the king coming in with one wizard behind, and now all the Yeti are coming to town. One ice golem in the comp, which I like. That's gonna, when that ice golem does go down, it's gonna freeze up everything. And with those single target infernos, that could save the life of a couple of Yeti or a few bowlers. And everything is going straight on in really nicely. The funnel that was set was a nice one, and they're going straight for the town hall. King still on the outside of the base, and again, the quad quake, which opens up the entire center portion of the base. Everything is accessible after that quad.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of mistiming there on that Eternal Tome. It actually ended before the Town Hall went down, so they did take damage from the Giga Bomb there. Now, of course, with upgraded Town Hall 13, the slow that comes out from that as well is going to have a bit of an impact. Not super big deal here. They did get those key 2 stars already, but there's still a lot of base left to go.
There's a lot, but the Eagle goes down, and we do have the healers still up, even though they're taking a little bit of air bomb damage. But we have our Royal Champion as well, and she runs straight on through the base, taking out defenses along the way, one after the other. Actually, this base looks like it's getting taken down pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Let's see how much further that champion can go. Remember her ability. There are no more defenses left in Verum.
Oh, I think this might actually, wait, hang on. We got 30 seconds left on the clock. It's like, yeah, there's still a decent left amount of this base to go, but not a whole lot of defenses involved in that. You still have a full HP Grand Warden. I think we're looking at a 3-star. What was that you were asking for coming in? Was it a 3-star?
Listen, you question that I know what I'm talking about.
I never question it. Never once. Don't say that. Never once have I questioned it.
It looks like they set the challenge for themselves and they rose to the bar, which is going to make this an even game on stars if the 3-star comes in with 2 goblins to spare in the composition. Every attacker needs to bring a goblin or two in the composition. It's the unwritten rule.
Swag goblins.
Swag
At
goblins.
the end, I don't even need. They can just chill in the back. They can just relax, have an iced tea. They can just take it easy. That sounds nice. I'll just watch everybody else do the work and walk away with a 3-star.
What a
So
beautiful
not
hit.
so there was a point where I was like, have they waited too long in this funnel? What have they done enough at the start of this? It's 2 minutes. A minute has already gone by, but no, they knew exactly how far they could push those resources. They had 20 seconds left to spare at the end. The holding off on this Royal Champion, allocating that resource where you need it, really, really solid. So now, not only are they tied in stars, they are ahead in terms of percentage, especially in the early game. Those big 3-star hits, they do so much. So One Hive right back in this. Now the onus, the pressure over to Golden next. Oh boy, here we go.
Huge turn of events, and another one of the hybrid strategies with the battle blimp selected right now. I mean, that Royal Champion adds so much value. And look at this, the heroes aren't even maxed on this attack. A level 65 King and a level 45 Grand Warden.
All right, so we'll see how it's not going to make a massive impact here. But of course, you know, every little bit helps when it comes to massing out these heroes, these troops. So wanting to make sure you've got as many upgrades as possible going into this. James has work cut out for him, though. But the Coco Loon, of course, to make sure you deny any of those air defenses. Got to keep those healers happy.
Yeah, and now we have the 3 Ice Golem from the defensive clan castle coming in on our queen, and they're not going to do any damage to her, or nothing so much, but it definitely slows her down. Also, Baby Dragon and King funnel. What's going to happen here? I think what the plan is funnel down this side of the base.
Yep.
Then we're going to have the queen come over here, clean up all this, and then it's Miner Hog time up the core. Let's see if they go to plan. Or at least to my plan.
No, I mean, that's actually exactly what I was thinking as well. I think you're exactly on the right track. Just going to look to blow through all of that. Those healers with the Queen Walk doing work, setting what looks like it's going to be a great funnel here, sort of wide open with this base. You're going to be able to make your way in towards that Eagle Artillery, and that's crucial.
Yeah, and they are going that direction. The one question I have is why funnel that way when the Eagle is over here? Not sure what the plan is, but let's see how deep these troops can get into the base with the support of the heal spells, the Grand Warden, and the Royal Champion. Plus, we have a freeze in there as well, which could freeze that Eagle.
That's true, and I mean, they've got a decent amount of defenses to push through. Oh, actually missed the Eagle. I don't know if that was necessarily on purpose right there. Spring traps as well, also going to be cleaning up these Hogs fairly well. But this is a little bit more of a high-risk, high-reward strategy. You know, going in from this direction, a little bit more risk, but if you can pull it off, you've cleared out so much of that base, and the Eagle is now being targeted. That's the key defensive structure they are able to get down. That last barrage does get off, but it's going into it. Looks like that Archer Queen down there, so I think they're actually going to be looking relatively solid right now. Still have the heroes to do some work. Still have a Queen ability in the arsenal.
No, this is a really strong-looking attack, and time seems to be okay as well. And the Queen's being targeted by the Tesla. We lost our champion, but the Grand Warden, he's keeping a distance from defenses, being able to help out the Queen a little bit. The wall's going to slow her down momentarily, but will the Warden get a little bit of heal here?
I mean, you also do have a couple of healers in the life aura as well, just that flat HP buff you are getting there. And yeah, I like this decision. The second they get through that wall, getting the additional damage per second from those archers that are spawning, that is critical at this point when you only have 25 seconds left on the clock. But I have to say, I think it might just be that right there. 20 seconds I don't think is nearly enough time to stop this from being a 3-star hit as the last buildings go down. Back-to-back triples, Season 4. I expect nothing less.
James answered the call for 3 stars with another 3-star, and I questioned the entrance of those Hogs and Miners, but he brought it.
Yeah, I mean,
the triple.
You looked at that, you said, I think this is where he wants to go. You called it perfectly, but then you said, I don't know if that's necessarily if that's the best way to go. But no, he said, look, this is a bit more of a risky strategy. I could try and hyper-target that Eagle right off the bat, but no. Instead, I'm going to clear through the core of this base, make sure I can get that. So I've set my funnel correctly. I've put in the work, the dividends, and 100% back-to-back, which now means we are 0.7% apart, and it now means that another One Hive, they've got to answer the 3 of their own if they want to come back in this. This is just back and forth right now. They are trading blows.
And that's how you have to look at it. You can't wait for a fail from your opponent. You have to actually go in and try and pull in that 3 at this point in the game.
Of course. I mean, at this point, you know, you're not looking to just tie. You want to walk away with a convincing win, and that is super important because, of course, if you're just joining us and you're not 100% sure how the scoring works, it's super simple. You're trying to get those stars. You get your first star by taking down the opponent's town hall. You get your second star by getting that 50% and total destruction across the base. And that third and final star you only get from 100% destruction, taking down every single opponent's structure. So that's what we're fighting for here. We go in terms of stars, and they're tied at the end. We use average percentage damage dealt, which you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen right there. It's pretty straightforward when you come to think of it. Destroy buildings, get stars, have a good time.
That's exactly what it is. And did you see the value that this bowler was getting?
So much splash.
So much splash and getting great value on that funnel, using one troop to really clear out that entire side of the base. Really well done by Warble 4.0. And coming in with that Warden up top again, Balloon clearing the skies.
Yeah, and actually doing some damage there, finding those hidden Teslas as well. Yeah, this is a ton. Yeah, that bowler got so much value on the right side. You got the quad quake going and breaking down all these walls. I remember when the quad quake strategy first started developing here, and I was like, yeah, I mean, jump spells are fun. You can jump over walls. That's great and stuff. But man, the idea that you can just not only take down these walls, but damage these structures, you give so much additional speed, especially when they're all raged up. Like you can see there, your kill squad, in this case, the smash, can just go through so much easier, like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice. I remember the days when the spell was not that popular, when people weren't into the Earthquake. It was all about the jumps, but they're back in the meta, and they're being used in the majority of the attacks that we've seen so far today. Nice job with the Rage spell in the core of the base, getting those Yeti moving fast, but realize it doesn't only affect the Yeti and make them stronger and faster, but also the Yetimite that jump out of their backs. It makes them stronger and faster, allow them to take out defenses more quickly. And look at the value we're getting out of this Royal Champion as she walks on through. Town Hall goes down. That's securing the 2-star. And we do again have healers. Healers seem to be the key to 3 right now at Town Hall 13.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there were a couple strategies that we're seeing last year that really didn't bring a whole lot of healers, especially those aerial attacks. We didn't see a whole lot of that come in, some of those Mass Dragon strategies. But, again, the Queen Walk, whether you work the Queen or work it with the Grand Warden, having these healers just gives so much more longevity to these heroes. And they hit like trucks. They are so effective at taking down Queen can solo a Town Hall. Like, that's incredible. So having healers just to, increase the potency of these heroes, I think, is a must-have in a lot of these top strategies.
Yeah, and as you said that, we watched our Queen go down here.
Look, I kind of jinxed it.
I know, you kind of did. A couple of Yeti on the outside of the base. There's wizards to clean up behind them. The problem with the Yeti is they're not going to only go after the defenses, and they're going to take their sweet time to get around the base, and they're most likely not going to be able to clean this up in time. Or actually, it would be nearly impossible.
It would be very, I mean, you have to see the beefiest Yetimites ever popping out of there, taking the damage, trying to go on. Nope, I believe in you, little Yetimites.
I do love the Yetimite. I love the whole concept behind the Yeti itself. It's a great troop. You really can get creative with it, hence the Yeti Bomb, which is one of the most popular ways to use Siege right now.
Oh, for sure. Any of these troops that they come out with that you can use in so many variable different ways, I'm a fan of, because it just means that it's a font of creativity for your player base. Let them find new and interesting ways to use it. Let them try and break the game, because that's what it's all about. The idea, especially when we talk about the meta. What is the meta? It's just the sort of the best generally accepted way to win. And that's really what everybody's trying to do. Everybody's trying to find the best meta strategy and then beat it, counter the meta, whether it be base building or finding the next new attack strategy. As we're seeing here, 100%, 90%. Clearly, these teams are on the cutting edge when it comes to developing these strategies. So 86.7% average damage dealt for another one hive. That is massive, but it's not tied in terms of stars.
No, it's not. And we talked about the importance of that percentage and how it's changed over the seasons and how it's so much higher. And you're seeing that right here today, just based on the percentages being put up by both One Hive and Golden X. And it's funny because being in the Clash of Clans community, we get to see these things develop. And I remember the days when people were saying, what if you put a few Yeti in a blimp? What is that going to be? Before it even was invented. It's pretty cool.
Again, the theory crafting is so important. And because, especially like a clan like Golden X, who've got multiple teams competing in this, they can practice against one another. They can test out bases. They can test out attacks. And having these big communities who are dedicated, who are committed to advancing competitive Clash of Clans, you're just going to continue to get better. And that's what I love to see here. Anytime we get people pushing the boundaries of what these games can do, that's when the fun begins.
Yeah, and I think Clash of Clans and Supercell themselves did a nice job creating a troop that had multiple abilities, I mean, having the Yeti in the back is just such a great idea when you're trying to have players create things from the troops that you're bringing. It's not just another troop. It's another troop that does multiple things, and it sparks the creativity. Now we have the baby dragon doing a beautiful job creating a funnel for that king. The king's going to establish the funnel himself as well. And again, we're coming in with a very similar strategy from what we've been seeing, a whole bunch of Yeti, the bowlers, and this time the jump spell as the entrance to the base, and notice the core of the base was taken out by that earthquake. I mean, it's pretty similar attack strategy we're seeing in. So far, it's been these Yeti Smash variations and the hybrid attack today. My question is, and I said this to you before, will we ever see Lalo today? It used to be the most popular thing.
Yep.
And now it's pretty quiet.
I think the thing is now is when you get to this level of play, we talk about the idea of the S tier, the top tier builds, and then you have like the A tier builds and B, and you continue down the list. People, even though they may have hundreds of attacks and many dozens of hours spent practicing these attack strategies, that goes so far. But when something is just this good and just this consistent, you feel like you have to run it. And in this case, it's working out fairly well, taking down the Neagle artillery, taking out the entire left-hand side of this base. I love the position of that quad quake I should mention to start this off. I feel like it busted the base right open. But we still have some of these Inferno Towers up and around. Gotta deal with those. Actually, I think only one left at this point.
Yeah, but that one is scary. Lucky for us, there's Hog Riders coming in. Looks like out of the Siege Barracks that was used. And that's the great thing about the Siege Barracks. You get the P.E.K.K.A., you get the Wizards, which is 72 extra camp space, and then you get your regular troops as well.
Yep. So
having the Hog Riders in that Siege Barrack really allow for the cleanup towards the end of the attack on a bunch of the defenses so the rest of your troops could pass through.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like they have a little bit more to do than this group of Wizards may be able to do alone.
Yeah, the defensive king is still there as well. I don't think they're going to be able to clean this up. Just couldn't quite get into those defenses in the center. Got a couple little minions on the outside, just going to be cleaning up some of these trash structures, accumulating a few additional extra percent. But in the scheme of things, 80+% at this point, that is a solid, respectable hit with the 2-star as well. If you are a fan of Golden X Foxtrot here, they have a lead right now. They just need to maintain it. They don't want to go too crazy, but they also want to make sure that if One Hive pulls off a 3 of their own, they're not suddenly behind in that percentage game.
Yeah, and this is a really important part of the game that some people don't think about, and every percentage counts.
Oh, yeah.
So take the time towards the end of the attack, use the minion, use the archer, and grab as much percentage as you can grab, because you never know when it's going to come down to that 1% at the end of the war.
And we say that because it has. Yes. It has come down to, and I kid you not, tied stars, tied percentage here in the playoffs of the ESL Mobile Open. It came down to, I believe it was 7 seconds. Yep. At that point, we take all of their cumulative attack time, we add it all up together, and the team that had the faster war wins. And I believe it, again, it was about 7 seconds was the difference maker of a team advancing. So when we say every percentage counts, we really do mean it. And in this case, only about 4% are separating these teams. It is neck and neck. Echo, we are only in the round of 32, and this is how close these games are.
That's what happens when you have amazing players coming together and putting forth some of their best into the Mobile Open. You get some exciting matches, and this one's still in anybody's hands. Let's see if One Hive is going to come through and try and pull in another 3.
They have to. They only have 2 more opportunities to get this 3-star hit. And again, some heavy hitters on this One Hive roster. They need to step up at this point right now. Let's get into this next attack. It's JC going to be stepping up to the plate once more, and we're seeing a lot of a very similar, very familiar strategy.
Yeah, but you know what? This one includes a P.E.K.K.A., so it's a little bit different. We're going to give a little credit to her as she leads the way for a funnel starting in the west. And, well, we got the king coming in as well. Ice Golem there to tank for the king, which is actually great value. It's going to keep that king up, freeze everything, give him a little bit more life, and he can go smack around that royal champion a little bit, popping the ability. She won't even wake up before she goes down. That worked out. Actually, great planning. Now to deal with the Ice Golem. Those are going to be the end of that king, I would assume. Because of those Inferno Towers, Ice Golem just takes so much time to get through. But basically what's happening here is the funnel is being set, and now the queen, she's going to get to work. And, well, there the healers go, right on top of her. I think every attack has had... No, I didn't see a balloon either.
I want to see one. I do want to see a balloon going. But, yes, I think the statement you're saying is correct. I think every single one has had this queen walk / queen charge element in it. And it seems to be really this top meta strategy right now as the rage spells are going in. And we are seeing that kill squad absolutely massive. Perfect timing with the quad quake. Open up the center of this base. Get access to the eagle. Get access to the town hall. Pop that warden ability. Let's get it done. And the structures are falling.
Yeah, now we have that battle blimp coming in as well, going straight for the town hall, hoping for no sweepers, hoping for no tornado trap.
There we
wanting
go.
to get the bomb down, and it looks like it was successful. Now, the value you get from those healers in the core of the base, especially when the Grand Warden's ability is being used, is incredible. Everything is just so strong, being healed up to full health again. I mean, what's better than having your queen at half health and then having the healers get her to 100% again? It's like a brand new queen.
Because, of course, the Grand Warden did get a little bit of a buff. Went from 7 seconds to 8 seconds on that invulnerability. Doesn't feel like a huge deal, but 1 second in a game like this, we have seen wars come down to a single second. It absolutely does matter. And utilizing, again, getting the most value out of your heroes is so important. 1 minute left on the clock, and still a decent amount of base here to go through still from JC, with only 68% racked up so far.
Yeah, but we have the Royal Champion pulling away defenses, taking them out. We do have the Yeti being healed instead of the Queen. We'd love to see those healers hop on top of the Queen, give her some extended life, but she does have to pound through some wall. Okay, here we go. She is getting a little bit of heal on her, which is going to, again, the value of the healers. With the Queen, in my opinion, being the strongest troop, if you'll consider her a troop, getting her to full health again, incredible value.
That's pretty massive. Now, the split here is going to matter a lot with only 24 seconds left. We need to see a little bit of a split in both directions if we want to have any chance of cleaning up the rest of these structures on the outside.
Yeah, I think time is going to come to an issue. We get the split, but look at the number of structures available up top. A couple of wizards in the composition would have helped a lot with the cleanup. Probably could have gotten it done, but it was a really beautiful attack. Just came down to time. I don't even think there's one defense, a little hiding Archer Tower down below.
Yeah. I mean, look, still going to walk away with, I think it was 86, 87% at the end there. So you're still right on par with the team. You're still above what your opponents are bringing. On paper, that was absolutely a win. 87%. Yeah. You're still, I mean, by 0.1 in this particular situation, but you're still bringing the team up with you. But you need to get that 3, which means the pressure is on. One of three things, I guess, can happen in the course of these next few attacks. Golden X can pull out a 1-star, which means that all of a sudden it's anybody's game, and at that point it would be a loss. They're down in terms of in terms of percentage, or they pull out a solid high percentage 2, in which case it's all towards 1 hive, or they pull out another 3, in which case auto win.
A lot of things can happen right now.
A lot of things can happen.
Exciting. A 1-star difference is not the end of the world, and the final attacker for 1 hive has all of it on their shoulders. They're going to try their best to pull in the 3. No pressure.
No pressure. No. Let's think of those exact 2 words. No pressure. You got this as we get into our final 2 attacks. And that is what I love about Clash of Clans esports, is that despite the fact that we've had 8 stellar attacks so far, in the end, it comes down to your anchor. It comes down to the one at the end to seal the deal, to bring it all home. Double jump spell.
Yeah, this is the first attack we're seeing that's not utilizing the quad quake. So that's exciting.
It is. Love something a little bit different.
Yep, and we do have a couple of bowlers, again, setting that funnel. The bowler bounce, you can get some great value. You want to try and establish the funnel as cheap as you can, meaning with the least amount of camp space, but you don't want to be too cheap to where your troops will all go around the base and then you regret it later on. But the Warden Walk is going to get some value as well, staying far enough away from the Wizard Towers, not even targeting. This looks very similar to one of the first attacks that we saw. Actually, the first attack. Yeah, looks very similar. Let's see how it reacts, though.
Yeah, and a very similar base defense composition as well, sort of this external layer of wall that you've got to go in and break through. But we do have those 2 jump spells, and the initial freeze right here, Eagle Artillery is doing its work right now. At this point, haven't activated the Town Hall yet, so this is going to be interesting, and the healers are splitting off. Oh boy, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, this is similar to what we saw happen the first time against not the same base, but something that was fairly similar. The healers went around the base, with that time with the Queen. Now we have the Hog Riders coming out of the Siege Barrack. We have the heal spell, the Grand Warden, a lot of a kill squad in the core, all under Rage. Lots of stuff is going on right here in the center of the base, but the healers aren't there, so the longevity of the attack is in jeopardy. Let's see, the enemy Queen is going down, which is huge, and our Queen, still with her ability, is popping through the base. Single target Inferno Tower is on our Queen.
Oh boy.
She's reacting to it now, popping the ability, she gets through. Now the healers are coming back along here, and they're going to be going up on the base with hopefully one of the heroes.
Can they find the Queen? That's the big question mark. I think the Queen is maybe going to go down here. It's going to come down to the wire. Oh boy.
It's tough to see. There's so much going on. Notice the Royal Champion's ability clearing out defenses, allowing those healers to heal up the heroes again.
I think the Queen survived.
I think she did.
She did. Oh, I think one healer or two healers went on to her right at the last second. Because again, so the way the Royal Cloak ability works is it makes you go invisible to enemy structures as well as spawning that horde of archers. So perfect timing on that, giving the queen exactly enough time. She went invisible. She got the heal she needed. Now she's back up to full HP, but there's that one defensive structure. You got it. That's what's going to give them the problem.
That's tough because it's deep enough inside of the base where they're going to have to get through the base to get to it, except for if the Royal Champion she's not up anymore, though. Looks like it's down to our queen and those Yeti. Tesla farm to get through, cannons to get through, but the Inferno Tower is going to be the hardest one to deal with. And there goes one Yeti flying off the screen as he screams.
Because the issue right now is that the Grand Warden, while he does have the range and the ability to go in and attack it, he's a support troop. He's only going to attack what your other troops are. So if they can't target that Inferno, he won't either, and that spells disaster. 95%, an amazing hit coming out here from Not Today. Unfortunately, not today for that 3-star, but still a super respectful hit, which may have actually brought them up enough.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a disaster.
No, it wasn't a disaster.
Because
no.
it was a
I
really
should
nice
clarify,
attack.
That was an amazing attack.
Yes.
If your goal, like live or die, was the 3-star, then yes. But no, that was a stellar attack. I should clarify my words.
It's okay. I'm sorry. But the percentage is tight right now, and it is going to come down to really trying to pull in. You can't get much more of a solid 2 than a 95%. They gotta rely on a 3-star right now at a 1 hive. That's what they're going into this final attack hoping for.
But here's the thing. Because we're at 86 to 86.6%, a 3-star here will be an auto win for 1 hive because they'll get 100%. So they're going to get above that no matter what. So a 3-star in this last attack, it is do or die for another 1 hive. And it is Smash McHammer. He's played on those big stages before. I love the name. I meme about it every time I see it because it's a great name. But it all comes down to this last attack, starting off with the bomb. The blimp goes in. Can they get it done?
Yeah, and this is a really good base for the Quad Quake as well. The defensive, the walls are so close together. Now that Battle Blimp actually takes down the Inferno Tower going into the single target. I personally am scared of these single target Inferno Towers. They can end the life of your heroes with healers or not. It doesn't matter. A lot of people prefer them, but for me, I don't like attacking bases with the singles. Now, I'm wondering where the Quakes are going to come in. I don't know if that Battle Blimp was going to be acting as a funnel or if it was actually trying to get to the Town Hall. Notice a lot of the base was cleared up over here. Let's see how he goes into phase 2 and where the Earthquake spells are going to be used.
Interesting. Right. On the other side there. So, okay, walk us through this.
This is good because now the troops are not going to path around here. There's nothing for them to walk to. So that's actually a good placement. Let's assume that they wanted the Battle Blimp to go there. It could have very well been the case. Now the kill squad is not going to miss the Town Hall. They're going to go straight in and have no issue. Then we're going to probably be seeing a jump spell be placed right around here so they can access the Eagle Artillery. And, well, we'll see how well it goes. I mean, we're shooting for 3 stars, and the healers are with the kill squad going straight into the Eagle Artillery, which is good.
This is massive. This is a must. Poison's well to deal with the CC, taking down that Eagle Artillery, no problem. Still a lot of healthy bowlers here. The defensive freeze from the Golem will slow them down just a little bit, as well as those defensive heroes. But if they can clear through this, they've gotten through the meat of this base.
Yeah, notice the Queen. It looks like she's grabbing those healers a little bit again, gaining her health back. Again, the value from these healers is being proven time and time again in multiple attacks today, probably because all of the attacks have included healers. But will there be time? Will the Royal Champion coming in as well? Picking away defenses on the outside. Look at this champion. She's grabbing defenses. Her ability was used, so when she goes down, well, that's the end of the game for her. But we have the healers on the kill squad, and the champion is with half health. Maybe a little bit less. Looks like she's going to go down to this cannon.
Needs to stay alive.
Oh,
no.
She is still up.
That's huge. This is actually massive because her damage is going to ramp this up a lot in terms of overall DPS you've got remaining on the board. You've also still got a couple wizards in the bottom right side.
There are no more defenses
left
in the base. Unbelievable.
Is Smash McHammer about to do this?
It looks like he may. What percentage are we at right now?
94%.
It looks like the only thing that could stop right here is time.
19 seconds left on the clock.
Look at the number of troops left in this attack. The Queen's at full health. This is looking beautiful. Plus, the Royal Champion can jump over the walls, won't be stalled by any walls, and with no defenses to stop her, we have a beautiful 3-star attack. It's exactly what they were looking for.
Ask and ye shall receive.
Wow.
They needed to get it done. A 3-star hit. Like I said, it was live or die. And live they did, walking away. Multiple 11 stars. That's an incredible war to start with. But 86 and 89.4 average percentage damage dealt respectively. Like if you're a Golden X fan, you have nothing to be ashamed of. That was a heck of a war. But wow, that was such a sick final attack from one. Is there one you'd want to see here?
Yeah, let's look at the final one. I
That's
mean,
what I
that was the
thought,
one
yeah.
that brought in the win. Let's
Yeah.
go with the final one.
Absolutely. I have to say, yeah. Smash McHammer came in and, we had some questions where that battle blimp was going. It came in from one side, and the quad quakes on the other. I'm like, okay, that's an interesting way to set the funnel, but you saw it instantly. You're like, no, this is perfect because there's only one way left to go. It's straight up and through. Just cut the base in half, and that's exactly what happened. What an amazing finale, an exclamation point on that war. Let's take a look at it again and break this one down. What a stellar final hit.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And this is something you see from time to time is people coming in with the battle blimp, not actually going for the town hall, but going to set the funnel. And it worked out beautifully, taking out one of the Inferno towers, allowing for the troops to have nowhere to go but straight to the town hall and then follow the jump into the Eagle. Here we go with that battle blimp, taking down that first Inferno tower. And I mean, what a way to set the funnel with your siege machine itself. And then the Warden walk down below, fairly safe. Balloons are going to come in to protect the healers. And, well, I'm telling you what, that was a really exciting way to finish up this first war.
Oh, yeah.
Now even that Wizards in the top right-hand side is doing a good job establishing even more of the funnel, getting a very cheap funnel, as we talked about in the beginning of the attack, not spending too much. Look at that Wizard go.
He was left uncontested the entire time. He probably took down 6 or 7 structures all by himself over the course of this attack.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Cool thing about the Wizards are they are really strong on the attack. They're squishy, but if there's nothing to attack them, you can get huge value. Then the Quad Quake opened up multiple tiers of wall, and the bowlers, the Yeti, the heroes had nowhere to go but right into the depth of the base. So it was I mean, no-brainer. You didn't need the blimp to get all the way to the town hall. It actually worked out nicely, and that's some like next level planning from Smash McHammer.
Well, it's a bit of a risky strat too, because oftentimes people want to use that as sort of a backup just in case something goes wrong. You don't take down the town hall. That's what they also have the Royal Champion for. But in this case, using it functionally to set your funnel. That's a bold move, Cotton, and boy, did it pay off in the end when they needed it most. Beautiful usage of the poison as well, having that life aura on this massive clump of units, giving so much value from that Grand Warden. It was massive. And then the healers who've been there time and again to just buff up these critical heroes. And then, of course, the Royal Champion surviving, great usage on the shield, getting back that HP and charging right on through, bringing it all back together. That split was so fortunate, though, from a time perspective. If the champion hadn't gone right there, things might have been very different.
They probably would have been very different, but man, she got her value on this attack for sure. And I think something that we could say we've learned from this first war here today in Verum is that the value of the healers is something that we can't ignore.
No.
I'm wondering how the rest of the wars are going to come through. We know that different clans and different players have different strategies, so we're going to see if they all coming forward on the day have the same ideas in mind. And this was a really, when you look at the number of troops left in this attack, plus the troops with full health.
Oh, yeah.
Healer value.
It's incredible. Absolutely stellar. This was probably the most dominant attack we saw so far today, and definitely in a while. But I'm curious to see as well what other strategies we are going to see, because so far we've seen two basically strategies up until this point, which is actually the ones that you really expected to see coming into this. You were spot on. We were talking about this beforehand, and I asked you, but there's so many other strategies in Clash of Clans that I want to see other people bring them to bear. Because, again, people have been playing this game for years, many years in a lot of cases. So you have practice on these different strats. I want to see some of these different strats come to bear.
Well, at Town Hall 13, we saw 2 of the most dominant. Those are probably going to be the most popular ones we're going to see today. But I've been seeing a lot of Mass Miner going on, Queen Charge Mass Miner.
Okay.
Lalo happens from time to time as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a little bit of that. I'd actually be excited. But
That's what I...
Top 2 we've seen so far.
Top 2 have already been established, but there's tons more to come. And, of course, all of this, the ESL Mobile Open, this amazing competition so far, none of this would be possible without AT&T. They are the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open, helping to support us putting on this tournament, the grassroots of mobile esports, giving these players an opportunity to compete and improve and show off these strategies. Without AT&T, none of this would have been possible. So thank you so much to AT&T for helping to make this a reality. Not only these players competing for thousands of dollars, but a chance to play on stage. And in this case, ESL One LA, that is an awesome opportunity at the Shrine in downtown Los Angeles. Other than traffic, that's the only thing, man. That's the only other than traffic. Once you get to the venue, you're in for a heck of a time.
Yeah, and anybody can compete, and
Yes.
that's an amazing opportunity. That if you love Clash of Clans, you think you have what it takes, hop on in, and maybe we'll be showing your attacks in one of these events.
I mean, there's a very good chance, especially, you're making content for this every day. There has never been a better time to get involved in competitive Clash of Clans. There's so many resources out there, whether you're watching these players, whether you're watching content creators like you, there's so many awesome opportunities to learn and get involved. And I don't know, another way you can get involved, social media. That's also a thing. If you're interested in catching up on the tournament, you want to watch all the attacks, you want to strategize with your friends at ESL Clash of Clans on Twitter. It's where you can do that, whether it be Mobile Open, World Championships, the best Clash of Clans is happening right there. And of course, subscribe, follow, hit the buttons. I would not be a very good YouTuber, I guess.
I think you'd be a great YouTuber. Call to actions are important.
They are. Get your
Yes.
CTAs involved. No, on Twitch, hit the follow button. On YouTube, hit subscribe so that way you keep up to date when we go live with these broadcasts so you can tune in to all of the attacks. That's it for now. We're going to hop
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open presented by AT&T. We're here with more amazing Clash of Clans action for Season 4, live in 2020. Feels good to be back. I'm Inver, I'm joined by Echo, breaking down all the plays. I was going to say all the strategies, but the two main strategies so far.
Yeah, the Yeti Smash and the Hybrid. We've been seeing a lot of it. I'm hoping to see something different in some of these future attacks, but they're the two strongest right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where as much as we want to see those underdog strategies, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I can't really judge the teams too much, and clearly it had great effect in that last war. Almost 90% average percentage damage dealt across both clans, which is an amazing start to the day. But we still have 4 more wars coming your way. Before we get too far into it, though, if you tuned in last year, you probably heard me talk about this a little bit. It was, of course, the Good Luck Have Fun pledge. ESL and NEK got together and helped put together this really cool initiative trying to just reduce toxicity in online gaming, because people don't want to go out there and get harassed and, toxicity and all that kind of stuff. People want to go out and really enjoy the games they're playing, enjoy the communities they're a part of. And we're very fortunate that Clash has such a great community. So one of the ways we're sort of spreading the love is through this Good Luck Have Fun pledge. Comes with an awesome custom Twitch badge. And I actually got a chance to sit down with some different influencers and content creators and hosts last year and talk to them about what this pledge means to them. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
So if you want to get involved with the Good Luck Have Fun pledge, !GLHF in chat to find out more information. You get that global Twitch badge, which you can use anywhere on Twitch, which is pretty rad. Our goal is 1 million signatures by the end of 2020. That sounds like a lot. We already have over 400,000 pledges already. We're almost halfway there. So stoked about how this initiative has been going so far.
It's not a lot for an amazing pledge.
Oh, absolutely.
Great cause.
It's like 2 minutes. So you can sign up, get involved, and definitely adds a lot. So let's take a look at today's schedule and keep these games rolling. We did see that first war, a nail biter. Again, keep in mind, this is double elims, so we'll have another chance to see Foxtrot back at it again. But next up, the Trinity taking on Any Given War. Well, it's not Any Given War. It's this war. It's right now. I want to get into it. I want to see who's going to come out on top, and if anyone is going to bring a new strategy to the table. Who are you predicting going on into this?
I'm going to have to go with a new war, but I have to remind you, these are new strategies. These are new to Town Hall 13. It's just so popular.
All right, so I'm going to go with the Trinity. You're going to go with Any Given War. All right. We're going to break the desk down a little bit here, the couch, I guess, in the situation. But I think that's the way to go. The Trinity, we got to see them play last season, so I am going to go with them. You're going to go with Any Given War. We're going to spread things out a little bit, spread the love, and see what these teams can do. I also like creating artificial drama on the couch.
A battle between you and I.
Exactly it.
Yeah.
I mean, when we agree on everything, it's no fun.
Exactly.
Slight bias, just a little. Let's get into this first attack and see what we're going to see. And no, ooh, okay. I see some Yetis.
Yeah, I see some Yetis as well. A lot of Yetis in this one, but also this base design.
Wow.
This is one that I see a lot in Legends League, not typically a war base. And I'll tell you, some of these bases with that centralized town hall with nothing around it, they can be difficult, and they could also sometimes offer 1 stars.
So what's interesting, so there's sort of a term for this. It's like a ring base is kind of the general name for this overall style, though often with more concrete walls. In these bases, I like to call them swing bases because I find they swing one way or the other. It's either a super simple 3 or a hardcore 1. There is usually no middle ground when it comes to these. Very rarely do we see those just sort of middling 2 stars, but already this base is in shambles. A couple of these Infernos have already gone down, and the kill squad is still in effect, but that Town Hall is going untouched. That will change when that 50% mark is activated.
Yeah, and notice they had a siege barrack selected, but they switched it over to the not the battle blimp, to the slammer. So the slammer will attack the Town Hall once it's a defense, which is right now. Let's see. So I like the switch on the fly, but notice they came in from the opposite side of the base of the Eagle Artillery.
That's an interesting decision because there's a lot going on at the top of that base. That's also where all those hidden Teslas are located. It's a little bit of bait, I'm going to be honest. Yeah. Now the old Stone Slammer is making its presence felt. It is going to be able to take down that Town Hall. I love that adaptation.
Yeah, and it's going to go to either the Archer Tower, which is now down, or to the Eagle Artillery. It's got life left in it. And then it goes down at the last second because of the Giga Bomb. But here we go. The attack is starting pretty nicely. We have the Queen's ability still intact, the Rage spell pushing everything through, but they are ignoring the Eagle.
Oh, that's going to be a problem.
We'll see. We'll see. They could reach across the wall once they get towards the Town Hall. I mean, towards the Clan Castle. Looks like the Eagle was attacking the Yeti, which are then going to drop Yetimite, which will then go and attack the Eagle Artillery.
So that is something. We're going to see some those defenses going towards those healers, taking down those so-valuable healers. But we are seeing the heroes still up and alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the Queen's ability is intact in Verum. This could go very well if that Eagle just slows down a little bit.
It's doing its work. It's just going on in. We are finally seeing that swap is going to go over and take down those key healers, though.
Yeah.
That could be disastrous.
This is going to be an extremely high percentage, but the Eagle Artillery being one of the 3 defenses that wasn't taken down, that made it a rough start for the attack.
Like I said, 1 star or 3 is usually, and that was so close to that 3, and it could have been a 1 if not that on-the-fly adaptation to that Stone Slammer had been made. Really, really good call. Solid play, and 97%, that's one heck of a way to start a war.
It is, and that's something we're seeing a lot now, are people switching out the siege barrack because they want those extra troops. But sometimes with those donut-style bases, you have to go in with a slammer or with the battle blimp to try and at least secure the 2. That was a close one.
That was.
Eagle Artillery ruins the day.
I feel like, yeah.
Oh, man. Look at this attack we have coming in here.
You talked about Mass Miner. You called it.
We did talk about Mass Miner a little bit. And look at the balloons coming in on this first compartment. Multiple balloons into the sweeper, clearing the way for the battle blimp, trying to take down the Town Hall. That's going to be really good value because both the miners won't need to deal with it, and they're getting rid of a big, tough compartment, plus lowering the Clan Castle. All the while, these little archers, they're getting value on the outside of the base, trying to start things out in the right foot. More balloons are coming in from the top part of the base as well, going to take out a few defenses.
That was actually so interesting, too, because the way that sweeper worked, it almost pushed that battle blimp just far, almost on the other side of that wall. I had a mini heart jump moment there. I was like, oh, no, not again. Because we saw that in that first attack, and I was like, oh, boy, here we go. But no, they managed to get in, get involved, and take down that Town Hall and get that first star. But the rest of this base, that is a lot to chew through.
Look at that Queen having to deal with the Ice Golem, then being frozen, then having to deal with the pups. A pretty unique, interesting combination of troops for the Clan Castle. Worked out really well on defense. The Queen's already at half health, and there are no healers in this attack, which may be the first attack with no healers. We're going to soon see a whole bunch of miners storming in from the top of the base as the Queen and the King set a pretty nice funnel. And here they come. Their goal, hopefully they can come on over here, take out that Eagle Artillery. 3 heal spells, 1 Rage, 2 Freeze, a Grand Warden, and a Royal Champion are going to be in on the charge coming into these compartments. Now, these empty spots in the base where I always fear there's going to be giant bombs.
Like that?
Like that one right there.
Like that one right there.
Yes.
Yep. And here's the thing, is last season when we did see these minor strategies, we were seeing upwards of 7 heal spells in these attacks. Only 3, which means they have to be utilized to perfection. And what's cool about these heal spells is that not only do you have to use them right on the edge of where your miners are, but also where they're going. The prediction, knowing how your troops are going to path, is so critical to the execution of the strategy. It is a very execution-heavy strat.
Yeah, it definitely is. Did you just see the value out of that Royal Champion? She just knocked out a bunch of defenses along the bottom
whole
side
left
of the
side.
base. Yeah,
That was nuts.
that was huge. And you're right about the heal spells, though. I personally love to heal around multi-target Infernos and Wizard Towers, specifically over those empty compartments. I think that's where you'll get the most value most of the time.
For sure.
But defenders will know this, and they can get deceptive with where they put those giant bombs. They can trick you.
That's true, because, I mean, the idea of baiting your opponent saying, oh, this is a nice-looking spot for a giant bomb. Oh, but wait, it's not! And then they totally just bait you. They put you off your guard, but still a good amount of damage done to this base. 91% in climbing, only 15 seconds left on the clock with this Grand Warden here. Question is there enough left to take down these final defensive structures with 6 seconds left? It's not going to be 100. It's not going to be the 3, but boy, is it going to get close.
It's a close attack. It was a nice attack, a nice answer to the first attack that we saw, and I am so happy to see a mass miner attack. Just excited about the strategy itself.
Well, not only that, but it's shown to be as competitive as these, Yeti Smash like we've seen before. It's getting that high 95% in response. So already, once again, 2020 is not disappointing. Season 4 has been off to a start. I cannot express how happy I am to see the players showing that, look, just because we were in the off season doesn't mean we weren't practicing.
No, you clash every day. It
Exactly.
doesn't matter on season, off season. You're always a clasher.
Clash every day. Put that on a t-shirt. Make some money. I'm just saying.
And check this out, a strategy I didn't anticipate seeing. We're coming in with an Electro Dragon strategy. So, as I said in the last war, different clans, different players run with different strategies, and also different bases lend themselves to different strategies.
Oh, hello. I'm looking at something totally different, Echo. You made it sound like it was nothing. You were just totally chill about it.
Well, I was trying to tell you.
Okay.
I was trying to tell you. It's Electro Dragons coming in this time around. Grand Warden keeping everything invincible as they go through the core of the base. Are they heading towards the Eagle Artillery? That's a question. It looks like they're going around the outsides. Here we go, turning back a little bit, which is really good for the attack. But those traps really slow down Electro Dragons. The 1-star is secure. The 2-star is secure. Yeah, sweepers, well, they make it tough for Siege
that poor Slammer. He's trying his best. Oh, boy.
It's difficult to fight a sweeper. Electro Dragons are slow. Everything is slow when it's in the air.
But how do you fight the wind?
You don't.
You don't.
You freeze.
you don't.
You freeze the sweepers is what you have to do.
Yep.
But we only have 2 Electro Dragons and 1 baby left. But we do have the Royal Champion. She's trying to be a star, but she's going to see the end of her life right there. I don't believe we're going to have ourselves a 2-star, but again, I'm excited to see another strategy outside of some Yeti coming in.
I love it. Already off the bat with this war, we're seeing some diversity in terms of these strats. I love it. Still above 80%. A very respectable hit here from Thug Nugget, who has a stellar name.
Thug Nugget.
Thug Nugget. Hey, doing work. You're allowed to have a name like that when you put up consistent results. Just saying.
So I think everything we've been seeing is high 70 to 90% 2-stars plus 100% on top of that.
I think we've seen two hits in the 70s. I think it was 70 and 75, and everything else has been like 85% plus.
Crazy.
Just nutty.
And then E-Drag strategy, it's so slow. Sometimes those can come nip you in the butt, but 82% 2-stars, a pretty solid number. You have to feel confident in that.
Yeah. Especially because you're adding anything over 80% at this point in the game. That's exactly where you want to be. So super solid hit coming out already. This war is heating up, but I'm looking towards the 3. We have Dissectatron from any given war. Roll out. Let's get it done. Wait, no, that's the Autobot. Anyway.
Look at that pathing right there. Again, now we're going for the funnel with the Battle Blimp this time around. And I want to specifically let you know, we are going in on a dragon attack right now. So it's something different again. Another new strategy here.
All right.
So I didn't want you to miss that.
No, I saw them. They're purple.
They
are.
are.
The blue. They blend in. We got a lot of blue going on the screen. No, that's why the... No. I see the purple. we're getting involved.
We actually have a drag bat attack. Bat spells, 5 of them in the composition, which can be very difficult when we're dealing with scatter shot. The scatter shot do splash damage and really smoke bats, so you have to be careful for those.
Oh, great. Another thing that wrecks bats.
Yeah, Town Hall 13 is tough with bats, but this base has single target Infernos, at least from what I can see left. And that is actually good for bats. So I would anticipate bats coming in this way. I could be completely wrong, but we'll see what the attacker decides to do. Maybe he'll make me look smart.
I mean, look, we see a couple different strategies with bats. We see the bat bomb going on, not to be confused with a bath bomb. Very different things, where you drop them on top of a key structure. We also have bat waves, which tend to come in from the side of the board. To get that, you got to combo that really well with your free spells, shutting down all of those big area of effect defenses. Those are massive. That's how you make bats work, and there they are. Good call, Echo.
Look at me. I actually know what I'm talking. It's a good day so far.
It's a good day.
Instead of the freeze spell, they went with the ice golem to tank the wizard tower, which was really smart. The wizard tower would start. Yep, the wizard tower would start by targeting the ice golem. The bats could path on through freely, and the siege, the scatter shot though, doing so much work on those dragons, not allowing them to get too deep into the base. The sweeper's pushing them back, and the scatter shot is slamming them with that splash.
Good night, sweet princess. All right, well, that's the end of the bats. I've seen, I think, a handful of bat attacks really impress me. I'm like the anti-bat guy.
Are you?
I would not be popular in Gotham, or maybe I would be. I don't know. Depends on what side you're on. But I am very rarely a big fan of these bat. We saw a lot of Peekaboo bat last year. It was one of these really common strategies. And I just feel like, again, the idea of these swing strategies, either get a lot done, and most of the time they don't. You have to be so on point with your free spells, because one wizard and one fireball. It's like, well, there's a whole lot of spells gone. Any strategy that comes down to 1 microsecond of misclick is just not a strat I want to be involved in. I like consistency, and 62%. Not ideal.
That's lower than what we've seen, but I'll be honest, the bats got some good value. Notice the dragons pretty much stayed over there in the west. They could never path on through because of those sweepers. It made it a tough time for them. Bats got okay value.
They actually did. In this particular instance, it was the dragons letting us down. What is it, dragons? Come on, guys. Get it together. And didn't eat their Wheaties this morning or something.
No, well, maybe we're seeing now why everyone's using the Yeti smash attacks.
I mean, I kind of get it. Or E-Drags. We're back again.
We are back with E-Drags. So, as we said earlier, different clans frequent different strategies, and this clan seems to like using air attacks. Coming in with a whole bunch of those Electro Dragons, and they're just going to kind of push straight up on into everything, powering their way through the base. Rage spells are used, obviously, to keep everything moving quickly, and the Slammer coming in behind, which is, tornado trapping its spin around there.
There we go. Throw it in the dryer for a second, and it'll be just fine.
That's going to be a key right there, taking it down, and it does go down. Chain Lightning.
Chain Lightning.
Beautiful
Real
thing.
good value. A little bit of RNG, a little bit of random number element, but at the same time, oh boy, when you get those perfect bounces, you feel real good.
Yeah, look at the Slammer getting value.
This base is just getting obliterated. Like, then there's still a lot of E-Drags left. All right, I dig it. Sometimes I guess the air is working.
Yeah, sometimes when you watch these Electro Dragon attacks, the base just begins to disappear on you because this Chain Lightning ability can be pretty incredible. And this is looking really nice.
It is. And one of the things, too, is that you have to keep in mind that while attack strategies go through the idea of the meta and what's popular and what's good, they go through iterations, but base building does as well. Like when Hogs were super in the meta, we saw Spring Trap after Spring Trap after Spring Trap just to deal with those. But when air is out of the meta, people are more comfortable clustering their structures together, not leaving those gaps like when you see a lot of mass air. So E-Drags are going to get way more value than normal because bases aren't necessarily being built to counter them. So sometimes these counter meta strats can actually end up coming in and doing work. So look at how these structures are clustered together right now. The question is, are we going to get any of these Chain Lightnings off? I'm not sure.
We may get one, but I don't know. Oh my God, the value is huge. Can they get another?
One more. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is a close call. It's going to have to path towards a really close attack.
So close. Oh my, 98%. What a solid hit from Matheson from the Trinity. That was looking solid. That was so close. A couple bounces go a couple different ways. Yeah, maybe a little bit of different timing on some of those hero abilities, and that could have been the 3. That was an excellent response. And so far, 92.3%. That's a pretty number.
That was your prediction, too, that team so far. They're looking good on percentage. It looks like any given war has some catching up to do. But with the Electro Dragons, I feel like you kind of set them up in the beginning of the attack. You plan where they're going to go. And then after that, you have to cross your fingers a little bit that they pass the right way.
Yeah, and there's a lot of these strategies too, especially we're seeing these days at this high level of play. There's a lot more micro that you need to do. There's a lot more little actions, whether it be utilizing your hero abilities or utilizing your spells. Bat's a great example of that.
Yeah.
But this one, it's kind of a set it and forget it. It's absolutely right. You just sort of let it go. You do the work early, and if you set the right funnels, if you do everything correctly, it should pay off, and that's what we saw there. But here's the thing. Any given war may look like they're fairly behind right now, but the stars are even, let's say, at this point, which means that a 3-star could turn all this on its head.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to the stars, but percentage is important too. I love that we're back to the Quad Quake, going back to the in the meta attack right here with a whole lot of Yeti. Battle Blimp there to secure the 2-star if need be. Grand Warden Walk starting some things out. See where it goes from here.
Yeah, I mean, this is back sort of a tried and true bread and butter so far, it seems, of the Town Hall 13 ESL Mobile Open Season 4 strategy book. If you were to open up the page 1, this would be pretty much it, a nice video of this exact attack. But what does this next stage look like? What does this next iteration be? And so far, this Grand Warden Walk is getting a ton of value. It's creating this fun, but there's a little more work needs to be done here. Bringing in the Barb King, that's a great way to get it done.
Yeah, he's going to set the funnel on the northern side of the base and basically clear out everything over here, and then we're going to have the Yeti. They should dive right into the base, take out the Town Hall, Infernos, and all of that. You know, the Warden Walk is a little bit more difficult to execute than some people think. You know, you have to be really patient for the walk. If you don't have patience, you don't want a Warden Walk. But that Grand Warden's ability protected against the Clan Castle troops, against the Eagle Artillery raining down, which is pretty deep in the base. But now, Battle Blimp trying to come on in and grab that 2-star.
Gonna get it done.
2-star potential.
Gonna get it done here. Few seconds, those Yetis with that bomb making work happen, and the rest of this kill squad is just charging right through the center of this base. That's exactly it. See those arrows going on through. Those are where those troops are trying to path. Need to find these Inferno towers. It's not a great out of the frying pan into the fryer right now. Nobody is really targeting these. They need to take them down. All the troops are just withering away in the middle compartment, finally taking down one, but they need to find the other.
Yeah, and that's the one that's really scary. That single target Inferno Tower, which could take down your Queen, take down your heroes, but we want to see a Yeti. Oh, Queen targeting it and takes it down.
All right.
Not a deep compartment for that Inferno Tower. So right now we have the Queen's ability just being popped, and she's being healed up again, getting that value. The champion's running around the base, and we have these back-end balloons coming in as the defenses are distracted by the kill squad.
Okay.
The balloons can earn a little bit of value, and things are looking really good. Let's see if there's enough time, though. The Queen's at full health. Baby Dragon's in right over here doing some cleanup.
This is a 3. I'm calling it right now. There are enough troops left to get this one done. You got enough of those little archers as well. The DPS is here. 20 seconds left. Echo, it's going to come down to the wire, but I think we're looking at a 3-star hit.
It is. That cannon did just stay up for a little bit longer. Hopefully the Yeti survives that, and there are no more defenses left. And now, at least from what the screen
6,
shows me.
5, 4, 3. Oh, no! Wait,
2.
did I jinx it? No!
Oh,
No!
my God. You totally did jinx that. A 99% too. It's all right. It happens to all
I get
of us.
1 per day.
Oh, man.
I get 1 per day. Look, so I said this before to the point where this has kind of become my saying now in this. There are 2 numbers that you hate to see in Clash of Clans. The first number is 49%.
Oh, yeah.
That's the worst number. The second worst number is 99% because it means you are just 1% away to getting that 3-star, and that would have just propelled any given war so far ahead. Would have put them ahead in terms of, it would have put them ahead in stars, which means the percentage doesn't functionally matter at that point. Obviously, it does really help still, getting that 99%, bringing them within 7% here. But at the same time, boy, that's rough.
That would have been a game changer, a 3-star. It would have put a lot of pressure on Trinity, but it didn't happen. So this is where we are right now.
Yep.
Which means someone else has to get it done. Someone else has to come through with a triple. That was so close.
So we talked about it earlier. Literally 1 second. A single second makes all the difference in this game. When you only have 3 minutes to work with, you gotta be efficient. But it does mean that now only 7% separates these 2 teams. They have brought the game back within striking distance. If you're a fan of any given war, specifically this war, you gotta be at least still pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a gorgeous attack. It just came down to time, unfortunately. And notice, going back to the more meta strategies, there was a little bit of a better result in the attack as well.
Sounds like there's a reason for that.
I mean, I guess the meta actually does mean something, you know?
What?
If it works.
Don't tell Lost Meta that.
No.
They wouldn't. Don't worry about it. Seeing the siege barracks go down, one of these new Town Hall 13. It's structure, troop, siege. It's sort of this great hybrid unit. I love it.
Yeah, it works out really nicely. And coming out with those Hog Riders early, not waiting for all the troops to come out. So losing a few wizards from the barracks, but the Hog Riders coming through, maybe trying to establish that funnel a little more quickly, and a big barrage of troops going straight towards the Town Hall. Invincible by the Grand Warden.
Yep.
Royal Champion's ability was used quickly there as well.
Wow.
Looks like some things are being used a little bit more quickly than I normally see in these attacks.
So the reason we often see them held back, and feel free to add on this, is because you want to use them as an adaptation. You want to use them as you need them, not get ahead of yourself, because the worst thing to do would be to use it when you don't actually need it and then not have it when you need it the most.
Well, you don't want to waste an ability, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes I've seen players try and get a funnel done more quickly, so they'll send the Hog Riders out early, or they'll use the Royal Champion's ability, and that could have been part of the plan here. Maybe they were just excited and wanted to get on with the attack. But things are pathing pretty nicely around here, and there are still healers again. So, back to a stronger meta strategy with healers alive. There is that scatter shot, though. This defense scares me.
Oh, it does.
It crushes healers. It really crushes everything, which is why it's the new defense.
But what's cool to note here is because we do have that Grand Warden in ground mode, if it does target that ground mode unit, the splash damage won't actually hit those aerial healers. That's the really cool thing about this, is that once it hits a target of a certain type, it only continues to damage, at least in that barrage, that specific type. So you actually saw the healers survive a surprisingly long time there, despite how much damage that Grand Warden was taking.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that you know all those statistics. Nice job.
I'm learning the stuff, man. Town Hall 13 came out. I did my homework. Again, there's a lot of awesome content creators out there on the internet making Clash of Clans content, which means that I get to learn things. Didn't help a whole lot in this particular situation because they all still died, but still really cool.
They didn't die to the scatter shot, though. They died to the air defense that was on the outside. And this attack is going to be dying soon, too. But it was, again, a pretty nice, like you were saying, in the 80% is becoming more of the norm now this season.
Mm-hmm. I mean, heck, I might have to upgrade that statement to 90%. It's becoming the norm, because we're looking at it right now, another 90+% hit. But the biggest thing I'm noticing is we're still yet to see that first three. We're still holding out on that. Now, as we're getting later and later and later on into this war, you have less time to react. But it also means that because you don't have to play riskier, you don't necessarily want to. It's a double-edged sword, because who's the one who goes for it? Who's the one who goes for the risky play, looking for the three?
This game, Clash of Clans, is a mind game. How are you going to do it? It's like a chess match.
It is.
But I'll tell you, this number 10 attacker may have to make some decisions when that time comes. They're going to look at the percentage, they're going to look at the stars, and they're going to have to make up their mind on what they're going to do if they want to bring it in.
Because it may not necessarily change the attack strategy that you bring, but it may change how you execute it. We saw before, attacking from the other side of the base, going through to clear out that eagle, that key 3-star in the last war. So, again, probably not going to change the troops that you bring into the party, but you might switch the chairs around in the game of musical chairs when it comes down to it.
You could. And here, oh, this is exciting. I wasn't sure we'd see a Lalo here today in Vera.
You were so happy. Oh, my goodness.
I told you I would be excited if this game. And, we did a few early predictions on strategies, and we got a bunch of them today. And I'm excited about it. But now let's see if Lalo can hold up. And this is a Sui Lalo. It's not coming in with the Queen Walk, so no healers, which I actually think is okay when you're talking about an air attack. And my reason for that is if the healers, or if the Queen goes down and it has healers, there's nothing for those healers to jump on top of.
Yep.
Notice those wall breakers did not make it to the wall.
That's
that Queen,
unfortunate.
yeah, that Queen can't step in and take out the Town Hall. There's no jump spell to make up for it, so it looks like she may just continue walking around, not take the Town Hall, which is not the end of the world, but it definitely did not go to plan. With a Sui hero attack, the plan is to take out key objectives with your heroes. And the main objective that they were trying to grab was the Town Hall there, and that didn't go down. Now,
so part of the reason why, of course, with this is the balloons won't target that Town Hall until it becomes a defense.
Correct.
So you want to either take it down with your heroes or at least act so they can go in. And normally, obviously, you'll save your Stone Slammer to do that in this case. So now, at least, Chalk knows where he needs to allocate that resource to do it, because here come the balloons on the outside, and this is where the rest of these spells, these haste spells, these rage spells, these free spells need to be used to perfection.
Yeah, and hopefully that they do, because, you know, stage 1 didn't go as planned. There's a lot going on here. I mean, honestly,
Haste spells.
these can go in any direction. We have balloons coming in from different sides of the base. The Town Hall is being ignored up top, but the Stone Slammer is still in their back pocket, and that's going to be able to secure the 2-star once that Town Hall becomes a defense, which is about to happen as they hit the 51%. There we go.
That is the key mark, 50%.
Yep.
That's it. Here, and here it comes.
There it is, right on top, and we should be seeing that go down. Usually the Slammer is going to win that battle if there's no sweepers. So it actually worked out okay. It looks like we're going to be ending with a 2-star, which is going to kind of leave it down to a 3 towards the end. The percentage does not look like it's going to be as high as we've been seeing typically. 2 haste spells left in the composition, not used early enough in the attack to get the value from those balloons. Things are slowing down quite a bit with 1 more haste left in the bag.
I mean, you heard me calling for them earlier. 5 haste spells were brought in with this attack, and I'm not necessarily sure totally optimally used in this situation. And when you're at the point where you are down by about 7% in overall percentage, 74%, unfortunately, just not quite going to cut it. And I love the idea of going for an older strategy, a comfort strategy for a lot of people, something that's a little bit outside the meta. But in this case, just did not quite pay off. And that was a bit of a problem here for any given war, which means that they are going to need to see, I think at this point, a 1-star fail come in from the Trinity.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm enjoying the Lava Hound, Lava Pup battle that was just going on towards the end of the attack. But, you know, we're talking about the attack, a 70-something%, where if we were talking last year, that would have been the norm, you know, a solid strategy. But this season, things have changed up. 75%, still nothing to be laughed at, but things kind of fell apart from the beginning with that wall breaker fail.
Yeah, that was sort of the beginning of the end, the domino effect just going down there. Because not only does it immediately affect what's happening with your heroes, but it changes up the strategy, changes up maybe potentially how you're going to place your balloons, where you can use your haste spells, how you utilize the Stone Slammer. You have to, I mean, I love the idea that they had the backup and the backup for the backup in that case. You have to, though. If you're this high-level Clash player, you have to have contingency plans.
Yeah, at this level of the game, everyone does. Seeing 1-stars is pretty uncommon.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw 1 today, but that was because, in my opinion, of really great base design, anticipating that happening. So 1 win there for the base designer.
Yes, yes, and potentially a win here for the Trinity. A 2-star will get it done. I think even 51% at this point will give enough here for Littlefinger. This point, you know, not needing to be hand of the queen, we'll say, just needing to show up and get this one done here. So overall, nice play so far from the Trinity, just to put themselves in a great position overall.
Yep, and starting out again with that queen walk on the eastern side, Baby Dragons are some of the best funneling troops in the game. A couple of hogs being dropped in as well, and those hog riders will help take out some defenses to make that queen's walk just a little bit easier. But we're coming back in with another one of the hybrid attacks. Hog riders and miners combined make a really beautiful strategy at Town Hall 10 through Town Hall 13. For any clashers that may be watching that are not yet Town Hall 13, this is a strategy you could use at both, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I love that. Actually, you know, I even saw you had a video recently talking about how you can apply some of these strategies, reading some of the YouTube comments. Hey, how do I make this work at Town Hall 11? Well, you can use a lot of the same core fundamentals of these attacks, just alter them very slightly for these different Town Halls.
You totally can, and thank you for watching my videos.
Of course.
That means
how do I learn the game? I gotta watch the top content creators getting it done. I gotta watch the awesome utilization of these rage spells as well, capturing these healers. Yeah, the queen's nice to be raged, but the healers, they heal angrily.
Oh yeah, as the queen, you did it again. Another jinx on your part.
I'm just gonna keep doing it because it's entertaining. Get in there.
It is. It is entertaining.
It is entertaining to watch. Oh no.
But actually, those heal spells, it's more valuable to heal up the healers than to heal up the queen, just to keep her alive.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little bonus to get her really strong. But the Town Hall goes down. A few miners went in and got the job done.
2 whole miners. What resource allocation right there with this hybrid assault, as the hogs are now starting to make the presence felt from this 6 o'clock position. Miners as well up towards the top. Everything is rolling on through, and all, of course, being supported and augmented by Interesting early use of that Warden ability. I'm not sure if that was 100% required right there, but either way, just keeping everybody healthy, trying to push through this little bit of the base.
Yeah, I wouldn't have used it that early on. The Eagle, maybe they thought the Eagle was coming down on it when actually it went on the outside. But we have a decent number pushing through the base. The Queen is down. The Champion is in there. She's hanging out right over here in that compartment.
So she actually used her ability a little early, didn't get the most value on the health she got back there, as well as it unfortunately not targeting that Inferno. So that took her down real quick. A little bit, in 2 cases now, from Littlefinger of early usage of these abilities, but still 70% 2-star hit from the Trinity. I think that this is probably going to spell the end of this game right here. I believe that that's probably enough percentage to get it done.
Yeah, it's going to be enough percentage. It's going to do all right. A couple of misclicks or, maybe not the best choices. Maybe a little nerves settled in on this one, but still pulling in a mid-ish 70% attack.
Yeah, still totally respectable here. And of course, when your team is putting up, low 90s already, that's looking pretty good in the scheme of things. So solid play coming out from the Trinity. No crazy 3-star hits, but consistent play across the board. But of course, this is the round of 32, and the competition is only going to get tougher. They're going to need to step up even more in this game. That's, right now, in terms of percentage, if a simple 2 comes through, I think that's enough to get it done, which means we're back again, Echo, to this situation.
I told you, it's going to come down to the number 10. What's he going to do? Is he going to come through with one of the meta strategies we've been seeing, the hybrid attack or the Yeti attack, or is he going to go get fancy on us? I'm excited to see what it's going to be and how it's going to be executed.
Well, there's any given war they talk about in traditional sports, any given Sunday. Well, in this case, I need any given attack. I need it to be this attack right here, right now. The 3-star needs to come out. Smash McHammer got it done in game number 1, and we need to see the repeat here by gun.
And coming in with the hybrid, I'm noticing that the Battle Blimp is in the composition. The Town Hall and the Eagle Artillery on opposite sides of the base, forcing the attacker to make a decision. Bunch of balloons coming in, trying to clear the airways, really wanting to grab that blimp in the right proper position.
Did they get over the wall?
They didn't, but a lot of times those Yedamite will jump over, but not all the time. There is an Expo there as well, and it looks as if it did not happen. So now it's the Queen's chance with that beautiful new Queen skin rocking through the eastern side of the base, luring the clan castle over. All right, we have some work ahead of us on this attack.
Okay, yeah. Take a deep breath on this one. Okay. All right. This has been your start. And a lot of people who are, doing these wars have starts like this. What do you do at this point? How do you rally? How do you recover? How do you adjust your strategy?
Well, what needs to happen here is value needs to come from the Queen walk. There's nothing to open up the walls. There's no jumps. There's no earthquakes, and there's no wall breakers. So the Queen is not going to be charging anywhere. It's going to be a Queen walk. So setting a nice funnel and letting the miners and hogs do what they do is the best shot that you have, but you need to keep that Queen alive, and the rage spell being on top of her right there is a good way to keep that happening, especially as she's about to engage with the enemy king. Funnels being set nicely, and Baby Dragon's in to help as well. You have to go in, you have to get the Town Hall to secure the 2, but really, Gunn wants to come in and grab 3 stars. Things did not start out the way he would have liked, though. Let's see what happens from here. 3 heal spells in the comp. I like the freeze.
There's the freeze. Going to be using that Eternal Tome as well to deny the damage from the Giga Bomb.
Has to happen.
Has to happen. That 1,000 damage is going to crush at this point. Of course, you do have the life aura from the Grand Warden. Can be dying a lot of that. Nice utilization of these free spells. 2 heal spells left in the bank. Keep an eye on those from Gunn.
Yeah, and the healers, well, they left the Queen as the Queen went down. I see a lot of base left in Verum for these troops to get through. It's going to be difficult. Is it not impossible, but difficult, yes.
It is going to be tough with 3 of these Inferno Towers left up, and I don't see a whole lot of troops left to get it done. 68% is the number right now, but I don't think that there is going to be a chance for Gunn to rally through this. A bit of a rough start in this final attack of the war. May have been the straw that breaks the camel's back in this one, needing to pull off a miracle. Not an easy task in the best of situations, but even harder when your back is against the wall.
Yeah, that one didn't go to plan from the start, but he did his best.
74% still a solid hit, and in any other situation of the war, it would have been fine. But again, when you are the anchor, you are the one that your team is putting all that pressure on. sometimes those tiny little things, not quite judging where the sweeper was in relation to, the other things, pushing it back right out of range for the bomb, that just cannot happen at this level of play. But keep in mind, despite the fact that it went the way of the Trinity here, this is still a double elimination bracket. There is still a chance for any given war to come back in. And taking a look through these, if there was any attack you wanted to really dive into and highlight again, which one do you think it would be?
I believe we had a 99%, right?
We did, yes.
Let's go take a look at that one and see what could they have done to they need 2 more seconds.
Yeah.
We're going to try and figure out what they could have adjusted on that.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Right after that we saw that attack, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, we're going to look back at this one again, and we're going to go, all right, how would things have changed to get this done? Let's take a look at this hit. And, of course, it did come in from Wheezy.
Yeah, and I always say a nice handy-dandy wizard in your back pocket can really change your day significantly.
Just keep a wizard in your... Most people keep spaghetti in there. Just keep a wizard.
Yeah, not any wizard. You need a handy-dandy one. But it started out beautiful. I mean, this was a really gorgeous attack. And when you're talking about a 99% too, first of all, as an attacker, that's really difficult to swallow. But, well, I guess any given war, if this would have been the 100%, that would have changed the outcome.
That would have.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's we talked about it in that first war. The idea that 1 second can change the face of an entire war. The 3-star here literally would have spelled the win for them, which is kind of heartbreaking. But at the same time, at this level of play, you can't beat yourself up about it. So let's take a look at this here. So they took a while setting the funnel. So the question now becomes, what goes differently here with the way they place these next troops?
Yeah, I mean, on the funnel takes a while, but that's typically what you're going to see when you're doing these warden walks. The king was dropped beautifully on the top of the base, and the ability is used a little bit earlier than you would typically see, which sets that funnel nicely and allows these troops to dive right into the base. I see 2 wizards in the composition and 2 archers left over, which is nice to see, saving them for a little bit later in the attack if need be. But what I like to bring in my compositions are a few minions towards the end of the attack. They can fly over the wall. They don't get stuck on wall. But it's easy to say that now, sitting here, not planning out the attack myself.
Hindsight's 2020. I mean, we had 2 balloons left over here, and we actually did see the battle blimp take some additional damage early there from some defenses that maybe if the balloons had been thrown out earlier, potentially. I mean, I know they were used later on to clean some stuff up. I'm trying to look for those little things. I'm trying to look for the tiniest things that could have made a difference here. But at this point, there's so much happening. There's so many minuscule micro interactions that are happening. It's hard to pinpoint the one.
Well, we have those 2 balloons, and if you look at the western side of the base, there is that 1 cannon which kind of slowed down and maybe took out a few of our troops. And right here, this cannon, I believe it's right here. Actually, right here. There you
we go.
It's, well, it's left over towards the end of the attack and maybe takes out a troop or 2 that could have slowed things down. But the Queen's ability was used at a good time in the attack. They didn't wait too long on that. We have the... Honestly, they did a very nice job. All they needed were a few extra troops. Even these archers that were being used in the attack, which just had taken out...
So the balloons were used to tank some damage there a little bit longer for the Royal Champion. So maybe that was a good utilization of them there. They got down a couple structures, but I think just holding on to those few cleanup troops, just maybe 10 to 15 seconds a little bit longer, that might have spelled the difference. I think looking at this, that may have been it. Those archers and those 2 balloons.
And maybe shortening your warden walk by just a few seconds.
Yep. Because, of course, the second those other troops come down, he will go over and start to support them.
Yes.
So when you use the rest of those heroes is so critical, and it's just heartbreaking. 5 seconds left. I was convinced, but boy, them's Yetis are slow.
They are so slow. And with nobody shooting them, there's no Yetimite. But gorgeous attack. Sad to see that could have changed the whole face of the war.
Oh, man, it just goes to show that at this level of play, these teams have been playing for 6 weeks to get here, over open qualifiers, over closed qualifiers. They've been putting in the work, and it shows because they are so evenly matched. A single second could have been the deciding factor of that war. But again, they're not out of this yet. It is a double elimination, so maybe we'll see them later on in some of those additional games. Before we hop on to a break, I need to remind you once again, I talked about it before, Any Key, the Good Luck Have Fun pledge. If you want to get that exclusive Twitch badge, if you want to take a stand against toxicity, if you want to make, I don't know, the gaming world we live in maybe a little more positive and inclusive place, exclamation point GLHF in chat is the way you can do that. And of course, social media, ESL Clash of Clans. That's the place to go to stay up to date on all things Clash of Clans esports. A lot of great stuff happening there. Just keeping you up to date on all of the competitions that are going on. We're going to jump onto a short break. When we come back, our 3rd war of the day. You don't want to miss it.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 4 Playoffs. We're here with more Clash of Clans. I'm Inver. I'm joined by Echo. We have seen two stellar wars already so far today, and in that last one, boy, did we see some more strategies.
Yeah, the excitement, it came down to the wire, and we had mass miners, we had electro dragons, we had dragons. Happy to see some different stuff.
Plus, Lalo, everything.
Yeah, Lalo too. How do I even forget?
How could you forget? You were so excited.
I was so excited.
You were so ready.
I'm still excited about it,
Yeah.
even though I just forgot about it.
Look, it didn't have the highest percentage either, but I think there's still a chance for these attacks to come in once more. The different base designs, of course, in response and see how they do. But let's take a look at our schedule overall. Remind you what we've seen, remind you what is still yet to come. We did see another One Hive barely take down Golden X Foxtrot and the Trinity eke it out over any given war. Up next, it's Rockers North over LG2 versus LG2, technically over in the graphic in front of us right now. And then, of course, we have two more matches left, two more Golden X matches. So if you're a fan of that clan, good time to be here, good place to be right now today. But this next one, these are not two clans that I'm super familiar with, but Rockers North has the word North in the name. I'm Canadian. By default, I have to pick them.
And by default, I have to go opposite of you just because of this friendly competition.
Exactly.
It makes it fun for me.
It does. I mean, I'm 2 for 2 so far today. So this is your chance to tie it up?
I guess so.
There you go.
I guess so. Well, either way, I want to see some good war matches. That's
Same.
really what matters.
Look, the winners are the viewers are the real winners here.
Viewers.
I almost said that correctly. So you're going to go the other way. You're going to go LG2.
Yeah, of course I am.
Okay.
You know it.
All right. So Rockers North, LG2, going into it right now, and we'll see who's going to come out on top. I just want to get right into the wars. I just want to get right into the action. I don't want to keep anybody waiting any longer. I want to see if we're going to see more Yeti bombs. I want to see if we're going to see more smash attacks. That's the big question mark. It's the meta, and it seems like...
Yeah, it's a guarantee, I think.
Okay.
I think it's a guarantee. And
Interesting base design.
This is an
Pretty.
interesting base design. It's symmetrical.
I like
Sometimes
symmetrical
these
bases, though.
yeah, sometimes they could be beaten up pretty bad because if you figure out one side, you figure out all sides. But also, sometimes they could be tricky. I guess it depends on what kind of an attacker you are.
Look, aesthetic, man. That's what I'm all about with these base designs. Look, I don't mind if it's a Rubik's Cube and you figure out one side, you figure out the whole thing. But still, in this situation, Uncle Monkey has the work cut out for them going through this here. So, ooh, okay.
Look at that jump spell, connecting the two compartments. Now notice there's a single target Inferno in this one and a multi in that one. The multi scares me much less. That single, though,
Oh, boy.
brings the fear into my eyes. But look at the healers taking a little bit of heat there from the multi-target. Lucky that the bowlers are able to bounce their rocks inside of there and take down that Inferno tower. Both
Short work.
Infernos down. That worked out really nicely.
In a second, and then the quad quake to open up not only the town hall compartment, but that additional multi-compartment. That was actually huge. This base is just falling to shambles. Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. The Royal Champion is taking down the third and final Inferno,
Oh, boy.
minus the Giga Inferno. But the Eagle Artillery still raining down, protected behind the town hall. There's a lot going on in this final compartment over here. A lot of defenses, a lot of structures that slow down the attack, plus the enemy heroes. But we're at 60% two-star with bowlers and Yeti cleaning up the top of the base and a bunch of troops trying to fight their way to that Eagle Artillery. It's tough,
One more barrage. One more okay. That Eagle Artillery is living for so long, able to get off those last few shots. So that's actually going to do a bunch of additional damage going on through the Yetimites trying to do their work. But like you mentioned before, a lot of defenses are still standing, and only 72% of this base is done. While it started going down quickly, just didn't quite have the legs to make it through into that final last compartment.
Yeah, actually, there's only a few defenses. Well, maybe more than a few. There's some hiding underneath our timer as well. But there's a lot of base left on top of that. There's a lot of structures that take a while to get through. Those storages, they have a lot of hit points and take some time to pass through them. Plus, it looks like our Warden is taking up those healers. And, well, there's not much left besides that Warden and maybe a Yeti or two. So,
Well, the Warden's gone, so
yeah, bye-bye.
you looked away at exactly the right time.
Exactly. Good thing I was able to hear him go. But
Perfect. Ah!
exactly. But you know what? It was a very tough end leg of the base.
It was.
Everything over here was pretty compact and devastating to get through. So we're going to be ending in a mid 83%, maybe a little bit more.
Solid hit. Solid hit.
You can't complain about that in the beginning of a war.
No, Rockers North, 83% two-star opening. Cannot complain whatsoever. Super solid opening hit. Just kind of getting a feel of that. Not a base. Again, we see super often these more symmetrical bases. Again, I like them because they look pretty. But in this case, ended up doing a pretty good job denying the 3. And, you know, it's interesting when I was first learning last year about Clash of Clans, talked about the idea of the anti-2-star bases, or the anti-3-star. I mean, see some anti-2, but anti-3-star bases where you sort of leave your town hall off to one end. It's a bit of a sacrificial lamb, and then you stack the rest of your defenses around your eagle. I feel like that really, really hardcore strategy is sort of faded a little bit. You are defending your town hall a little bit more, and I think it's because strategies like that Yeti bomb, they just take it down so easily if you leave it out too open.
Yeah, and nowadays we're seeing stacked corners of the base like the last one we just saw. That whole western side was stacked with traps, heroes, defenses, the Eagle Artillery. It was a tough side of the base. And another odd-looking base design here.
All right.
And coming in with the hybrid strategy, Battle Blimp is ready to go. Max-level heroes are in the house. And starting out with the Baby Dragon and that Queen, it's time to set the funnel, make sure things work out nicely. Now, I like these compartments here. These compartments make things pretty tricky with those wall pieces, just leaving the gaps so that the pathing gets messed up with your troops. Now, with that being said, we have the Battle Blimp, which was chosen to actually go and create a funnel rather than take down the town hall, which means the attacker is confident that his troops are going to come and path straight on through all of this. But we still do have the Eagle off to the side again. Just tricky on the base designing.
Yeah, I love the idea of just separating these two core internal structures as far away from each other as you can and independently defend it. I think that's huge. And I also have to say the idea of using these battle blimps to set funnels, we saw it. Smash McHammer came in, did it in attack number 1 is that sort of confident strategy. And now, I mean, we're seeing a lot of other people do it so clearly as well. They know exactly how far they can push these compositions, these armies, and know exactly what they can get out of them. I love it. It shows practice. It shows repetition.
At this point in the game, they definitely know. And what this attacker is hoping and actually planning on is that the queen is going to go path back and get the town hall on phase 2 of her walk.
Pretty safe
Look at the
bet.
value. Oh my gosh, that is smart. We have all the troops coming in from the opposite side of the town hall.
Eagle's down.
Eagle is down because of how those troops came in. And what great planning. That queen couldn't have pathed more perfectly back for the town hall, then breaking through the compartment. Now we do have these Tesla popping up, and that's going to be hard for those troops to push on through, but we do have a heal and a freeze spell, queen's ability intact, and a handful of troops for cleanup, plus the champion. If you notice her, she's pathing on through with her ability. No, her ability was used, so no ability.
Using that freeze, though, to take down that Inferno, giving a little bit more time to those Hog Riders trying to charge on through. Are there going to be enough of them left? But yeah, the heroes are here as well. That queen got so much value, guerrilla jumping circles around 4 from the opposing squad here. Rockers North in a potential little bit of trouble with 40 seconds left on the clock. I think we're going to see a triple.
I'm pretty sure we know there's going to be a triple coming in right here. Plenty of time, no defenses to slow things down, and tons of troops left over in the attack. Our first triple that we've seen in this war.
Oh,
that was a nice
baby, a triple. Really nice to start that off. What an opening salvo right there. Really great execution. The utilization of the queen was stellar. The battle blimp with the bomb. The perfect heal spells following up. The way the Grand Warden was utilized there as well. That was pretty darn textbook. That was solid.
That was solid. Using a meta attack strategy, something that's working really well right now, combining that with a massive queen walk. That queen path beautifully. I believe it was planned too, based on how all the troops, the hogs and miners came in from the east.
Yep.
I think it was just stellar planning on the attack.
Really, really nice. So already putting your team ahead, and when you look down to the bottom right of your screen, you see average damage 100%. That's gotta feel good.
That must feel good when you start out a war like that, at least for the attacking team that has the 100%.
Yeah, that's true.
Now we have another Yeti Bomb coming in. We're seeing a lot of Yeti Bomb funnels happening here. Not being used for the town hall, but being used to actually funnel the troops on in. And, well, what else is going on? Is that a queen? That is a queen walk happening. A queen, yeah, it looks maybe like it's going to be a charge. When I see the wall breakers in the composition, that says charge to me.
It certainly begs the question for sure. Poison going down to deal with the CC coming on in.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
See that little witch? That little witch ran away from that poison spell, and witches could be a pain in the butt for a queen if they just can. Oh, queen got her.
There you go.
No worries.
No worries. No,
I
got the healer. She's fine. But it slow her down, but it also does mean that the CC has now pretty much been cleaned up, so that does open up the possibilities, and the funnel is truly taking shape here. And utilizing that rage spell early. You need to make sure you get the healers into it, though. There you are, keeping that queen nice and healthy as she continues to break on through.
Yeah, and she takes down the enemy queen, which is huge. Going to take down that scatter shot, and we're going to get a nice push into this base with those hogs and miners. My guess is that they're going to come in from this direction, but we'll see if that happens or not.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, it worked out well.
Look at you. Look at you go. Absolutely solid as we are seeing them coming in right here. Just pushing on through from that 3 o'clock position. Nicely done right there. So beautiful play all in all from I. They have fun names.
They sure do. You gotta like the names. And I like how the town hall goes down with the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome ability, allowing for the hog riders and miners to get out of there safe, not sorry. And then they're gonna path around this left of the base.
Safe and sound. That's it.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to go with.
Safe and sound.
Yeah.
That sounds better than what I said.
No, they're not sorry. They're both. They're all the things. And they got the heal spells to boot. Oh, me, oh, my. This is looking like a really solid response attack. But there are still a decent amount of defenses left to go through and only 45 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a decent hit, but I don't think it's going to be a 3.
It's going to be hard. The Royal Champion's ability and the Queen's ability are intact, which you'd like to see being struck with about 30 seconds left in the attack if you're worried about time. It'll kind of rush them around. I don't know.
There we go.
This is looking pretty good right here. 25 seconds. Queen's ability is intact. We could be looking at a 3-star depending on...
It's going to come down to time.
It is going to
It's going to come down to time, Echo. They tried to get to that far right corner with 13 seconds left. 4% left. Oh, my. They just got they're almost 30% in about 30 seconds. That was absolutely nuts. Back-to-back 3s.
Incredible attack. When you have miners that go under walls and hogs that go over, nothing slows them down except for traps and bombs. But what a beautiful cleanup on that attack. It went so quick.
Yeah, that's why I was a little concerned. I was like, oh, there's 45 seconds left, and they're at 65%. Wow, they still have so much left to do. And then in about 20 seconds, they got about 20%, and I went, maybe I shouldn't have. I anti-caster cursed them. Caster bless. There we go.
It worked out okay.
It worked out
They
okay.
have to be happy. Just coming back from that 3-star with a 3-star, they're back in the game.
Yep. Well, that's huge. That is absolutely, in terms of a morale standpoint, that's what you want to do because you just take the pressure off the team. You can shoulders relax. Oh, man, that takes so much pressure off us because now we're just back in this with 2s of the standard. They're right in this game. And, yeah, they're behind in terms of overall percentage, but good luck maintaining 100%.
Yeah, exactly. And we're coming in again with another one of those Yeti Smash strategies, starting out with the Warden Walk. You know, it's fun to watch. Some people start with the Warden and some start with the Queen. I guess it depends on how comfortable you are with each of the two. And now we got the Siege Barracks again, getting that extra camp space with the troops. I always get excited when I see the Siege Barrack come in, partially because a P.E.K.K.A is then involved in the attack, and they're always really cool.
P.E.K.K.A s are great. I mean, you get the P.E.K.K.A, max level, you get those 12 wizards, you get the additional CC. It just brings a lot to the table in terms of augmenting or supporting these initial funnel setups. So you talk about the idea of wanting to spend enough but not too little to set up these funnels. I feel like the Siege Barracks is a great way to sort of support that as we're seeing the bulk of this push just going right on in.
Yeah, they're going to push right into the core of this base. It's opened up nicely. And, well, let's see how deep they actually get in there before they start to take a lot of damage. And the Grand Warden's ability was used beautifully. I do notice there are a couple of compartments, though, worth worrying about. These two right here, plus the Eagle. She's kind of deep in the base.
There is a jump spell right down there, which is going to give them access to, I think, almost all of those compartments. Placement on that jump spell was pretty darn good right in that center sort of middle compartment. They're opening up a lot of options in the base. But in order to make it work, the troops have got to go there, and they're dropping like flies.
Yeah, but we have the Royal Champion coming around with the balloon as well. Will she be able to push on through? That Inferno, her ability was used already, so it looks like she's going to fall a little short as she comes into contact with the defensive champion.
Does indeed. But that's one thing to keep in mind is when you utilize that Seek and Shield, because it does heal you for about twice the damage that it does. So utilizing it when you are at about half HP is about exactly where you want to do that. It heals up almost exactly about half of her health right there.
I have to tell you, this Grand Warden is being pretty smart on this attack. He seems to be attacking all the right defenses at the right times. Usually that's not the case, but
he's following that Queen, and she seems to be doing the work. He's my lady. Let's go. Let's make it happen, and they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, they're getting great value out of those two heroes. It's the Queen and Warden Walk combination. It's a team effort. It always is in Clash of Clans. But when we look at the combination of troops left over in the attack, there's not a ton left for cleanup, and the Warden and Queen have to choose their direction right now. Unfortunately, the Queen, she's beating on a wall that's just going to take her into another compartment rather than taking her outside of the base.
Queen, what are you doing? No! Oh, boy.
We were just talking about how smart she was.
We were. The second I sing your praises, you let me down. Why do you go and do that? Don't go breaking my heart. Come on. All right.
Time is the issue here. It's going to be a beautiful 2-star attack, pushing 90%. Even that wizard, we talked about that back pocket wizard. They are a great thing to bring along in your attack. Try and save one until the end. But it's going to end
and just
in
into
a 2.
another compartment. It is indeed, but just shy. Oh, no. On the button. 90% hit from old Juskies.
So now, the way we look at this, I mean, things are pretty tight.
It's a great
on
name.
the old Juskies.
Old Juskies.
Yeah, we have a 2-star and a 3-star from both teams after 2 attacks. Percentage-wise, I'll have to wait until it shows up on the screen. It's getting pretty close.
Yeah, don't do caster math.
No, I cannot.
I have flubbed on that many a time. I do still try, and I just look silly. But over 90% is the important thing to take away from this.
Yep, and I mean, looking like 5 stars apiece, 91.5 to 95. It's early yet, 3 attacks each. We've seen 2 wars come down to that last attack, really be exciting. Let's see if this one does the same.
I mean, every single season we just see the quality of play increase, and you know, in seasons 1 we sometimes got to that final attack and it didn't really matter a whole lot sometimes. Not in these wars, absolutely not. It almost always comes down to that final attack. That's just how close these teams are. And now Crosby coming on in from the old north, trying to make this one happen. And once again, the Battle Blimp making an appearance.
Yeah, making an appearance, and again for the funnel, not being used for the Town Hall. So actually, we haven't seen anyone really trying to grab the Town Hall with the Blimp today. So showing you the new Blimp bomb strategy, utilizing those Yeti could be used in multiple ways. But one thing that remains consistent is the value and the strength of that Queen charge. And of course, you know, the Coconut Loon. It's underestimated, but really a beautiful thing.
It's a staple in so many of these compositions for a reason. And the other thing I really like about throwing in this sort of this funnel blimp with these funnel Yetis is the idea that you draw out all the CC, and then you just bring your CC, you bring it right into your Queen, or you know, or sometimes it's your Grand Warden with these walks, with the healers. You clean out all that instantly. You deal. Not only do you deal by setting the funnel, you deal with the CC, and then suddenly the whole base is your oyster. You have so many options now. It creates so many possibilities. I am a huge fan of this strategy. I feel like these adaptations, these iterations, just show so much creativity from these players.
I agree. And did you just see how long it took the Queen to get through those witches? Needing to utilize a heal spell, not a heal spell, a freeze spell, and an extra rage. The healers, the witches, they continuously spawn those skeletons, which just spam up the Queen and really can mess things up. Yeah, for little skeletons, they sure can be a pain in the butt.
I mean, the witches themselves, too, in that situation. But yes, no, I mean, that's just great job. The Queen is still up and running, surviving, pushing on through early utilization of this Eternal Tome.
The Queen's ability right there to get through the King and then move on to the Town Hall. Again, good value from that Queen charge, or Queen walk, actually. She never actually broke into any wall compartments, but the Warden, the healers, the Hogs, the Miners, all getting into the guts of the base, and the Warden's ability already used. Spells are gone. Now it's just the power of the troops to push on through and see if they could take out everything that's within the core. Hog Riders, a couple of them landing on top of the Eagle, but there's a lot of Expo damage being pounded on top of them.
Yeah, and they're not going towards this Eagle artillery right now. Not yet, anyway, around the outside of the base. Make up your mind, Grand Warden. The Queen does go down. The healers are going to get shredded on that Inferno Tower. Oh, and right in the center, the structure of doom, the Eagle artillery sits untouched, which is going to spell disaster for the rest of this attack. It's still going to sit mid-80s, a very respectable hit, but not going to be one of these threes. You've already seen 2 so far in this war, so maybe it's a little greedy to ask for too many more.
Yeah, it may be, but you know, it's what we want to see. It's where all the excitement comes in. That's when you jump out of your seat.
I guess that's true. It is handy that we are sitting, so we actually could theoretically jump out of our seats.
We definitely could.
We definitely could.
And the people at home probably as well.
Yeah, that's true. Unless you're on a standing desk, in which case, props for you to being healthy. You know, good for them.
I guess so.
I guess so. Let's take a look at where our scores are now, dropping down below that 90%, as you mentioned, but still 88.7%. I am so impressed by the quality of these hits. These clans have been putting on their A game for sure. I think the lowest one we saw was we've had 1 in the 60s this entire time.
Just one.
That's
which
wild.
It is wild, and we had a tie. The first attack and the 5th, both 83% twos.
Yep.
You know, I mean, so far it's anybody's game. We have to see what comes through with the next attack.
Yeah, we're going to keep on going through right in the center of this war now. One team's just looking to sort of break away from the pack. They're all in the peloton right now. Everybody's super close, but somebody needs the one to make the break to just go on in. It's got to be a 3-star hit, and doing it with what? That's the question.
Well, we're coming in with Yeti, of course. Yeti and some bowlers. We got the Yeti bomb going to take out that Inferno Tower, beat up on a few things, lure the clan castle troops as well. That's something we didn't even discuss, is how the Yeti bomb, once the Yetis are dropped, it'll lure the clan castle, and you could deal with it that way.
Yeah, I mentioned a little bit in that last one how it seems to be luring all the CC into your Queen every single time so she can deal with that safely and comfortably on the outside of the base, getting those freezes from the defensive ice golems out of the way, and those seem to be the very standard CC response from all these. So I know I love this. Again, utilizing these troops getting value in different ways, not only do you clear out the whole bottom section of that base, not only do you deal with an Inferno Tower, not only do you clean up the CC, not only do you work on the funnel, but you set up so many other options for the rest of these troops come on through. When the rest of these bowlers, the rest of these Yetis go in, so much work has already been done for them.
I agree. And now we have that king being dropped in up top, and that's going to start out the funnel. Bowlers helping out as well, and then we should start seeing a little bit of a push coming through with a whole bunch of Yeti. Going to probably follow up right into that jump spell. That would probably make sense, right into the town hall, and then eventually making their way to the Eagle Artillery. We will all hope. There is a quad quake again. It's been a few attacks since we've seen the quad quake, and the jump spell taking the majority of the troops. Grand Warden's Eternal Tome working beautifully, and there we go with the quake spell. The troops have nowhere to go but following that quake.
I don't actually mind having a couple of troops go on the outside to start to clean up some of these structures here, as well as I think still having enough to get through the guts of this base. So that might actually, if it does come down to time, that might actually be huge, assuming there are enough troops left in the center to get it done. Take down that Inferno Tower. That's what you got to do, and get it done they do. So, all right, things are looking pretty good for Vlad.
Yeah, they're looking really good, and I actually agree with you. A Yeti or two on the outside, or in this case, a Yeti and a bowler, could do a lot of damage, cleaning some things up so you don't worry about time in the end. But the core of the base is looking a little light. We have the Grand Warden rocking it solo as he attempts to take down that Expo, but he's only so strong.
He's only so strong, and that's, you know, you're going to get a decent hit. I think we're going to be well above 80% on this one, but not quite having enough gas left in the tank to get through the center of that base. It was a super solid hit. I think the timing on that Grand Warden Eternal Tome was great. Not only did it deal with the Gigabomb damage, took a volley from that Eagle Artillery. That's everything you could ask for and more, and above 80% from Vlad. Yeah, that's a pretty darn solid hit. I like the base design from this, though. You're leaving a lot of structures on the outside, but the internal core mechanics of this base were so destructive.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot of different wall compartments. Made it difficult to get through all of them. If you notice, we have these walls right here and these walls over here all closed towards the end of the attack. Maybe 8 quakes could have gotten through that one, but then it leaves you really short in the spells for those rages and heals.
Octoquake. Octoquake. Could be a lot of fun. We haven't seen it yet. I think we saw a couple last season.
Yeah, well,
season 3.
It's a thing.
It is a thing. I know it's a thing. We just haven't seen it. I mean, it's not a thing until I see it on this stream. That's not true.
83% again.
Yep.
383%. That's the key number of this war.
I mean, if you're going to go out and, you know, one of these players buy a lot of tickets, I don't know, maybe 83 is the number. Maybe that's the one. Only if you win, though.
Only if you win.
That's the only time it's your lucky numbers, if you walk away with the W. But we're still looking at about 3 to 4% difference right now. It is still anybody's game, 7 stars apiece, but we are past the halfway mark now. Only 4 more attacks left, and the pressure is mounting. Who is going to be the one to step up, get that 3? We're going to find out.
Hopefully it happens. All of these bases have that very similar look, these rounded out square compartments. And we're coming in with that blimp again. It's going to come on in, take out the scatter shot if all goes well. Also, the champion is getting taken down. So that was actually a really great value out of that blimp, taking out the champion, taking out the Inferno Tower, and narrowing down that side of the base. Now we have the queen coming in. She's getting healed up already in the top of the base. You could notice by her glowing appearance and the clan castle lore. So a lot of value out of the blimp this time around. And, well, the queen should have no problem cleaning all that up. Notice the witch again. It seems to be a staple defensive clan castle troop.
For sure. I mean, it's just going to continue to summon those skellies and just be annoying to deal with. But in this case, summoning right on into the poison. The healers are going to be more than enough to clean this one up. Queen will have no issue, as well as the baby dragon down there in the bottom right corner of your screen, just continuing to clean up these external structures, setting the funnel with this Barb King as well. But yeah, the bait of the CC into the Queen with the Yeti Bomb seems to be the sort of the new standard for a lot of these hits, and I love it.
Yeah, it's really creative, to be honest with you, and I like the way that it looks and the way that it performs. Now we have the King. He's cleaning up everything down here. He's going to create a really nice funnel. The Queen funneling up top, which means we're just going to have a whole bunch of hogs and miners diving into the core of the base, taking out the town hall, hopefully. And then running themselves around through the rest. The Queen on the Eagle Artillery under rage. Yep, that's really good.
Oh, she's actually coming in and joining him in the core. Now, this could be huge. Now, this could either be massively beneficial, or we could lose a lot of external buildings, especially with those healers taking damage from that air defense. That could be massive. Queen needs to get her healers out of harm's way. Queenie, what are you doing?
Well, she doesn't always think about her healers. She sometimes just thinks about herself, which she's doing right now. But she did get huge value, even if her healers do go down. The Town Hall's down. We have one more freeze spell, a Queen ability, a couple of balloons. You know, there's a lot left in this attack. There's the Queen's ability being popped as she runs around towards the west. The scatter shot, she actually turned herself around just as I said that.
Uh-oh.
But the scatter shot scares me.
Uh-oh.
Watch that Queen
Oof.
and the enemy king. Ooh,
Oof.
things die out so quickly.
That scatter shot. Level Town Hall 13 defense. It's kind of good. It's kind of real good.
It's kind of good, of course. Yeah, definitely is. This is going to, you know, they're listening to me. The
Yeah.
back pocket wizard is actually going to pull them up above the 80% mark.
Huge.
We got an archer hanging out over here. You may not see her, but she's there trying her best, and she should be able to clean that up towards the end. And, well, 81%. This should end in if there's enough time for that archer. You know,
And this is sometimes when Clash gets really fun. It's when you come down to these moments right here. Well, there's just a lone archer up against the world and 30 seconds left on the clock. We just get to
this is when we side talk.
It's like when you're at Starbucks and like you're the only one, or there's like a huge line and there's like 5 people waiting for drinks and everybody's just staring at the one lone barista who's making all your drinks and everybody's just kind of like. And they're just like so much pressure. The one person's like, I'm making all your drinks, I swear. That's kind of what that feels like when there's just the last archer just trying her best.
30 seconds, just watching her.
Just what can you do?
She's the star sometimes.
Sometimes. You know, not always about the archer queen. Sometimes that's just about the archer. Put it that way. But 81% still super respectable. Unfortunately, bringing down that average just a little bit, which means that Rockers North is still below LG2. Right now, your prediction looking strong, 91% and climbing, doing pretty darn well. Really great attacks across the board here. Imagine if we see another 83%.
That would be crazy. I mean, at least things would be even, though, on both sides of the war.
Yeah, pretty.
Not that.
That would be wild.
That would be wild.
That would be really cool. That'd be really cool. We're going to see what happens. Maybe we'll see another 83. Maybe we'll see just a 3. 3 stars. Who knows? We're going to find out. One of these attacks, I'm calling it. These players are all way too good for us to only see 2 3 stars in this war.
And I like what I'm seeing right here. That's 2 P.E.K.K.A.s and the healers in the composition. We have the Earthquake spell. We have bowlers. This is a true, like, P.E.K.K.A. Yeti Smash hybrid strategy. I like the P.E.K.K.A.s. The problem with them is if they run into a skeleton trap, it becomes a problem. They take all day to get rid of skeletons, but when you have the bowlers there with the splash damage, it works out well, and you're getting some valuable funneling happening with those 2 bowlers up there. This archer, again, being a little bit of a hero, and the king being dropped in. Funnel is being set.
And there come the Quakes.
Look at the getting through 3 tiers of wall. We're going to see a massive number of troops just running straight into the core of the base, not needing to worry about that town hall compartment. The bowlers should be able to just roll their rocks right over that wall.
Just roll on through?
Roll on through.
Roll on through.
It shouldn't be a problem, but the jump is there. Most likely, we'll see the jump dropped either over here or over here, something like that. We did have a couple of troops go along the outside.
I love this because they're taking all the ice golems out of the center of the base, which means the rest of the kill squad can just go right on through, smash, and deal with that. And those ice golems are way off to the side now, which means hopefully there's a chance for the squad to get through most of these defenses before those ice golems come back into play. But the town hall's still alive, so not quite enough time bought.
Well, I love how observant you are noticing that, but they did all come back in, unfortunately.
It would have been sick, Echo. It would have been really cool, okay?
I wish it happened just for you, honestly.
Just for me.
Just for you.
Would have been nice.
But look at this Yeti bomb coming in. It's going to take out the Eagle Artillery. The Royal Champion still rocking it through, but she does. Look at that heal. I mean, look at that jump. Placed right where I said. Look at me. My predictions are fairly on point today. I'm actually
crushing it.
Proud of myself.
Yeah.
But the Yetis, they are being healed. A few Yetimite jumping over the wall would help them out quite a bit. But it looks like things are going to severely slow down at this point in the attack, which is if things slow down here, they never did take that jump. So
you predicted it.
I
You were
predicted
on point, but just the troops just not listening.
I predicted the
They just
placement.
had like one AirPod in,
Yeah.
and they just weren't quite getting it done. They're like, "What?
No.
What was that? Sorry." And they took a left. They should have gone right. Just didn't quite happen. So 67% in climbing. The healers are going to be helping to support this just a touch.
Yeah, actually getting good value right now. The healers are going to be able to push them up into the 70% rather than having it stall around 65. So again, the cleaning up right now is pretty good value for something that could have died a lot earlier.
I mean, I actually think we're going to end around probably 80-85% here if those healers continue to do enough. We have a full health Grand Warden. We got a couple of Yetis. And what's great about this is they're going to keep sending out those Yetimites and keep getting healed, and they're just going to do a ton of damage.
Yeah, and we do have that P.E.K.K.A. that's hiding in there as well.
Oh,
and
yes.
she smashes buildings quickly. So I think that's a huge reason why we're getting through them so quickly. At this point, though, I think the Yetimites packs, I don't think the Yetimite are actually in those packs.
Oh, no, none anymore. All right, they're all gone.
Satchels are empty, but
Okay.
still, that was a nice cleanup towards the end to an extra 10 or so %.
Super solid. I mean, at one point that looked like it was going to stall at 65.
Yeah.
And then to make it above 80, that is a great recovery there at the end. So super solid. Just the way those Yetis and those healers came together with the Grand Warden support as well. The Life Aura 81 to 81, 83 to 83.
Wow.
What are we looking at? It doesn't get any closer than this. We are 2% apart right now. That is wild. 2.3% is all that separates these two teams. It is anyone's game with 2 attackers left.
It's as if they want it to be exciting towards the end. Like every team just wants this to be a great cast, I guess.
I mean,
Thank
it's
you.
entertainment. They're competitive players. They want to see entertaining games for you, the crowd, the fans at home. Who are you cheering for? Let us know in chat. We'll check in as well. I want to see who you guys are rooting for. Let's get into these final few attacks. And who is it going to be? It's Casper, not the friendly ghost today. We're getting a little angry. We're going on in. Let's make this happen.
Yep, I'm starting out with the Queen Walk yet again. Balloons coming in, clearing the skies of air mines, traps, troops, all that stuff. And, well, there is there's no quad quake in this one, which is typical since we're coming in with a hybrid strategy. Come on, get me on my game here, Inverum.
Dude, everything's looking good. Everything's looking good. It's
And the
fine.
blimp is coming in nicely as well. That's going to allow for that compartment to be taken out. Not only taken out, lowering the clan castle, and also funneling the base down for the miners and hogs to come through. Curious if the king is going to come in up top or come in down below. I'm guaranteeing he'll choose one of those options. We'll see which one the attacker chooses.
Yeah, they do have a couple different ways here. I love, again, the fact that we're utilizing these early aggresses to deal with the CC. That just gives you so many different options here, but a whole minute's already gone. A third of this attack is in the books, and they need to start moving in. Here come the miners. They need to get involved right now. Don't want to come down to a time fail at this stage in the game.
No, they don't. And, I mean, with the miners and hogs, they can path fairly quickly as long as the right number of them are left in the attack. Giant bomb there, but the heal spell was placed in time. The Eagle Artillery's been frozen, which is a clutch play. And the hogs and miners are on top of it. Another freeze on that Eagle. The Queen, though, she's hanging out right here on defense, getting very good defensive value. Because remember, the hogs won't attack the Queen. She's not considered a defense. The miners, though, they will. They get angry. They don't like her, so they will smack her around with those shovels. But I mean, the champion still pathing through, full health, being healed. The Queen's ability is intact. This is looking nice.
This is looking pretty solid with a minute, 8 seconds left on the clock. Still a good amount of troops around the outside. The Barb King is actually still up and in this. You don't often see that at this stage in the game. You talked about where he would be placed.
Yeah.
I see a lot of big green health bars right now with 80% and climbing. This is looking pretty solid. Everything in the middle is going down, though. This could be big.
Yeah, well, those healers are then going to jump off to the Queen, and we do have some miners that can take care of that pedestal. That's happening, and the Queen's ability is intact. Time should not be an issue. Notice they could all path right down this compartment, no walls contesting, and the miners just took out some of the stuff down there. I think we could be looking at a 3-star here.
Oh, we could indeed. We're getting right down to it. 95%, 27 seconds left on the clock. It's going to
There
come
it
down
is.
to the wire.
There it
I
is.
mispredicted it once. I'm not going to do it again until the final structure goes down 99%, and that is going to be it. Casper steps up in a big way. Never say die. In this particular situation, looking pretty darn solid.
That was nice.
A 3-star hit, really. I mean, there was a moment. There was the waiting game. Where do I drop the rest of these heroes? How do I utilize them? And the timing, the decision-making was perfect. 89% 3-star hit. But I think we're close enough now that a response 3 would actually bring LG2 ahead of them. But it's real close.
It would, but that puts, again, the pressure on number 10. I mean, I guess
3
that's
for
what
3.
it is. When you're the last attacker, you're just waiting for that pressure to be on your shoulders.
That's-
Waiting for the weight.
Yeah, waiting for the wait. Yes, indeed. I love it. But you're the anchor for a reason.
Yes.
You can deal with that weight. You got the whole ship behind you, and you're going to bring them home safe to shore. Let's find out if our last attacker can get it done. A name like Control Alt Defeat. I don't know how I feel about that.
Ooh, I like that name actually quite a bit. And I also like that there's P.E.K.K.A.s in this composition too, because those girls can tank for a while, especially if they get healed up a little bit towards the latter end of the attack. We have the funnel being established early with the Baby Dragon, the P.E.K.K.A., and the King. And that's going to really allow for the troops to most likely path straight into the core, right at that town hall. And a Battle Blimp again in this comp. So we have the P.E.K.K.A. now going to take down that Royal Champion. Check out this right here.
Oh.
Will he win? Will she win that battle? Actually, no, she won't. Look at how strong
The
a level 20 champion is. Crazy. Took down a max level P.E.K.K.A.
Wow, absolutely nuts. And of course, that's the defense. Wow, that's just a lot going on right there. But the Town Hall is the focus. Needs to get on through. The funnel is perfectly set. There's only one way to go, and it is the core of this base. Super solid attack so far, but you got to get those balloons. You got to get the maximum value out of this rage. The Eternal Tome is here. 8 seconds of vulnerability. What can you do with it? We are having the Tornado Trap in there as well, slowing on down those balloons. Not getting a whole lot of work done, dealing with the Gigabomb damage. The slow after that, trying to push on through, but there's a whole lot of base left with only 46% achieved.
There is a whole lot of base left, but I love the jump placement right to allow those troops to get into that Infernal compartment, but they have to path that way. If they don't, they're not going to take the jump. But it looks like they are, unfortunately, being melted before they can get into the compartment. And I don't love the chances of this attack being able to answer that triple that we just saw.
I mean, we've been surprised before where suddenly a ton of percentage comes in at the last second, but normally you need a ton of healers, you need resources. To do that, you need options, but with the use of that Queen's Royal Cloak, she doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank, and with only 71% on the board, I don't think Control Defeat can get this done.
Yeah, I like that she stepped away from the defenses momentarily to heal up. Not that she actually planned that.
Oh, the last healer goes down.
The healer does go down, which means the attack has 0% chance of actually pulling in a 3. And, well, it looks like things are... What do we have? Something... It's that wizard.
It's the Pocket Wizard.
The Pocket Wizards.
It's the Spaghetti Wizards. They're doing work.
Look at that wizard up top. I mean, now that we have 40 seconds left or so, this wizard is going to do a great job and just pull out more and more percentage. But unfortunately, we're talking about more of a star game at this point than a percentage game.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. That is how the scoring works. But you don't get too many wars that are this close. But there is a reason that these clans are the top 32 in North America. Out of all the clans, over 100 clans competing, we are down to the best of the best. And it was so very close, almost finding that 3-star. In this case, not quite able to get it done. And that means that we are seeing LG2, unfortunately, getting knocked down into that lower bracket. Right. Look at those final results. 87.4%, an amazing war, but not quite enough to deal with Rockers North, 12-star war.
And your prediction was right again.
I think I'm 3 for 3.
You are 3 for 3.
I guess we have to, okay, we had 3 100% attacks to watch. Which one would you want to see again?
Well, I think we should choose one from the winning side of the war.
I think so too.
Let's look at the 9th attack. Let's see what they brought through.
Yeah,
I
agree.
Okay too?
Yeah, no, it sounds great to me.
That was a clutch moment. That was a pivotal
not only was
moment.
it clutch, but it was the utilization of those heroes that I think was super solid, and we're definitely going to take a look at that again. You highlighted it before they were even dropped, how they were going to utilize it. There's a couple different ways they could go, and the decision-making was flawless. It's going to happen around the 7 o'clock position a little bit later on, but to start off this war, we start off setting this funnel towards the 3.
Yeah, and another highlighted video, and it's going to be another one of those meta strategies that we saw. And starting with the Queen walk down here, we got great value out of that Queen. Babe, notice investing a lot, multiple balloons, a baby dragon, all of that being used to establish the funnel for the Queen, because even more coming in right now, making sure that those healers stayed alive. That's 3 balloons. Then the Battle Blimp, going to clear out that compartment. The value here was huge.
And even taking some of the pressure off the Battle Blimp from those defenses, able to get it right on in. Perfect placement. No crazy sweepers to slow it down. Nothing else crazy. And watch what happens. The CC is pulled out. And who's going to start to queen that up?
The Queen is going to queen that up, of course. Rage spell on top of her, again, making those healers just keep her alive. The Dragon is nothing to be scared of either. She can get through that in just a few shots, especially when it's under poison. And, well, she did a really nice job there with the entire phase 1 of the attack, with help of the baby dragons, the balloons, and, of course, the battle blimp. And now come the stars of the attack, the Hogs and the Miners. They're going to pass straight on through to that Eagle artillery and allow the Queen to keep on going in through.
And also, these heroes now have this opportunity. They don't have to worry about the center of the base. We have enough troops going on in, but the Barb King and the Champion and the Queen, they're on the outside as well, and they do so much work with the wraparound while the Grand Warden keeps those core troops safe.
And a lot of times I see this happen where the healers will leave the Queen and jump on top of the Miners and the Hogs. And they kept those Miners and Hogs alive longer than they probably should have, needing less of the heal spells that were used, so you could be a little bit more generous with the placement. Then the Royal Champion comes through, and she does great work as well. Such a value. I love Town Hall 13 because of her. It's just become a beautiful place to be.
Well, it's a bit of the bait and switch. You think, oh, the healers are going one way. Now they got another hero to help out and another hero to help out, and they're just doing work across the board. And the Royal Champion is so fast, hits like a truck, can jump over walls. Those defenses you thought were previously untouchable, she's right there to help take them down. Captain America all over the place.
And that's why I think this strategy, the hybrid strategy itself, became so strong at 13, is because the Royal Champion has been, well, she's been introduced to the game.
Yeah, so prevalent, a staple, a must, a mainstay in every single one of these attacks pretty much. And of course, with the healers, still there at the end, still there. Well, how often do you end the game and you still have your Barb King and your Queen and healers still up and doing work? That almost never happens.
Less often than you'd like, of course.
That's
I'll tell
true.
You, the healers, I think, were the star of this attack. They started with the Queen Walk. They went to the Miners and Hogs. They jumped to the Champion, and then they finished off on the Queen and the King to finish up the attack. Really just going everywhere where their assistance was needed.
MVP
MVP
status right there. And that was just a solid bit of play. Everything about that felt really, really good. Exactly enough resources committed to take down the core of that base. Right. Super, if you're this player, super proud of that attack. You're moving on to the next round. Congratulations. Round of 32 in the books. Of course, it's only day number 1. That's only our 3rd war of the day 2. Right. This is amazing. Season 4 heating up in a huge way. And of course, none of this would be possible without the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. I'm talking about AT&T. We had them on board last year. We got to put on all these amazing experiences. They're back helping us to create all of these opportunities, supporting the grassroots of mobile esports, giving these players an opportunity to compete on some of the largest stages in esports. We saw them last year, multiple DreamHack events, ESL 1 events, and of course, these players will be at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles, of course, if they make it to that top 2 spot.
Yeah, top 2 spot, and it's going to be tough. There's a lot of competition here. There's a lot of good attacks. Yep. 2 stars, 3 stars. I can't wait to see who's going to get there. A little bit more to go.
Just a little bit more, just a few more weeks to get there, a few more games to get through, but that's, of course, what we want to see. We want to see all of these amazing games, and I've talked over the course of these games, over the course of the day, about the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge. And I'll remind you, again, if you're just joining us here in the chat, obviously, Good Luck Have Fun Pledge, talked about it in seasons 1 through 3, an amazing initiative with any key in ESL to take a stand against toxicity in gaming. It's an opportunity for you to stand up, get involved. You get an exclusive Twitch badge. You can say, hey, look, when I play video games, I'm going to try and be a positive person as much as I can. And we're very fortunate in the Clash community, one of the nicest communities that I've had the pleasure of being involved with. So great job. But you know what? It's still helpful to spread the love. ! GLHF in chat to find out more information. And of course, if you want to keep up to date with Clash of Clans, where can they do it?
They can do it on the socials, on the Twitter. Follow us, ESL Clash of Clans on Twitter.
That's the place to do it. If you want to keep up to date with Mobile Open, with World Championships, all the competitive Clash that you need, that's the place to do it. We're going to go on to a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next war. See you then.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open presented by AT&T. We are in the thick of it, our first day of the playoffs for Season 4 Clash of Clans. I'm in Verum, joined by Echo. We've had 3 stellar wars already today. We've been very fortunate. Those have been just down to the wire.
Yeah, exciting all the way until the final attack. You don't know which way it's going to go, which is exactly what we want to see.
Absolutely. I mean, again, after 3 seasons of this, I expect nothing less for Season 4. I mean, if you're just joining us, like, wait a second, Mobile Open, what is this all about? It's an opportunity. It's a platform for you to get involved in the world of mobile esports, multiple games, multiple seasons, multiple live finals events, hundreds of thousands of dollars up for grabs. It's kind of a big thing.
It's kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal. I like to think so.
Everybody can come through and play.
That's exactly it. You don't have to be part of some massive organization to get involved. Anybody can sign up to compete because there are over 200 million. That's a lot. 200 million mobile gamers in the United States alone. We had over 669,000 entries into the Mobile Open thus far. But this season, for Clash of Clans, we had 32 teams make it to our playoffs, our double elimination bracket. And only 2, one from the upper bracket, one from the lower bracket, will make it to our live finals at ESL 1 Los Angeles at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. That's kind of, I've never actually been to the Shrine. My first time being there is going to be casting it, so that's going to be interesting.
That's going to be exciting is what it's going to be, and especially for those 2 teams coming through, really getting to battle it out to see who's the best for Season 4.
Yeah, I mean, we got to send them up on stage for different DreamHack events, Dallas and Atlanta. We got to do Barclays Center at ESL 1 New York. There's a lot going on for these teams and a lot of cool opportunities. But you know what? This tournament, we're in the thick of it now in the playoffs. Let's take a look at exactly how the whole tournament works.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. Gamers from across North America will compete in various mobile titles to secure their place on the largest esports stages, and for their share of over $350,000. Anyone can play online to earn points during the open qualifiers. From there, players will advance to the closed qualifiers, where top players will compete to advance into the playoffs. The playoffs will whittle down the field to our few remaining contenders, with the very best securing their place at the live finals. The finalists for Season 4 will win a trip to ESL 1 Los Angeles to compete alongside professional esports players. These games will be broadcast for the community to watch, learn, and root for their favorite players. The ESL Mobile Open will run year-round across 3 seasons, each culminating with a major LAN event, with more prizes up for grabs. This is the ESL Mobile Open, where everybody can be somebody.
Well, you heard it there, where everybody can be somebody. True to that, we've had a ton of different teams step up over the course of the last year to make it to those live finals. We had multiple champions get involved up there on that stage, and who knows, maybe sign up, that could be you next time around. But let's talk about the games today, the teams today who have made it here. Let's take a look at our schedule.
All right.
So, Sticks and Ball 1 up against Golden X. That's a name.
That is a name.
I mean, I guess it's a sport, but which sport? Sticks and single ball.
Stickball, man. Stickball.
Road hockey? I'm Canadian, so I think of road hockey. You have a tennis ball and
I'm
no?
from New York. I think of stickball.
Okay, all right. I don't know what, I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that is, traditional sports. Anyway, Golden X Zulu and Golden X Echo, getting involved. I wonder if you took some inspiration there maybe, or just using the actual
I don't think it had
military
anything to do with
alphabet. Okay, I didn't. No, just thought I'd maybe pad your ego there a little bit. But either way, multiple opportunities for Golden X to send some teams on through. They did stumble a little bit earlier in a nail-biter of a war up against One Hive. So they got a couple more shots at redemption. Let's take a look at this one, though. I got to go with the old Golden X. I think that this clan has enough infrastructure behind it. They've got enough brains, theory crafting, that they are going to take on pretty much all but the very top teams.
Although I agree with you that they're going to be a difficult challenge, I'm going to go with Sticks and Ball just to keep it interesting.
You keep doing it.
You know?
I actually, oh man. No, I was going to change it to be, no, I'm going to stay true to my initial prediction, but I'm also low-key cheering for Sticks and Ball because that's a great name. Wait,
Yeah.
is there Sticks and Ball 2? Is there another one? How many are there? I have so many questions, but we're only going to answer one, and it's going to be which clan will walk away the victor after these 10 attacks. As a reminder, as a refresher, we score from stars, and we score potentially with mass hogs.
Yeah, mass hogs is the first time we're seeing it today, which is exciting for me. We saw mass miner.
We saw mass miner.
We saw hogs and miner.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing some mass hogs. We got the clan castle lore nice and early, so the queen's going to be able to deal with a bunch of that in the corner. Actually, it looks like a wizard and a minion are going to deal with that. The queen's going to go on and do her own thing. And, well, that's going to be good for the attack. We do have the enemy queen there as well. And if you notice, there are no healers in this attack. One of the few attacks we've seen today was Sui heroes. And, well, let's see if it works out here for the first attacker from Sticks and Ball.
It's high edge.
Yeah, well, that's why I called it, and it's Heidi RJ.
Heidi RJ. Okay, all right. Heidi RJ. There we go. That's so much better than whatever I said.
Now, it would be great if that Lava Hound didn't pop.
Yes, because that's going to slow things down so much.
Those lava pups are going to be hard to clear up. That's why the poison's there, so I guess it's going to work out okay, but could have probably gone without even trying to pop that Lava Hound, but you don't know what's in the clan castle ahead of time. These bases are not being scouted. They're being, actually, look at this. The pups all outside.
Oh, that's awkward.
I predicted problems.
I predicted some, well, okay, that's a little suboptimal, but you know what? The hogs are just going to go. And there's going to be so many other things going on. A couple of pups I don't think are going to be the end of the world, as the Grand Warden's also going to hopefully help to try and deal with that. Here we go into the core of the base. Eagle is immediately deleted. But the hogs are splitting, which means the life aura and the eternal tome is going to get less and less value as these paths evolve.
Yeah, we got a few going this way and a whole bunch going around that way. At least the ones going around the far way have the Grand Warden to help out. Royal Champion beating on our Grand Warden, taking him out, that defensive Royal Champion. The hogs can pass through, but it seems like they were just thrown into the base on this attack. It was, I think that lava pup, those lava pups really messed up the mind.
Yeah, a little bit of tilt potentially, a little bit of I just gotta go. We just gotta go.
Yeah.
And sometimes hasty moves. Don't be hasty, Master Hobbit. Sometimes you just gotta slow things down. The wall wrecker is gonna try and get right on through, but this new Giga Inferno is real angry sometimes. Tough to deal with, but I think there's enough inside to get that one done. The second star is achieved, but only 61% for Heidi.
Yeah, and although they went in with the wall wrecker, which may be the first time we've seen that today, there were still the same composition of troops within, which was the Yeti. And, well, usually it's a Yeti, a Valkyrie, and one Barbarian.
It's a good combination of troops.
I like it.
Yeah, I like throwing a Valkyrie. I actually think Valkyrie is a super underrated troop in some instances. I mean, obviously not super hardcore meta, but I like the aesthetic of the troop, and only 66% to start things off. Stick and ball, maybe we need to find a reset. They're offside to start off this game. I don't know if that's a thing in stickball, but...
No, stickball is basically baseball.
Oh!
On the city streets.
Oh, I've seen that in movies.
Yes.
Like from like the 1920s and stuff.
Yeah, it's an old thing.
It's an old thing.
The Valkyrie is going to be great to get rid of the skeletons.
I'm just giving you a hard time now, and it's excellent. It's great.
Okay.
I'm having so much fun.
Stumbling me up. Thanks so much.
You're so welcome.
But 66% is not the way they want to start. Lower than what we've been seeing today as a whole.
Yeah.
But it's early. It's attack number one.
It is. You know what? If there's a time to stumble, I actually think it's better to stumble early, because that way you have 4 teammates who know they need to pick up the slack a little bit. If you stumble late when you're at the finish line, there's no chance to recover. There's no chance to rally. But doing it a little bit early, hey, at least you know, look, we got room to improve, and we can learn a little something as we get into Ultimate Bliss here from Lost Meta X. And we'll see what they can do. This base looking scary. It looks kind of like Majora's Mask kind of looking. It's interesting. It's got 2 scary eyeballs.
Yeah, we're looking at these base designs, and I'm learning right now what you actually enjoy, what types of bases, and it's definitely one of those symmetrical design style. But look at the value coming out of the blimp. Yeah, we go, take down that Eagle artillery. So that area of the base is looking pretty cleared up. So not too bad. Not a bad start to the attack. Lava Hound is left sitting there, which would be kind of nice if she doesn't get popped, but the Queen is going to eventually deal with that.
Yep, healers are there as well. So, I mean, you know, if there's a time to do it, there's a way to do it. It is like this. It is with the Queen. It is with the Poison. Just keep it all in there. Keep it all together. I think the Poison was actually placed maybe a little bit far out of range when those pups pop. So, we'll see. I mean, it is still going to go down. It's still going to be fine, but just take a little bit longer to do so.
Yeah, of course. That shouldn't be too much of an issue whatsoever. Sometimes people will pop a minion behind or a wizard behind to help with that cleanup, trying to just really keep those healers alive. They add so much value to the attack.
We've seen that. We've seen that so far today. These attacks where the healers live, The attacks to 10-3.
Yeah, well, it's a reason that they are huge in the meta. I mean, if you invest the time and to get your queen to level 70, you may as well utilize her as much as you can, which is with the walk.
That's absolutely true. I mean, it's going to be a charge here, not necessarily breaking down the walls, but going on through the walls into these next compartments. The Barb King is down there at the bottom. We are using the Rage spell, of course. Utilized well with the Queen herself, but utilized more importantly with those healers. Angry healing!
Yeah.
As we are seeing the first half of the hybrid move on through with the Grand Warden as well. Going to be helping to support with the Life Aura. That flat HP boost is so very useful as they are charging on in a beautifully set funnel. So well executed. Kind of early on this Eternal Tome. Hopefully it stays alive. It's not up long enough, so we are going to take some damage from that new and improved Giga Bomb. Taking that slow as well off the back of the free. When it eventually goes down, which is it's not doing. It's not, okay, hang on.
Why is it? There's a few miners on it right now, which should be able to take that out. There we go.
Go
Finally
underground.
down.
Woo. There we go.
I'll tell you, it's a slow start for the miners and hogs, but that queen walk is actually amazing. And it turned into a queen charge just organically because the base was open. Didn't even need the wall breakers or a jump. We were able to just walk her through, but
she's it.
She is it.
She's it.
Yeah.
There's a wizard. There's a spaghetti wizard up top, and there's the queen. And that's about it.
Well, we could just sit here and talk about how great that walk was.
Well, you know, let's do that. It was really solid. It started off, and it dealt with the opposing clan castle, and it utilized its rage as well, and it's done. Okay. All right. Well, that was...
But even though the walk was the best part of this attack, really the main part of the attack, it still was able to pull in a higher percentage than the first attack from the opponent.
That's true, but it's interesting. You know, we've seen consistently in these first three wars 90s, 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 80s. 60s and 70s so far tells me that these base designs are tripping people up a little bit because the strategies themselves aren't changing all that much. So the bases, the way these are being laid out, not quite as standard, I think, and that's what's giving people trouble. I think they're maybe overthinking them even a little bit, thinking there's like, wait a second, that looks like it could be a trap. And in reality, you just have to trust your gut because that funnel looked solid.
It was solid. I mean, the tricky part was where the queen entered the base, and that was the best part of the attack.
Yep.
So they actually handled the hard part well. It's just the miners and hogs, for some reason, they died out when they got to that town hall.
Yep.
The Giga Inferno.
Yeah, they just didn't go down. It lived for about 10 seconds longer than it should have, and that Giga Inferno is terrifying. The Eternal Tome had already popped, already gone away. So...
yeah.
I don't know. I understand the idea of wanting to use it early, but at the same time, not having it for when you absolutely need it. That's huge. Are we seeing Electron right now?
It looks like there are 2 clone spells in the composition. There's a blimp, and we're going to see a cloned bunch of balloons, maybe Electro Dragon. Just looks like a whole bunch of balloons coming in with the 2 clone spells. Really a huge investment on the spell. There is an Electro Dragon coming out as well.
I was almost a little right.
You were a lot right, actually.
Okay. All right.
I'm impressed with you. I'm
There you
proud
go.
of you.
I took a chance. And wow, that did nothing.
It did a little bit. I mean, we're talking 6 camp space worth of spells. The Baby Dragon actually is able to solidify that funnel quite a bit, so making the value a bit better than it was. But
I'm going to be, this is one of those flashy comps, those flashy strats that I think is cool on paper, but rarely do I see ever be super game-changing. I feel like this is also one that if you're going to half commit to it, you should just full commit to it. You should go all in at that point, which is lots of Electro Dragons. But anyway, that's just me. I'm not the absolute expert here. H2O, maybe a little bit more up the sleeve still, and still got a lot of dragons left to throw at this base.
what scares me are those 2 sweepers in the core of the base. There's no siege machine. There's no way to get to the town hall if those sweepers continuously push the dragons along the outside. Let's see if they're going to path properly. If all goes well, everything will go straight into the base. But there's a chance that we could see a little bit of this action happening, and then that's how you grab those 1 stars. Rage spell's going to pull stuff in there a little bit.
Here we go.
Town Hall is not activated yet, so the balloons won't attack it. Now
47%.
it is.
Here we go. Here we go. All right, a little bit of splash damage, I think, actually ended up activating that, but a very early Eternal Tome. That damage, they're going to have to try and get away from it. Okay, pop some balloons. Not a big deal. That was actually pretty solid, all things considered, but there's still a lot of base left to go through.
There is, but, I mean, they dodged the 1-star bullet, and that's what I was really concerned about. Looking at that base, it seems that the sweepers didn't give the attack too much of an issue, but all we have left right now are a couple of dragons and a warden that are going to make their way around. Again, we don't have the spell support because so much was invested in that clone, or those 2 clones, which really didn't get their value. as you stated earlier.
15% is not the percentage that you want with that. A good queen walk will net you 25 for the healers and the queen. So just for some context on sort of how you're going to allocate your resources for these armies. And we talk about the idea of min-maxing, trying to get the minimum involved effort for the maximum result. And I feel like in this case, maximum result was not quite achieved.
No, it wasn't. And who knew that there was mathematics in Clash of Clans, huh?
Literally anybody who's played Clash of What? There's a lot of math in this, all right? I mean, it's not EVE Online. It's not charts in space, but there's definitely a lot of math involved in this game. And the top players, they are super involved in making these calculations. They are really into it. It's interesting to talk about like the little nuance. Like you need like exactly how much damage a spell is going to be. Like knowing quad quakes, you need 4 of these spells utilized together to take down these walls. Little things like that go a long way.
So pay attention to math class, kids.
Or in gym
Lesson
class.
learned. Yeah, or PE.
There you go.
Yeah.
Good times. But yes, either way, these opening salvos, not quite hitting the mark.
No, it's been actually the slowest starting war we've seen yet, but it's evenly slow on both sides, which could still end up in a really exciting end to the war. But no one's gotten off their feet running to start.
Look, slow and steady wins the race in some of these instances. Only can go up from here, feeling each other out, throwing some slight variants of strategies on it overall, and learning from mistakes. And that's huge. And the thing to keep in mind is Clash of Clans is a team game, truly a team game, especially when you're in a clan like Lost Meta, who have so many different rosters going on into this. You can share strategies, you can share opinions, and that's something really awesome. It's not just you up there. You've got 4 teammates at your back to help you get it done. A lot of times, these teams get on voice comms together. They get involved. So we're seeing it going in now. It's decisive, who we've definitely seen before.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see a few redheads in the attack. A couple of Valkyries coming in on this one. You were saying how you like them. They get a little small appearance.
I can't do the thing. That was bad. Anyway, we'll ignore that happened.
Yeah, and I'm not going to try. So
no, okay, good. Just leaving me on out there. Perfect.
This time. We do have the blimp coming in, which looks like it's going to be doing a little bit more for the funneling like we've seen, which is, in my opinion, like a next level way of using the blimp. Establishing a funnel with it. You got the Yeti coming on through and taking out the Inferno Tower. The Queen is now coming in from the same area of the base, setting this funnel, and the Valkyries. I love the Valkyries. They really are a great troop. Hard to come in with a full Valkyrie attack, but look at the funnel that was set.
Yeah.
Valkyrie's still getting, and they're great against those skeleton spells as well. Which is why they're put in with that Yeti bomb. They'll take out the skeletons that may be slowing down the Yeti, and with one twirl, it's a beautiful thing.
One little pirouette of doom, they get it done. Yeah, and really, I think this is sort of the new, I would say near, interesting use of the freeze spell there.
Yeah.
I mean, super safe to make sure that Queen stays alive. I think she would have been okay regardless with those raged up healers. But anyway, wanting to make doubly sure in this instance, safe to go in on that. There's the rest of the CC coming on through. Needs to deal with that. Poison as well. Needs to be committed. Absolutely. Beautiful job. Trying to use that to clean up the CC as well as taking down the town hall. Doing a lot of work simultaneously. It is going to drop. So good job from decisive. But I think the new optimum way to utilize sort of this Yeti bomb, take out an Inferno Tower, open up the funnel, bait the CC.
Yeah, definitely baiting the CC, and I guess the rest is base dependent. Sometimes Inferno's towers are scary, and sometimes they're in an area where you know you'll be able to get your kill squad into them. I noticed here a couple of these healers actually jumped on top of those hogs and miners, kind of like we saw on that super successful strategy earlier on in the past war. Let's see if they're going to do the same thing this time around. The King is in the core, getting pounded by literally everything.
Queen does go down, though, leaving those healers. The Queen is not clearing out the top side of this base, so...
No.
I mean, we'll see.
No, we will see. The healers are now on top of the Warden, the Royal Champion, a little bit. I'm telling you, this scatter shot is just so abusive to the offensive attack.
Oh, and no.
The good thing I'm seeing, because I'm not seeing a 3-star right now, is at least a bunch of these troops are coming outside and cleaning up for percentage what's going on in the bottom of the base. Because we are only in the 50% right now. And there's a splash damage mortar working on some of those miners, which is now not, I mean, we're going to be up into the mid-60% by the end of this one, which again, this war, we're seeing a lot of those lower percentages than we've seen in the prior wars. And maybe it's the deception on the bases. No pocket wizard in this one, or maybe there is hiding up top.
Not quite in vision right now regardless, but yeah, I think mid to high 60s is going to be the result of this, and 67% seems to be the number. Trying to make it 68, no.
Not happening this time.
Nope.
67% 2-star, keeping it consistent and keeping the war exciting for us.
For us,
and
because
for all of you watching.
It's still anyone's game. Yeah, a little bit more of a struggle happening this time around. Some executions not quite as clean as we've seen in some of the previous wars. Both of these clans, though, are still neck and neck. 69% to 70%. It doesn't get much closer than that. Still pulling out the 2 stars. And realistically, it's not like we've had any heartbreaking near miss 3s. There have been almost some near miss 2s at this point. So a little scarier.
If we think of the first war that we saw, I mean, One Hive came through with a 1-star and ended up winning that war.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's anyone's game.
It's very much anyone's game.
And a 3-star right now is even more devastating, in my opinion, because of the average percentages we've been seeing. So a 3-star is a little bit more scary than maybe in wars with those 98% attacks.
I think you just touched on an amazing point. It's even more impactful because of the spread. Echo, you are 100% correct. Not only for morale would it be dangerous knowing that we've got to go get a 3-star of our own, but you're so behind the deficit of percentage you've got to overcome. That's a double barrier. You're losing twice in that situation. So it's going to be interesting to see which team comes out first and strikes that heavy blow, and who, if anyone, is able to respond.
I agree. I think that you're completely right. And look at this queen. She's being targeted by 4 defenses and staying up. The wall breakers are being heroes. Did you see that? Man, I love a double tier of wall. Yep. And the rage spell is what allows that to happen, making those wall breakers fast and strong, turning this queen walk into a charge at a very low troop expense. Going to get some huge value. I love the start to this attack. It's a really great start for Halo Blade 27.
Wow.
From Sticks and Ball. I like that name.
Halo Blade 27. I feel like he's playing Clash of Clans, but he could be on Xbox Live. I'm just saying. Either way.
Be.
Healers get in the rage. Healers get in. Okay. All right. That was close.
The sweeper's actually helping those healers, keeping them out of harm's way, because you get too deep into the base and they could be targeted by a whole bunch. But
that's actually... Oh, they did a full rotation. They just moved like 90 degrees. Because of that sweeper, and they actually stayed in the rage long. That was actually amazing.
Yep.
Sweeper, enemy sweeper, MVP. Here come the hogs on the outside. Going to be trying to do the work right here. Oh my, this attack is looking solid. That's probably one of the most effective queen charges we've seen. Queen eventually just finally go down, but oh my, those healers just got shredded, burnt to a crisp by that Giga Inferno.
Yeah, sadly, I would have loved to see some of those healers go on top of those hogs and miners, but we have the Yeti bomb on the town hall, which should, or is that may be miners? I think it's miners coming out. I can't.
Nope.
No, it's the
It's
Yeti.
Yetis.
Sorry, I was right in my initial.
You should just trust yourself.
Just stick with
you
it.
got this.
You
You
know,
got this.
Sometimes we doubt ourselves, but we have the hogs, the miners pathing through. It looks like the eagle is a.
Uh-oh.
I spoke too soon yet again.
Oh, no.
There's a hair of health left on that Eagle artillery. Just a few miners. You know, it seems like this 70% area is when things start to go and get hurt a little bit. But look, the balloons coming in from the back end should be able to hop on top if an air mine doesn't hit them along the way.
My.
That's going to take down the Eagle. I think there's only a little. Look at that death damage.
Wow.
But not in time. The attack is going to go down. An 80%. One of the higher percentages we've seen yet today. Okay, so that's one of the best ones. I think you got to feel good about an 80% at this point, being the 3rd attack of that team in the war.
Correct. Yeah, and this is the best one of the war so far. You're setting the pace a little bit for your team. As I said, trending in the right direction, and that is critical. You never want to be the person who sort of detracts from your team's overall percentage, but every single time you're adding to it right now. And if you're sticking ball 1, 66, 72, 80, hey, we're trending upwards right now.
Yep.
If you're putting those points in on your chart, you're moving up in the world. So we'll see if Golden X Zulu can respond here, get it done. It's still really close in terms of percentage, but like you said before, a 3-star would throw all of this way out of whack and just put the pressure on.
And that's all that Golden X is thinking right now, bringing in a triple. And Stick and Ball, they're thinking the same thing. They just don't want Golden X to throw a triple. You know?
Nobody wants that at this point. Nobody wants that. Look, we are struggling to get 2 solid 2-stars consistently. I don't want to think about the 3, let alone think about somebody else getting the 3. That's dangerous. You see P.E.K.K.A.s, you see Yetis, you're happy.
Yeah, I agree. And I see the P.E.K.K.A. I see an Electro Dragon as well, which is going to be used, going to get some really good value out of a funnel. Should be able to take out all this side of the base. And then with that being said, we should see a whole bunch just storming right on into the core, right for that Eagle. And there's a jump spell too, which we would anticipate being dropped either here or here. That's my guess. ahead of time.
All right. We'll see if the prediction does come through. It really depends, I think, where the bulk of these troops go in. And that was a great quad quake, though. That is the entire center of the base open. All paths lead to Rome, or in this case, well, it's the center of Captain Murka's base. No, it's not Rome in this particular instance. And there's the jump spell on the outside, though.
Yeah, you know, it actually makes sense to get them into the base before trying to jump them through the base.
I was thinking, unless they come to that sort of 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock position down there, I was thinking it might be on that other side, but you know what? Either way it works. They got in there, and they're getting it done. There's the siege barracks down there at the bottom, dropping the tech,
like
dropping the wizards. And it's creating sort of a later game funnel, but it's also helping to clean up a lot of these additional defenses on the outside.
Yeah, we should be seeing a poison being dropped pretty soon, too. It looks like there's a whole bunch of troops coming out of the clan castle, but no poison spell was dropped. Possibly being forgotten, maybe being saved. There's an enemy queen there as well. It would have been a great spot for that poison spell to go.
Oh, my. I think that's a misplay. Absolutely right there. That's so much time. That poison could have gotten so much value. Everything was just locked up there in the middle. We're seeing the Royal Champion coming on in the bottom as well. The healers are going to go over, help to support that with the Archer as well. So there's still a little bit of longevity left with these heroes. They got to take down the Eagle Artillery. They do so.
Yep,
that's massive. Still have your heroes left, but that's a lot of base. You're only now getting that second star.
Yeah, only now. And there's 3 Inferno Towers left in the base, 2 of which are single target, which healers or no healers, they will melt your troops. The Queen isn't going to be getting targeted pretty soon by some of them, and the healers, they jumped across to some other troops that are down the bottom of the base.
Oh my goodness, it didn't even matter. The shield didn't even come back. Like, she just instantly got deleted by that single target Inferno. They do so much damage.
Yeah, they're pretty brutal, and that Royal Champion did a number on our Queen. The Queen's about to go down, that happens. And the Yeti. The healers, they didn't stick with the right troops. They went with the Yeti this time around, and if you look at the percentage, it's still lower than the 80% that we just saw. So, but there are, there's a couple of troops on the outside, actually, which just went down. Defenses are spread pretty nicely around this base, creeping up onto the 70%. And depending on how close that Yeti gets to that Inferno Tower,
this could be disastrous. I mean,
could be.
15%. I mean, I talk about disastrous in the context of this at this point. It's a small fight in a big war. But 75% respectable, but not where you need to be. I want to see 90s. I want to see a 3-star at this point if you want to really secure a win for your team. You're trending in the right direction. We are almost going to be tied in terms of percentage. This has been neck and neck the entire war, but I need somebody to break ahead of the pack right now. Somebody needs to step up because if I'm not mistaken, we only have 4 attacks left.
Yeah, and I could almost guarantee you that both of these clans are thinking the same thing as you. Who's going to be the one to step up? Who's going to be the one to bring in the 3? And if not the 3, that 90%, that 95% 2 stars. Because at this point in time, it's 72.7% to 72%. Really close.
It is. I guess I'm trying to come up with more analogies for this. Nailbiter, neck and neck. That's all I got.
It's really close.
It's really close. It is, though, 0.7 separating these two teams right now with only 4 left. But if I was setting things up, if I was on a team of this nature, I would leave my heaviest hitter for the very end. Call it the anchor right at the start off strong, and right at the end. That's where I want to put 2 of my strongest attackers. So we'll see with these last few if they are going to be the ones to step up. Finding some Teslas at the beginning of this, that's good, I suppose, to get them out of the way, but it's definitely going to be slowing things up a touch.
It is good because the Warden's going to be able to handle those with no issue. It takes time, but, it's better for him to take out defenses slowly than to take out structures that we consider garbage buildings, ones that won't attack you slowly. So it actually is a good thing that he found half of the Tesla, or almost half of the Tesla in the base, and a really nice funnel's being established. All this down here is going to be taken out, and the baby dragons help to clear all that. And we should be seeing a bit of a Yeti rush into the base, right into those 2 Inferno Towers.
A Yeti rush. I like that term.
I like it too.
That's a good one. Yeti rush right down the middle. Makes me think of like an abominable snowman or luge.
Yeah, it just sounds tough. And there's the third Tesla.
The 4th?
And the 4th, so we found it early.
Okay, this is great. So that little Tesla farm on the outside there, cleaned up already. Going for that tax credit here in the state of California. I dig it. Good times. Got the jump spell. Ready to move on in with this donut base. And see if you can Krispy Kreme your opponent on this one. Just take them right on down. We'll see if they can get it done. It is the captain See what they can do going through these multi-target Infernos.
I'd like to see a jump spell being placed that should pull them in. There we go. We got one Yeti, two Yeti jumping into that center compartment, which should be enough to take down the Town Hall, even if it's just with the Yetimite. Let's see. I don't know. It looks slow, but the Queen, she's stepping up in there.
That's it.
Dealing with the Ice Golem, though, not with the Town Hall.
Hang on. Eternal Tome's already been used there. It finally goes down, but that's a lot of damage on the bomb, though.
That sure is. And now we have the Blimp. The Blimp is going to come on in, and now that the Town Hall is down, it's going to path on through.
Uh-oh. Sweeper.
Yeah, sweepers. They're, they don't do any damage, but they're a
real
real nuisance. Yes.
So annoying. And we do have the split shot down there. Is going to get taken down, but did a lot of damage. Scatter shot. Oof.
Yep.
Yeah, did some work before it went down, though.
But it did go down, and that's important. But there is only one healer left. That's solo healer. How much health can it actually give to the Queen, the Warden? There's a lot of base, but they're not all clumped up. So the troops have time to heal up a little bit with that one healer as they're going to make their way around, slowly path around the base.
I actually think this one healer might be the make or break on this one. They have time now going all the way around trying to get outside through this wall, and we still have the Royal Cloak available. Gonna use it early. I love the decision. You've got 24 seconds left on the clock. You need this additional DPS from those archers, but they're not sticking with you. They're going down to the bottom side, and they're just getting taken out. They are not adding value in terms of this attack too much. The rest of them are dropping to these traps. With only 10 seconds left on the clock, 80% in climbing. It's a solid hit from Captain America. Oh, it's Captain America. Oh, I got it. Oh, that took way too long. Oh, boy, I'm embarrassed.
That's okay. I didn't notice it myself. But you know what? An 80-something% coming through.
Yep.
Must feel good. I mean, they're leading, I believe, in the percentage as well.
By 0.7 before this.
Not a home run, as you would get from stick and ball, if you get that. But it still was a good 2-star.
It was super solid. This is what we were asking for, and it's still the trend in the right direction. In the 60s and the 70s and 80 and 83. If we look towards this now, 75% is where we are at. That is the most consistent increase we've seen yet of any one of these wars across the board. They are learning, they are refining as they're going on. They are working at the strategy together, but it's still close, and we're still within 2-star range, which means a triple could be GG.
Could be, but at least Stick and Ball can look at their trend and be confident that they're going in the right direction. Keep it up. You don't want to have to hope that the opponent doesn't get a 3, but maybe you will a little bit in this instance. No 3 stars, but we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, pretend it's volleyball. Just keep it up, all right, guys? Let's just keep it going, all right? Slightly different sport. As we take a look at this next one, though, we're seeing a ton of these bowlers coming on through with the Yetis. It looks like it's going to be another standard one of these, Kill Squad Yeti Bomb. All good times. Pushing on through. I like the wiggly little arrow. That's fun.
I should have done a little bit more straight, but
no,
that's okay.
It's cute to give it character.
Yeah, it's cute. Well, we do have the Yeti Bomb coming through, lowering the clan castle again. We're seeing that as a trend. Will they do any damage to the Queen? No, not at all. The Queen's going to hop back to safety, but the clan castle lore was successful. The town hall, it's exposed. We have the walls right here. They can go around, so you don't even have to worry too much about that. Queen charge is going to deal with anything out of the clan castle, which is working pretty well. Does have that lava hound to deal with. Slows things up.
Slows things up. But the poison, that's why you bring the spell. You bring it specifically to deal with this. And that's one of these situations where, it's going to lose you about 20 seconds. Seems to be the average what we're seeing. But if everybody's losing 20 seconds, the point kind of becomes moot.
I mean, we've seen wars come down to 1 second before, so
that's
20
true.
seconds
But
is
at least it's
deal.
everybody. Everybody has to deal with it.
Yes.
Everybody has to deal with the lava hound and the CC. So at least you're kind of on an even playing field, to put it that way.
I agree. And the Queen, she did a nice job. This entire side of the base has been funneled out nicely, but now she's joining back up with the Yeti to jump into the base, taking the town hall out along the way. Notice there's nothing over here, so they shouldn't be pulled over unless if the Queen takes out too much. As you see, a couple of bowlers did decide to walk. But the town hall will go down, and after that, they'll jump straight on in and go straight for the eagle because of those jump placements.
Oh, another early Eternal Tome is there just long enough.
In
That
time.
additional second, actually a big deal there, saving the bomb damage. There will be, of course, a slow off of that if it is above level 3 there. So keep an eye, only 4 seconds, but not too big of a deal, up to 8 if you maximize that new Town Hall 13. But they are through the court with the jump spell in the middle, trying to take down all these additional Inferno towers, and they're getting the work done. The splash damage from these bowlers is impeccable. Steve Reich looking for that turkey, looking to get this one done. and they're doing pretty darn solid, 67% and climbing. And those couple bowlers on the outside working really well, cleaning up these trash structures.
And look at I like using trash structures. That's very good.
Look at that.
I like the champion. Her ability's still intact in Virum. So everything is tanking for her. Nothing is paying attention to her. The Tesla are all focusing on those Yeti. Pop her ability, and the defenses are going to be pretty close to gone.
Pretty much gone.
And there it is. There are no more defenses left in the base. This, if time isn't an issue, which it very well may be.
But if these two bowlers didn't go along the outside, there would be zero chance. But now, with 8 seconds left, 95%, it's going to be so close. It might be at 97% in climbing. Going to come down to the last few seconds. 1 second left. No. 2% away, but still a 98% hit from Lost Meta. Yes, Golden X. That's the one.
Yes, Golden X. And they needed that, though. They needed that to make up for all the lower percentages they were getting. So now the percentage game is going to be tight.
That is going to be rough to deal with. You've got to go off at this point to deal with 98%. That's what we were asking for. And it finally came to fruition. That was better. That was what we were looking for.
They did take the lead on percentage as well after that one. I mean, they were hoping to close the door with a triple, but at least they gained. I mean, it's taken them the entire war to gain the advantage on percentage, I believe.
Yeah, it did. In this exact instance, they finally pulled ahead. I mean, look, I may be mistaken the meta, but they're certainly finding it at this point. Golden X Zulu, they may be the last letter of the alphabet, but they are showing up in first now in this war. Consistent play finally paying off, but hey, we have a chart. We have stonks. They're going up. The final member of this team looking to go off. Can they get it done? We're going to find out.
They want the 3. The 3 will make them feel pretty good, and it's a drag bat attack. Not the strongest strategy that I've seen at Town Hall 13, again, because of that scatter shot. And the scatter shot, they are spread along the outside of the base. We have one over there and one over there.
There we go.
There we go. We finally made it on the second attempt.
Look, telestration is, you make it look easy, but it's not. It is, I should clarify for those at home, drawing these squiggly lines, not easy.
Yeah, it's not just a squiggly line, people.
There's a little more going on here, guys. It's a little more complicated, but we are seeing a lot of balloons. We are seeing a lot of dragons. Oh boy, here we go.
This baby dragon's getting good value, actually, taking out and establishing the funnel pretty well. The queen did a decent job with the funnel as well, but, you know, it's pretty empty here in the center of the base. There's not a lot going on, a lot of dead space. Let's see how these dragons, I like that Eternal Tome ability, making that Battle Blimp just invincible, allowing it to get on top, raging them up, and balloons coming out of there.
Oh, no.
Tornado trap.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Okay, well,
Dragon?
we have a problem.
We have a big problem.
Houston, we have a problem. Okay.
The dragon has life, and the Town Hall doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, that was close.
Oh, boy. That would have been an absolute disaster.
It would have been bad news, but we do have some dragons able to path, and notice the bats are coming in. They are coming in through the base, and there is a scatter shot, though. And like I said, there was a scatter shot.
Hey, I see bats.
It's now gone. Bats.
And perfect timing on the freeze spell.
Oh, that was great. Take down the wizard tower. There's one more wizard tower, but also one more freeze. We need to watch out down here, but you may need to use the bats. They're so thin. They're gone.
Yeah, they are very they are very thin bats.
Yeah.
Yes, and now they are less bats.
There are no bats.
They are no bats.
But everything on the top of the base is safe. So we could pull in some good percentage here. The Grand Warden could play clutch, helping to take out that sweeper, keeping the dragons on path.
Okay, so you're behind by 3% right now. I think you need to look. Okay, they're really close.
This
a minute
is really
left of the clock. This is going to come down to it. I'm not even sure this is going to come down to time. This is going to come down to troops, I think, at this point. 92% in climbing. Wait a second. She's kind of about to turn this around.
That Inferno Tower.
Okay,
that dragon's being taken off path by the Lava Hound. You see that Lava Hound distracting.
This is going to come down to it. 4% remaining. The last little Tesla there trying to clean this one up with the pups. The pups might actually do it. Okay.
Freezing everything but the Tesla.
Oh, my. I cannot believe it.
96%.
I don't know. Was that enough? Was that enough? You're behind by 3%? Okay. I don't know.
I don't know.
Math.
Show us on the screen so we'll know.
I'm waiting with bated breath. All of us are hanging on. Who walked away with the win on that one? I don't know who. Oh, they baited us. Wait, hang on. There's one more attack. Wait.
There is one more attack.
Oh.
I'm sorry. The excitement.
I got really into it. I actually thought that was the final one, and I got super excited. Everyone in the control room was probably going, Paul, what are you doing? There's one more attack. I got really stoked about that, too.
Well,
that was going to...
The percentage lead has changed.
Yeah,
and
it's still really hype. And we are now off by 1%, 10-star, which means Golden X Zulu, like the trend that it is today, comes down to a single attack.
One attack. They need to keep it. They need to get a high percentage too. But look at the trend for stick and ball. They climbed the mountain the entire time. Every attack getting stronger than the last. So close to this last one. Actually, the Lava Hound was what slowed everything down. Those pups.
Yep.
Really clutch Lava Hound. You don't typically see that happen on defense.
No, threw a spanner in the works at the worst possible time. And now we come down to Big Daddy, the last attacker here for Golden X Zulu. Looking to get, I think, above a 90%. Will bring maybe they need to clear one. They need to clear exactly 1%. Exactly 1% will do it. So I think they need to be above 90. I'm going to do some basic mental math, and that may be kind of close. We're going to find out. That's what I'm going to go with. They're looking for over 90.
And Big Daddy's taking his time here, knowing that this is an important attack, and Electro Dragons are chosen. So it's a slow strategy with 3 single-target Inferno Towers. We're getting some good funneling happening from these E-Dregs, starting some things off slow. Queenie's going to get value as well, as she's going to path up this side of the base, taking out one air defense. She's going to be targeted by that Inferno Tower. We're going to pop her ability there. She's not going to be able to reach it across the wall. She'll just keep walking.
That's split shot. Just totally one-shot all the archers. That's scatter shot's just scary.
Yeah, it's a tough defense. It's a nice addition to Town Hall 13. The Grand Warden's ability was used nicely, and we're basically power pushing into the base with all the Electro Dragons, couple of balloons. There we go.
Trying to get
There's
it done.
The one. There's the one.
There's the one. Looking for 2. 40% in climbing. The tornado did slow it down a little bit, but there's still a lot of air power up here. Do you see the Stone Slammer go down? Balloons are popping out, but you need to deal with the Eagle Artillery. So they do. Well, I actually think that was from one of the Death Lightning that came on through. Oh my, but the final barrage did end up executing there. So we are seeing the E-Drags trying to get it done, but these last structures on the outside, they're kind of split up. So this might be a little bit more tricky. The Chain Lightning needs to make it happen. 64% isn't going to be enough. We need to look for 90 from Big Daddy. Can he make it happen?
Yeah, and the Electro Dragons were clumped up there for a while, not getting as much value as I'd like to see. And the single target Infernos, I'm telling you, they are deadly, and they took down that bunch of Electro Dragons.
All right, we're looking for it, and I'm being told in my ear they only actually need about 85%. 90 was too optimistic, and we're at 77% in climbing. We do have a Barb King still on the outside with the Royal Fist.
Yeah, it looks like if that's the only percentage that we need, they should be able to get it. They have archers along the outside picking away at these structures. That's going to be 3% themselves, plus the king.
Here we go.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be really close. Iron Fist is used now, trying to find a couple more percentage. Archer in the back. That is it. 85 wasn't enough. Can they get one more to help try and seal this? 85% on the dot is what they're getting.
So what does that mean? Talking about down to the wire.
Are we about to come down to 0.1%? Is that what we're about to see happen here on the ESL Mobile Open Season 4?
No
Is that
way.
what's going to happen?
It can't be. Or could it?
I mean, it literally could.
It could. Close.
0.4%.
Wow.
Golden X Zulu advance in the round of 32. It does not get much closer than that. What an absolute nail-biter. Wow. Less than 1%. That's crazy. If it had been 83, it wouldn't have done it.
No, it wouldn't have. So it was really down to 2%.
Yep.
On that one attack.
That's pretty nuts.
Wow.
Whew. Are there any of these looking back that you'd want to take a look at again, or do you want to just kind of leave this one, let it lie?
We could let this one lie if you want.
I think we do. I think we just enjoy that one for what it was. This was not a one-man show. This was not a star in any direction. I think we just every single member of the team stepped up when they needed to, especially towards the end of these attacks, and they all did it, put in the work. So solid job. Congrats to both teams. Really, really good job. Of course, we're going to hop onto a break in just a second. Before we do, social media, Twitter, ESL Clash of Clans, the place to find all of the Clash of Clans esports action for ESL, whether it be Mobile Open, World Championships, all that good stuff. So be sure to give that a follow if you are not already. And of course, you're watching this on a streaming platform, I guess. Otherwise, you are a wizard. So congrats, Harry. But also hit subscribe and follow on that one so you can keep up to date when we go live again. We've gotten through 4 wars, amazing action from start to finish, and something's telling me we're not done yet by any means. We're going to jump onto a short break. When we come back, the final war of the day. You do not want to miss it.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. We're here. It has been a day of action, a day of games here for the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. I'm still in there. That's still Echo. And these games, when I say it's been close, I don't think I can show a chart. If I showed a chart with like lines that were like showed how close it would just look like one line because that's how close it was.
Compact.
Yeah, exactly. It's scary. These teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah, it makes for good content for people to watch. When matches are so close, we're on the edge of our seat the entire time. We don't know who's going to win, and that's some good Clash of Clans.
I try and do mental math sometimes. It's difficult. Our producers came out and tried to explain how the math works, and I said I understood it, and I definitely did. So I definitely understood how it went. Let's take a look at our schedule for the day. Remind everybody how we got here. We have seen another One Hive take the victory over Golden X, there's so many teams we've seen over many of the years of the Mobile Open, where I keep saying all these teams have sort of merged into my brain, because we have 3 Golden X's today who have now 1-1. Can the final one, can Golden X Echo, which, I mean, I'm going to guess that's who you're betting for, can they take it over the Rejects? That's the question in our final match of the day. That is the big question mark. At the end of the day, positive. I think I know what you're going to say.
Well, I'm going to have to go with Golden X Echo for obvious reasons on this one.
Yeah.
Great nameage.
Yeah.
And how about you?
My gut's saying agree with you on this, but also artificial drama. I'm going to go with the Rejects. Let's go. Just Rejects.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Artificial drama, just for the sake of it. We're wandering into the Clash of Clans soap opera hour. Let's get it done. We have had only amazing games thus far, and I expect match number 5 is going to be no exception. I don't want to keep you waiting any longer. If there are games to be had, if there are attacks to be done, let us do it. Let us get into the first one here from Rude. Going to be trying to make it happen and bringing in relatively standard hit. It appears to be.
Yeah, we got the tri-P.E.K.K.A Yeti smash on this one. We have the P.E.K.K.A here, and the P.E.K.K.A here, and the P.E.K.K.A here. They're going to all be used just for setting that funnel and doing some nice tanking on the outside of the base. Then another P.E.K.K.A coming out of the siege barrack that's going to dive on inside of the base. And if we notice that the troops, they could path right around here and straight up, because we do have that open wall compartment.
That appears to be the play, as they are going on in Yetis, Yeti-mites, not to be confused with Vegemite, which is what goes on toast and has mixed reviews. I'm not going to get into it. But the Yeti-mites, they do a lot of damage, especially with that rage going on through. Going to be just, wow, just bringing everybody into the core of the space. But we need to see some cohesive focus fire to take down the Town Hall. There's the Eternal Tome. 8 seconds of invulnerability. Is it going to be enough? Town Hall, hello?
Will it go down? I don't know, but I do love the Earthquake spell. I think there it does go.
Oh, from the ability from the Royal Champion, I might add.
Yes, that
Sniped.
was. And then she jumped over the wall and took out that Inferno Tower, which I was fearing as well.
MVP.
Now working on the Tesla farm.
MVP. She's going to go down up there in the top, but she has done her work, and there is still enough left in the core of this to, I think, continue to put up some pretty impressive numbers if they can take down that that Inferno down there as well. That needs to happen. Queen, I believe in you. Make it happen.
Yeah, well, she was tied up there on some air skellies for a few moments, but she did end up taking out the Inferno Tower, which is extremely scary. But she's going to probably sit and wall pound a little bit, trying to make her way through, which is going to slow down the attack. It will probably remain up if the healer. Yeah, the Expo's working on the healer. We really want to see her step forward right about now, but well, she was about a second too late on that, so she will eventually go down. But her ability is still intact, which means a higher percentage is inevitable.
I almost wonder if it would have been better to use the ability earlier to get the additional damage to get through the wall faster to save the healer. Those are the small micro interaction. I mean, it's better to use your ability at all. I'm just saying. Oh, boy. That was close.
You make good points, though, but she is going to use her ability right there. It may have been the auto ability, actually, because now, if the Queen's ability is not used before she goes down, it will be automatically used.
It's those little things that just makes a big difference. I
New
appreciate
features.
the small quality of life, we call them QL, quality of life features, they bring in, just really improve a lot of these things. And oh boy, well, you tried your best, Queen.
Yeah, she did. And that King went over and did a little bit of damage, but it was a really decent start. We didn't hit the 80% mark, but we got the 79% start. So
pretty darn solid. 79%. I can't complain about that. That is a respectable hit for sure. You're not starting your team off in the 60s or anything like that. You're not starting off with a 1-star. You're starting off fairly strong right here. And as we saw in that last war, it came down to about 79% in the end. So a good place to start here for Golden X Echo. And now we'll see what the Rejects can do. I feel like there should be a the in front of their name. It's not, but Rejects is hard to just fit into a sentence with no add-on in front of it. So I apologize for what's going to happen to your name over the course of this war. You should have put a the in it. Just saying, let's see what Rejects can do. And it's 420 Legend coming in here to start this one off.
No Earthquake spell in this one, just 2 jump. And I'm a personal fan of the Earthquake spell, but it doesn't mean that this is this is a wrong choice. The Coco Loon actually coming in this time to help out the Electro Dragon, trying to get the value from the funnel. A Wizard as well. So nice funneling troops being used. Then the king is going to come to town and actually protect that wizard a little bit. So good value out of that 4 camp space wizard. I really do believe you can get some good things done with that little wizard.
Dude, you've been such a wizard proponent today, man. I mean, I feel like you're going to get your letter to Hogwarts any day.
Well, I've really been hoping that Supercell brings me in as the voice of the wizard one day. It's been a secret goal of mine.
Well, no, it's not secret anymore. But I mean, hey, now that we've heard that, though, Supercell, make it happen. The voice of the wizard. Yes, please. That would be amazing.
I do believe in the wizard. I think it's extremely strong, and if you can protect them properly, you can get great value. Now, we have the jump spell, and we have all these troops. They're going to take that double jump into the town hall, the scatter shot, taking out 2 key things in the base. But the Eagle artillery lies all the way on the opposite side by itself, which can be difficult. Rejects coming in a different,
Risky
different
strat.
plan. It's definitely risky. I don't know if they're actually going to get over there, but there is the blimp, and the blimp could be used to snipe out that part of the base as well. Where is the blimp going to be used? Oh, they actually switched it out for the Stone Slammer to take out the Inferno Tower instead.
Interesting decision, just kind of relying on the rest of the troops to get in there. I mean, one does not simply walk into the Eagle artillery compartment. This is going to be tricky, trying to get there in the end, especially with the defensive king coming in to just stand tall in front of that key structure, holding strong, raining the damage, trying to get through, and not succeeding.
No,
Right.
but the Royal Champion, sorry to cut you off there.
No, do it.
The Royal Champion did some good stuff.
Hey, got
Used
it
the
done.
ability, took it down.
Got it done.
Healers are there. Are they going to be strong enough, though? The Yetamite going to help?
Oh, boy.
Okay, she stepped forward too quickly.
Yep. The healers, not those little wings. Not the speediest. Not little hummingbird wings. Come on, guys. Get it together. Work as a team. But now we do see, we do have that, again, that super long-range Grand Warden with the healers as well. And with 39 seconds left on the clock, I don't think we're going to necessarily see a 3-star, but definitely in the 90% range for sure.
Yeah, they're going to take a lead off the start here in this war by about 15% or so on the stars, correct?
I've also just noticed, in the clan name officially, they are the Rejects. Good for you guys. Makes my life so much easier now. I can rest easy. That's it. That's all I needed. 90% in a dream. There you are.
And you feel better.
I feel amazing now. This is great. That's exactly how I want to end my day.
Well, they didn't start out as Rejects because they're taking an early lead on this one, which has to feel good for them, especially coming against a clan family that is representing so strong in this entire event.
I also love that they're called clan families. Like, that just shows how wholesome this community is. Because it's not like, I talk about the franchise. I look at the dynasty. I look at, this sort of compendium, everybody being brought together. But no, it's a family. It's, right out of the Fast and the Furious, guys. We're a family, all right? No. But seriously, the amount of brains going into working on developing these strategies, testing base designs, fine-tuning and executing these attacks. They have so many resources to pull from, and that's why we're actually seeing Golden X do consistently so well over the course of this, fielding multiple teams, making it to the top 32. And these are only the first attacks here, and this is still anybody's game. A nice 91% opening, though, for the Rejects. That is a good way to start.
Yeah, I'd feel good about that myself, especially watching how some of the other attacks have gone today. Some of the roughest starts were here today with 1-stars and low percentage 2-stars, so a 91%. I'd feel good.
I'd feel good. But also we know that really only the last attack matters. So you just got to be consistent with all of it. We've seen teams be able to come back, rally, recover, but really you just have to put your team in a position to find success because this is truly a team game. Yes, stars can arise. People can pull out incredible back-to-back 3-star hits. We've seen that before. But really it just comes down to finding consistent play amongst all 5 members. You circled some walls there. Talk me through that.
Yeah, I'd circle those walls because those are dead space walls, and they're going to really affect the pathing of the attack. Nothing that you can't plan around, but it does make things difficult. If it's keeping your troops away from defenses, it's not going to have them pathing the way that they would naturally path through the base. So I'm curious to see how this attack is going to go with those dead space compartments. There's one on both sides here of that Eagle artillery. So that was messy. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Telestrator is not easy, all right? You make it look easy. It is not. But yes, those walls, those compartments are definitely going to mess some folks up, especially because that Eagle It looks easy to take down, but it's not.
I think it'll be easy enough with the Hogs and Miners. They're going to go straight for it, and right about now they're doing exactly that. Straight for the Eagle. They're going to pound on that first.
All right.
Look at how quickly that went down.
Okay,
Only
well, you know
one
what?
shot.
Look, the funnel. Context is important, Echo. All right, of course it is. You know, they set the perfect funnel, and then it's easy to do. But now we have 3 very well-defended Inferno Towers. And that's where the true challenge is going to lie.
Yeah, it is. But the cool thing about this strategy is you have 2 troops that don't care about walls. So they can hop over or go under. So those little compartments, this will defend fairly well against the Yeti Smash with the dead space compartments and keeping the Yeti off of the Infernos themselves. But the Miners and Hogs don't really care so much about that, and they get through those single targeting Infernos fairly well. We have the Queen right now, and her ability was used.
Hang on.
Nice job with the freeze spell. That was a clutch play, allowing for the Queen to stay up quite a bit longer, resetting the Inferno Tower, but we have Hog Riders left and a Royal Champion with her ability left in this attack. She's coming on in. They're all coming on into that main compartment, and I'm feeling like this is going to be a good ending to this attack. The healers are just giving a little bit more health to all the troops. Royal Champion is about to take down the Inferno Tower, and it looks like we have a very good shot at a 3-star right here with 33 seconds left.
Oh, yeah.
It's looking like it's going to happen.
It's not looking like it. Blink, and it's done. That is it. 100%. Beautiful. Beautiful hit coming in there. Plenty of time to spare. Plenty of troops to spare. Had an ability just to swag if you wanted to. Didn't have to use it at the end.
Didn't even need it.
Didn't even need it. That was solid. Perfect funnel. Great execution. And I think the biggest thing you mentioned, against certain strategies, this base would have been very difficult. Yeah. But with the hybrid, with the Hog Miner, easy. Rolled it right over. That just goes to show there is a time and a place for all of these different compositions, for these different strategies. And building a base that is too specific in terms of defense against one type of attack can leave you totally vulnerable. We saw it there without question. One of the easiest looking 3-stars we've seen it today.
Yeah, it's base identification. Look at the base, see where it'll struggle, and that's the attack strategy. That's why Clashers are not just a one-attack type attacker. They can handle all the different strategies.
That's why scouting is so important.
Oh, yeah.
Check
it out ahead of time. You have time.
You've got time.
Look at the base.
You have a little bit of time to go into this, to prepare, to strategize, to think about how it's going to work. Because sometimes you see bases like that. Sometimes you see bases like this.
Sometimes you have one of, and I cannot stand coming up against bases like this because I'm notorious for leaving the Town Hall all alone in the center and not even touching it. But let's see if AM from the Rejects will do the same. Coming in with an early blimp, and that's not going to make its way over to the Town Hall. It's going to stop itself. And we have a little bit of the Electron clone spells. I didn't even notice that in the composition. So that could do a really nice funneling job, and it actually does. Electro Dragon getting huge value, freeze spell being used as well. Okay, that was a good example of the Electron.
There we go. See, I've mentioned this before, where I've seen Electron get 30% off the bat. This ended up getting 30 to 35% off the bat. Really nicely done, as opposed to the 15% we saw last time around. I think the difference was a little bit more was committed. You committed the free spell. That additional little bit of resource allocation did so much, and now we are already at that first percent, which means that Town Hall in the center is activated. What are you looking at, Tesla Farm?
I looked at the Tesla Farm. I also saw the Miner in the composition. That Miner is often there so that it can hop on into the center and it could activate the Town Hall, allowing for that Town Hall to be activated, and then the balloons could take it down.
Yeah,
this is looking great.
Balloons need to not get hit by every single tornado trap and sweeper, though, if they want to be able to do that. Can the Dragon find those last few hits?
Oh, my goodness. It's down to the last. Oh, my gosh. Did I say it was looking? Well, we do have
you're fine.
The Miner.
No,
and
you've also got that.
The Champion.
The Champion.
One shot. Champion takes it down. Maybe make that 2. Okay. I may have gone with the Miner there, having the Miner take all that damage rather than the Champion. But we have a few dragons left over. Not much base to get through, but we also do have that.
Yes, which is going to be rather frustrating to deal with. And I actually don't mind sending the Champion there because she ended up cleaning up a couple of those little defenses down towards the bottom as well with the shield.
Yeah.
But in the end, solid hit, 86%, probably going to be close to 90, all things said and done at the end here. So really, really great hit from AM. coming in from the rejects, the lone and the poison not used.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
The miner could have been thrown on top of that scatter shot towards the end, get a little bit more life out of those dragons, although they would have eventually gone down to the Inferno Tower.
You could have even run it in tangent with the Royal Champion to sort of try and tank for it. If you got gotten a little lucky with that, might have gotten a couple extra attacks out to be able to take it down. But either way, we're nitpicking.
We are nitpicking, and it was a very good attack. I think I would have gone with the miner on the Town Hall, then tried to run the champion around the other side. I'm not sure, because he didn't get any great value out of the miner towards the end anyway. But like I said, it's easier to say that from here when we're not in the heat of the moment. But
we have bird's eye view, too. We can see the entire board. We have full context. They are obviously a little bit more honed in, a little bit more focused, but still 90% very, very solid hit in what could have been a crazy base to try and deal with. So we are still seeing that 1-star lead from Golden X Echo, but the rejects are still in a solid position. They're actually still ahead in terms of percentage. So if they can rally, they can come back, they can get a 3-star of their own, they are going to be nice and ahead. They are going to have that lead, which means that Golden X cannot rest on their laurels. They need to look for another 3.
They do, or they have to hope that maybe one of those circular design bases can hold off the Echo clan from a 2-star.
You're really a fan of that name.
Oh, I mean, it's a great name, like I said.
It's great. Just a great name. Just a great name. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Let's see what the response is going to be here from Gratefully Dead. I wonder if he's a fan of a certain band.
I wonder. I would guess so. Golden X Echo, Gratefully Dead, coming in on this one with another one of the hybrid strategies, starting out with the Queen in the top of the base with those healers, again getting that massive value. And things are open, just kind of luring the troops in. I'm wondering what's waiting for everything beyond those walls. You would think that there's some type of a trap.
You would think so. We are seeing the Yeti bomb down there in the bottom left-hand corner as well. Going to be starting to create a little bit of that, but finding the Tesla farm, I think, shredded that a little bit faster than maybe even was intended there. But this reminds me more of the anti-3-star bases of old that we used to see back in Season 2 and Season 1. Really just leaving this Town Hall way on the edge as bait. Say, hey, come for me, because what's on the other side of the base? It is that Eagle artillery. So we're going to be watching on that other side. A lot of initial chip damage has been done to this base, but Gratefully Dead at some point has to commit this attack, has to commit the hybrid.
Yeah, but look how strong this compartment is. It's got the Eagle, the Queen, and the Royal Champion hanging out in that same compartment, which could be really difficult to get through. And they're saving it until the end of the attack, or the last leg of the attack, but we have Miners and Hogs coming in. They should path on straight into the center of the base. Scatter shots are both intact. One of them is being frozen right there. Town Hall is frozen as well. You got to use the Grand Warden's ability, and that was used beautifully. Pathing so far is going well. I'd like to see everything kind of just go straight on in towards that Eagle.
And the Queen does go down on the other side. Healers are getting chipped away through all of this, though. And we need to see those heal spells utilized beautifully. A little bit of overlap, but still getting into that key compartment, taking on the Eagle Artillery. But the final barrage does get off in time. All of this healing is going through, but the air defense is ripping through those healers as well. Got to keep an eye on that with the scatter shot. Final heal spell is being used, and what is still left alive?
The Royal Champion and her ability is still left alive, and remember how strong that can be. She's using the ability there, but it does not hit the scatter shot. And that scatter shot has only a little bit of health left, but is still going to remain up and is going to be devastating to the end of the attack. Plus that single target Inferno, wow.
Oh boy. I mean, we do see the Warden just going right out of range of it, actually surviving a little bit longer to help support the last of these miners. So getting as much value as humanly possible. That was actually a nice little bit. There's actually quite a few miners left, though, Echo.
They could be deceptive when you don't know how many are actually left when they're underground, but there are a bunch. They could probably come close to getting through that Tesla farm if time are not an issue. We're gonna probably get close to 90% on this one.
I think we're gonna see over
20 seconds.
I think we're gonna see over. I think 92% is gonna be the final number here, barring anything absolutely wild. With 13 seconds left remaining, the Grand Warden giving that life aura ability, just giving all of that additional boost. 91 and 92 is gonna be it. Look at me.
Good call.
I can do basic math. Oh wait,
93?
I didn't see the campfire though. Crap.
93%.
No! Ah! I tried to count the buildings and I missed the camp. All right.
It's okay. It went well. That went well.
Look, 93
percentage.
Yeah, 93%. Cannot complain about that at all. And, after that last war, I feel like both teams, not necessarily were struggling per se, but we weren't quite seeing the same really high percentage, but we're back on that train right now. 90s consistently. 4 out of 5 of our attacks so far have been above 90%. That is disgustingly good. That is so good.
It's really good, but the rejects are still, they're behind by 1 star, and they're going to be looking to grab that 3-star on one of their next 3 attacks, but is it going to be the next one?
That's always the big question, because it has to be somebody. Might as well be you, the next person stepping up to the plate. So somebody's got to get it done. Otherwise, it's just death by 1,000 cuts. At some point, you got to step up and get it done. You got to go big or go home. I only have so many of these analogies. Let's get into the game. Okay, thank you.
They want to be that guy, and here we come in with another one of those Yeti Smash, a nice, cool-looking base for you.
Thank you.
But notice all of these wall compartments are open. Every single one has an opening into it, which is really odd. There's nothing that's,
I wonder if the
closing
idea is
off
that
the
it
base.
baits the units to go around and through it and gives more actual time where they're pathing and not attacking.
It could be.
It could be. I'm not sure how the AI exactly works on that, but anyway. We're going in with a Warden Walk to start this off. We do have a P.E.K.K.A. up there towards the top. All right.
And we're going to have a nice funnel, and what I anticipate is everything diving straight on in from the top because the funnel's being created on the sides, narrowing things down. That's really the main reason for a funnel. Narrow it down so the troops only have one way to go, but we still have a bit more of a funnel to happen up in the northern side of the base. Things are still a little bit congested up there, and you don't want to see your troops pull around.
No, but I'm really scared about the center compartment. You've got 2 scatter shots. You've got your Inferno Tesla, or Inferno.
Giga Inferno.
Giga Inferno. Imagine an Inferno Tesla. That would be, I mean, it functionally is, but that's also terrifying. Yes, your Giga Inferno. You have a whole lot of pain waiting for you when you get to the center of this base. We'll see if Jeff can get it done. Gratefully Dead. We just saw a stellar attack, but here comes the Quad Quake.
Yes.
Get it right on through. Here we go.
But will they go in that direction?
No, you called it. You called about the congested top. No, Echo. No, okay. Oh, boy.
Yeah, they walked into that open compartment, into the Eagle Artillery compartment, leaving the Town Hall alone. Now we do have the blimp, all right? And the blimp could sneak its way around as the scatter shots targeting other things. One bowler thought he was going to be a hero for a moment there, but the scatter shot told him differently. Everything's going to just path themselves around. Now the clan castle is going to have to be dealt with as well, which is going to slow things down significantly. But the blimp is there and the champion. So the blimp is coming in right now. There's a lot to deal with in that compartment.
There is.
And there's sweepers. Let's see. We're hoping for Yetamite. Oh, look at that. That was a great value out of the death damage of the blimp. And they're striking it down. They did get it. So this 2-star is secured. I was a little nervous for a moment there.
For a second. I don't disagree. We do see the Seek and Shield going on in, doing a lot of damage from that champion who's trying to clean up the... Okay, never mind.
Scattershot is just brutal.
Wow! In an instant. Takes out 1 defensive structure. That is it. And that's what happens. Lazy funnels lose games.
Yeah, I think it had to do with some of those wall compartments too, not being connected, just luring troops around, saying, "Here, come this way.
Come this way, come over here." I mean, even though the beautifully placed Quad Quake, there was a wide open path. They're like, and the troops are like getting all philosophical. It's like, no, I want to take the road less traveled. But that wasn't the way to go in this case. In this case, just take the correct path. Take the clear and obvious path to 75%. All right, still a solid hit, but not a 3.
No, was that the voice of the Yeti, by the way? We
yes.
Don't know. Okay. I thought it may have been.
He's vaguely British. Isn't that obvious? Look, do you look at the Yeti and do you not see vaguely British? I think. Come on, guys.
It's vague.
It was a little vague. That's fine. That's exactly it. Let's take a look at what these updated scores are appearing here now that we are halfway through this war. 90.7 and a star lead versus 85.3. Oh boy, the rejects on the back foot, on the back step. They need to step up if they want to take down Golden X Echo. Your prediction looking pretty good.
It's looking good right now, but a 3-star would change some things on the percentage as well as picking up on that star. It's tough, but they need a 3. It just has to happen. Or they have to have some impeccable base designs that are really going to trick Golden X in one of these upcoming.
But we were at this point of the competition. I can never bet on a 1-star. These players are just too good. They're too consistent. They're too solid. Never bet on ones. Never, rest your chance at victory on another person's mistake. And at this point, Golden X, they have 2 more attacks. Another 3 at this stage could be the nail in the coffin.
It could be. I think it actually Probably would be, but let's see. I mean, I love the Baby Dragon funnel starting out this attack. Rage spell on that queen, and with that rage, allowing for the wall breakers to come in too. But they actually were taken out. They did not get... Oh, there we go. They made it through.
They made it through. Totally fine.
Temporarily concerned, but it all went okay. Now, is the queen going to turn herself around? Yeah, look at the miners being popped in right here, trying to get that queen to turn herself around to go for the town hall, but she is not.
Oh, no. That little corner wall was so tempting, but also no.
Yeah, and she now has to deal with the single target Inferno, as do her healers, which is going to get ugly. King is going to run around and try and get to the town hall, but
he's going to do his best.
He's going to be safe if he could take down the wizard tower, because there's no more defenses as of yet.
Other than the Eagle artillery that's targeting him through all of this.
Right. Yeah, bad timing. But you know what? It all goes down. The Hog Riders, I love the idea of the Queen Walk, but just the left-hand side wasn't funneled enough with those baby dragons. But we have a large number of Hogs and Miners pathing straight through the center of the base.
Oh, boy.
Going for the Eagle compartment. The heal spell is there. Hog Riders along the outside as well, and I want to see that Royal Champion where they decide to drop her in. The back end of this base is very strong as well.
I mean, it's pretty obvious base design here from Legend saying, hey, come at me from this direction, and then at the end, when you're battered, when you're weak, when you're weary, multi-target Infernos are going to make you have a really bad day. We're seeing it here. The shield not quite able to break down enough of it. That is the Royal Champion going down, and the last few remaining attackers, the assault is dwindling.
It is dwindling fast, and that's because when you save the tough compartment for the end of the attack, when your troops are just not as plentiful, it can be difficult. And this, you have your Pocket Wizard getting a little bit more value, but the Archer Tower is going to put an end to that right about there.
All right.
69% too.
Okay. All right. Again, fine.
Fine?
Fine. Not ideal. Nice, but not
the best.
Not the best.
Not the best.
Not the best. Not when your competitors are this solid.
No.
Not when the level of play is this high. And this brings them back down
to a tie.
To dead even.
Let's make it a little bit more interesting, why don't we?
Yeah, and yeah, ignoring the 8-star win on that one, obviously. The 2-star win coming in there on that one. Could you imagine a 15-star victory? Have we ever seen that competitive Clash of Clans?
The future of Clash of Clans.
The future of Clash of Clans. The future is now. Could you believe it? If we actually saw, I think the highest we've ever seen was 13 stars. We did see in one of these wars. We saw.
Did you?
Yeah, we saw 3 3-star hits in one war, which was just absolutely nutty. Maybe we'll see something like this again. It's only round to 32. We have 2 more weeks of playoffs to get into as we get into the final 3 attacks of this war. It is Caesar coming on in. Hail to the king. Let's get this done.
Yep, let's see what he can do. And again, there's a few things in this attack which I really like seeing. Some of the healers. The other one is going to be that Quad Quake. I think that the value you gain from that Quad Quake is huge. Opening up large segments of wall, taking defenses down to half health, allowing your troops to pass through the base more quickly because it takes less time to take down structures that have less health. It's just simple stuff.
It's how the math works.
Math, who would have thunk?
Who would have thunk it?
Now, the funnel here is solid. We have the Yeti right down here in this part of the base. Should the Yeti may take down that Archer Tower? Let's see.
Come on. I believe in the Yeti.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, now that is a gorgeous funnel. And now this side over here, a little bit less, but the Warden is working on that.
Give him time. Leave him time to do his magic. Do his work.
I think that time is now. The king is going to dive in, and everything is going to go right into that jump spell.
So, darn it, Bruticus, the time is now. Okay, here we are. All right, let's just jump right on through with that jump spell, taking down those anti-air, of course, super vital to do before you bring in your healers, and also having that Royal Champion on the outside. Actually going to be finding all of these Teslas. So keep an eye on that as well. But look at the center of the base. It is a flurry of activity. Let's bring the pain.
Yeah, and I'm seeing Inferno Towers get targeted as well. I'd like to see this one go down. One more shot from a bowler, and we'll have it. There it is. And this is looking really nice. Now, sometimes at this point in the attack, things can die down really quickly in the core of the base, but we do have healers. We have a King's ability, a Queen's ability, a Battle Blimp. We have a lot left in this attack from the rejects. Is there going to be enough to pull in 3? The champion still has life, a little bit of it. The mortar raining down on her. Will she get the wizard? She does get the wizard tower down. We still have a Queen's ability. And the Stone Slammer, switched out for the Slammer to get value and take out defenses along the way.
Great adaptation. Great adaptation. This is actually huge. Taking out these additional structures, because right now it's going to come down to time. With a minute and 12 seconds left on the clock, you've got to clean up these structures on the outside. With the healers, with the remaining heroes you have left, I think it is possible. It is going to be a question. Wait, what just fell out of that? What just fell out of that slammer?
The Yetis fell out of the slammer, so unfortunately they're going to be stuck behind the wall. It's going to take them a few moments to get through it.
I think we're looking at 3.
I think we're looking at 3 as well, and this is for the rejects, which is exactly what they needed. Talk about exciting.
Oh, boy. We got ourselves a war. 45 seconds left. 95%. Caesar, 1 second left. Wait a second. Oh. Wait.
We've gotten the 100%. I was extremely confused and nervous at the same time.
Okay. All right. I thought we had more time than we did.
No, we did not have that time.
Okay.
But we're good. Because they pulled into 3. The rejects are okay.
Did it come down to the last second?
I think it did, yes.
So if we get to the end of this war, I want to see that attack again. The moral of that story.
Have to be the one.
That's the one I want to see again. Wow. Okay. That was epic. That was exciting. My heart dropped at the very end when I thought, wait, are we going to see 99%? But no. We made it work. We got that happening. Wow.
And that's what they needed. Now they're tied on stars. They most likely pulled ahead on percentage as well. Let's see. Okay, so it's 85.3 9 stars to 89% 9 stars in favor of the rejects.
That 69% really did some damage to Golden X, because now the stars are tied. The stars have aligned. But as we get into our final 2 attacks, it once again just comes in, and I'm being informed there's about 10 seconds left on that last attack. That's what it ended up coming down to.
Okay. So that's
not too bad.
Still tight.
That's still tight.
At the same time, the 3-star was clutch. I mean, the rejects, they're jumping out of their chairs, excited about their position. But now it's not over. It's again down to the last attacker from each of the clans.
Yep.
We have the Golden X saying we need our triple. We need that high percentage.
Oh, boy. Let's get her done. Let's get into these final 2 attacks. It's going to be Sand City, the anchor from Golden X Echo. Tell me why.
I don't trust in the dragons as much as I should. It's not one of the strongest strategies at this town hall level, but we're going in with the bomb on top of the town hall.
And we've seen this base before. There's something very similar earlier on. I think it did pretty well, if I recall.
A lot of these bases have these similar, curved areas lately. I think that's a new meta design. The flower look.
I like it. The flower power.
Flower power. I don't know that the base designer would like that name.
They don't get a say.
No.
1975 is calling, all right? It's flower power. Let's get it done. But no, either way, I like it because it basically just takes your troops just a little bit further away to try and give a little bit more space for those Infernos to do their work without being in range of the Queen, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm really happy with how this baby dragon decided to turn around and support the Queen and then go back and still create that funnel. Really good value. Good thinking from the baby dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that AI, just really intelligent.
One of the best utility troops in the game.
Dude, you are all about that Baby Dragon life, and I am 100% in agreement.
Yeah.
Baby Dragon's great. And also, the chain lightning value is great from that E-Drag. Oh, me, oh, my.
Yeah, this is actually a good funnel into the base with these dragons. I'd like to see your Rage be dropped on top of the dragons as they're going into that Inferno. There it goes. We got that beautiful placement of the Rage. They should push through if the Sweeper doesn't keep them back. And this scatter shot is brutal again.
It is. The problem is when you have all of these attacks that have a lot of one kind of troop, like these aerial troops, when it hits that air unit, it'll damage air units. But if it hits a ground unit, it'll damage those ground units. Or, and you can save your air units a little bit of trouble. That's why Queen Walks are actually pretty good into those scatter shots, because if it hits the Queen, it won't actually damage the healers behind her. This is a kind of key strategy to keep in mind, something you're looking to do. But into these mass air strategies, scatter shots just hurt.
They do, and look at the number of dragons up. Not a lot.
Not a lot. I was going to say, I count a dragon.
Yeah, exactly. And that's because the scatter shot was damaging all of them, because they were all air troops, all being targeted. This attack, we have the Eagle artillery up. The dragon is going to be coming in with the Eagle, with the Inferno, with the air defense, Inferno towers. There's just a lot to deal with. Now, the champion's going to be a little bit of a hero. She's going to get some good value, which is nice. But I don't think this is going to be the percentage that Golden X is looking for in their final attack.
Yeah, leaving those structures down at the bottom. Just got to help out. That's your job as the Grand Warden. Perfect utilization of that shield, waiting till below half HP to get maximum value on that one. But the Expo is there, and that is, oof.
That's all she wrote.
That's all. That's all it is. And 69% again?
Oh, or will this Warden Grab the 70.
There
Clutch
we go.
moments.
Clutch moments. Air mode, Warden, do your thing,
Well,
buddy.
actually, the Warden's being pretty sweet right now.
Wow.
Getting quite a few extra percent.
Okay.
5
Look,
extra percent from the
Look,
Warden.
and it could come down to these few extra percent. That could be the difference maker in this. 5 extra percent garnered by that last one at the end there. That's
Yeah, these wars come down to close amount of percentages. So when the Warden is smart like that, you got to feel good.
Yep.
'Cause a lot of times he's not.
He tries his best.
Of course he
He
does.
tries his best.
Okay, so 83% to 89. Rejects need to get a
6% divided by 5.
need
so
a
we gotta-
mid 80% 2-star to secure a win.
I think it's even less than that. I think they need above like a 65% to secure the win on this one. So that's 6%. It's a lot difference there.
Yeah,
So
it is. So Golden X Echo is hoping that they have the base of the century.
yes.
Yeah.
You're looking at 1-stars here in the 50s. I think is what you need to keep your opponent to.
Which
That's
we
a
haven't
tall
seen
order,
yet today.
Which we have not seen a single attack in the 50% range yet today.
But we have seen a 1-star.
But we have seen a 1-star from
we have.
one hive, no less.
Believe
so
it or
it's
not.
certainly possible.
Yep.
Let's see. Cameron just needs to come out and do a solid, consistent performance. He's got a fairly straightforward meta strategy. We got the quad quake. We got the jump. We got everything looking solid here. Got the bowlers going to be going in the center to follow up with those Yetis. This is exactly what I want to see.
Yeah, what I don't want to see is the Stone Slammer in the composition because, I mean, that could most likely and will most likely be switched out later on in the attack. But if they're diving on into the base over here and they have the Slammer, there's a lot going on in this compartment. The Slammer won't be able to get there. So they're going to need a blimp.
They are
And
going to need a blimp.
I'm
Wow, that was a fast funnel.
Yeah, and they may actually get there with the kill squad, and that may be what they're looking to do with a back-end Stone Slammer, because all these troops, they're going to path in right through here, take out a whole bunch of the stuff in the core of the base.
Freezes. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Those defensive ice golems did so much work. Take down that Eagle Artillery,
But look,
please.
Grand Warden's ability is here, intact. This kill squad is doing amazing work in the core of the base. The Town Hall is being activated and going to be taken down by the Queen. Grand Warden's ability, this is a beautiful attack. It's going really well.
That was so great. 43% and climbing. There's the first percentage. I love the weight on the Eternal Tome, saving it for exactly when both of those multi-target Infernos kicked in. That was massive. 52% in climbing. Cameron is looking solid. I think already 56% in climbing. They are going to look to find the win in this war. I think over 65% I think is what they needed on this one. And it's looking pretty darn solid as they're cleaning up all these structures towards the top. Not a whole lot of defenses left up here to try and shut this down. A couple of Teslas, but we still have healers left, and we still have that Queen.
Yeah, and it's actually looking really well, really good. And, you know, from the look of the composition with that Stone Slammer right off the bat, I think the back-end Stone Slammer was actually the plan, knowing that the kill squad was going to make it to the Town Hall. I mean, you don't have a siege unit selected if it's not the one you plan on using.
That's
so
true.
I think it was actually the plan from the start. The healers are doing really well, keeping everything alive in the attack. A whole bunch of Yeti, the King. Now, there's a lot going on, you know, a lot to get through, but we do have some minions.
We do. And 87%, I mean, this is definitely the win. The Rejects were able to pull off the victory in this one. Got to get all the way down towards the bottom. Take the outside. No. Go around.
No,
Go.
they want to challenge themselves.
Okay.
Ferrum.
All
The
right,
challenge is real.
The challenge, 26 seconds, and Shane. Oh, no, wait, there's a hole in that wall. I missed it. Okay.
Yeah. And look at the Warden being smart. And again, we have the Winions down below. I call them Winions because when a minion does something clutch, you got to call them a Winion.
Oh, and there's another hole at bottom, and there as well. Okay, I lied. These troops, big brain plays,
Intelligence.
300 IQ. We're almost going to see another 3-star, but we are going to see a top-tier attack at the very end. 95% was the number, which means the Rejects, they are accepted into the round of 16 here for the ESL Mobile Open Season 4 playoffs for Clash of Clans. It's a lot of words, but the meaning is clear. They are winners.
They are winners, and with a pretty hefty percentage as well. They tied it up on stars, pulled ahead in the percentage, and they have to feel good about that war. I know I would.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they pulled it right back up. I definitely want to see that 3-star that came down to that 10-second one.
Oh, yeah.
The one at the end, I think that the one from the Rejects that we did see, I think it was attack like number 8, I want to say, number 7, something like that. That's the one I want to see. I want to see that, the one that gave me a mini heart attack at the end there. I really want to see, because again, it came down to the last 10 seconds, but they still had a lot of troops left and available. It was really going to come down to time and positioning, but there were a lot of little things that happened that I want us to point out. Let's take a look at that attack.
Yeah, and this was the game changer here, which is what they needed, that 3-star. And again, it's coming in with the new meta attack strategies, utilizing the Queen Walk, or was it the Warden Walk in the beginning of the attack? And, well, that started things off right. We've been seeing that happen quite a bit today. And then, of course, the Quad Quake just gaping the base, allowing for all the troops to just path on through nicely. Notice on this attack, the Eagle Artillery was centralized, so it was not easy to access. And the Town Hall on the complete opposite side of the base. So even though they didn't get the Eagle done quickly, they still did get it done. And that Grand Warden's Eternal Tome, I believe, was saved pretty late on this attack.
It was.
Yes, and you were excited about that.
I was, because oftentimes I criticize people for using the ability either too late or too early. Finding that sweet spot's massive. Obviously, you want to ideally find a time where you can soak up one of those rounds of Eagle Artillery Barrage, as well as dealing with the Giga Bomb, as well as hopefully denying some of these Inferno Towers. But in this case, it was used a little bit earlier, but used to great effect. You want to deny a lot of this initial damage, keeping everybody healthy, giving them enough HP to work with, and they got right in through there. You're going to see it. It's going to deny this barrage right here, as well as the bulk of the damage from both of these multi-target Infernos. There it's ending.
Yeah.
But by that point, they're both gone. They just completely negated all of those defensive structures, and they got the Eagle.
Yep, and they're even taking care of the Inferno Tower that's beyond the wall as well because of the bowlers in the composition. This attack really just was beautiful and deserved to self the 1-star that it was able to pull in. Even the Royal Champion running along the outside of the base, coming right over here, gaining that value. I find with the Champion, if you get her in a little bit later in the attack, when all the defenses are targeting the other troops, you can get some huge value out of her. And then she'll meet up with the other troops, as she is right now, and she'll just kind of use her ability and take a whole bunch of stuff down. And you know,
there you go.
That's why she's got the name the Champion.
Oh, for sure. And actually, no, I 100% agree. Use are fundamentally different from a lot of your other heroes. You want to save her. You want to utilize her at the end to just sort of augment whatever side is in need of some help. That's really where you want to utilize her. And she's a bit of a glass cannon. She doesn't have a whole lot of HP, not a whole lot of survivability, but she hits like a truck. The ability is great, gives her a little bit more, obviously. I guess you can kind of call it lifesteal. It's not really. But throwing out that shield and making it all happen, but having those healers survive. And I think that's really, if we're going to look back at today as a whole, if we're going to look at these strategies, the attacks that found the most success were the ones that allowed the healers to stay alive, and in the end, allowed Caesar to walk away with that 3-star victory. So congrats to them. Congrats to the rejects. You know, Gold next. 1 of 3 today. That's why you field a couple teams, though, going on through. And don't forget, this is a double elimination bracket. So the teams that did fall today have a shot at redemption. They have another chance to fight their way back through the lower bracket. So they are not out of this one yet. Great games overall from start to finish. And of course, none of this would be possible without AT&T, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open, helping us to put this on, helping us to put up hundreds of thousands of dollars in prize pool, helping to bring these players out to massive mega events, playing on stage, whether it be a DreamHack or an ESL 1, giving them an opportunity they never would have had otherwise, supporting Clash of Clans esports and mobile esports as a whole. So thank you so much to AT&T.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun today. Every war was exciting. Came down to the end. A couple of turn of events, which was exciting. I had a good time. I hope everyone else watching enjoyed it as well.
I think this is, in terms of competitive Clash of Clans content, this is what you want to see. Every single war coming down to the final attacks, neck-and-neck battles. That's really it. So, of course, if you don't want to miss any of this, you should follow us on social media and stuff. That's probably a great place to do that. And before you do that, of course, you should sign a pledge. A pledge I've talked about today. A pledge that I have mentioned a couple of times. I don't know, maybe it's the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge. Maybe you should do that. Exclamation point GLHF in the chat. You can get that exclusive Twitch badge. You can be one of over 400,000 people who said, hey, I'm going to take a stand against toxicity. We are in a great community here in Clash of Clans, but let's try and make gaming as a whole a little bit better. Once you've done that, then you go follow ESL Clash of Clans on Twitter. I got that in the right order, 100% for sure. First try, no questions asked. Definitely did that the right way.
I agree.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
You can't go wrong with any of those actions either.
Literally any of them. There it is. Follow us at ESL Clash of Clans on Twitter. It's where you can keep up to date with this and all of the clips of me 100% getting things right, for sure. And then following that down below as well. That's it right there. Follow and subscribe. And of course, Echo, it has been an amazing day. You've joining us here. Final thoughts on the day.
This was exciting from War 1 to the end of War 2, or 5. I just had to, yeah, whatever.
All of them.
All of them were amazing. I appreciate you having me out. It was a great time hanging out with all of you and with you and Varum.
Yeah. It's a good
Love
time.
Clash of Clans.
Dude, seriously, this has been watching this game progress over the last year from the beginning of season 1 now into season 4 has been amazing. The dedicated fans who show up and compete, who watch. So thank you all so much for you guys who show up not only live in person at these events, but who watch us here on Twitch or YouTube. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week. This is only week number 1. We have more amazing action. We'll see you then.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.